crazy risks that I took.
And what accounts for that degree of confidence in yourself?
Love.
Love?
Yeah. Yeah. You have, I mean, I'm sorry, this is outside the economic field by a long way. But yeah, I very strongly believe that you can, love generates confidence. If your parents love you, if your siblings love you, if your spouse, companion, whoever, or your children love you, it gives you that level of confidence that helps you move to the next step or do something else which is harder, bigger, or further. Yeah.
That's very, very smart and very powerful. Wow.
While much of the world focuses on terrorism in the Middle East, violent extremist groups have expanded their ambitions and reach in Africa as well. In the Western Sahel, Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb has produced or inspired a proliferation of extremist groups that continue to destabilize the region. In the areas around Lake Chad, Boko Haram, with its origins in northeast Nigeria, has left tens of thousands of civilians dead and displaced almost 3 million people. The security vacuum in Libya and the presence of Islamic State and Al-Qaeda deepen the risks to the Sahel region.
There has been a lot of turmoil and trouble with these radical elements, which you find in this arc of instability from North Africa to Afghanistan.
Military intervention by regional forces, France, and the UN have weakened these groups and reclaimed territories they once held. But the drivers of militancy and the complex social, economic, and political environment that fuels these groups remain very much intact. Unless this understructure of vulnerability and criminality is addressed, extremist violence will remain an enduring threat to the region.
Air power and military space systems have revolutionized the way the U.S. military operates, and the global economy increasingly depends on reliable and secure access to space systems. The Aerospace Security Project at CSIS examines the technological, budgetary, and policy issues affecting the air and space domains. Our research is focused in 3 areas. Space security examines the evolving military uses of space and how the lack of norms of behavior can affect escalation and deterrence. It explores how alternative architectures and new space capabilities can enhance the resilience of U.S. military space systems. Air dominance and long-range strike looks at the future of air and missile forces in a more contested operating environment. It examines the role of stealth, unmanned systems, and autonomous systems, how these capabilities can be integrated to enable new operational concepts, and options for the air and ground-based legs of the nuclear triad. Commercial and civil space explores international partnerships in space, efforts to reduce the cost of launch, advances in commercial space technologies, and policy issues that affect civil and commercial space programs. The goal of the Aerospace Security Project is to provide innovative, insightful, and timely analysis to help educate and inform decision makers. As new opportunities, threats, and technologies emerge, smart policy decisions can ensure the United States continues to lead in the air and space domains. Welcome to the Aerospace Security Project.
The divided Korean peninsula remains one of the largest sources of uncertainty and potential conflict in a prosperous and growing Asia. Unification of Korea will be one of the biggest changes to the geopolitical landscape and is seen by the world as a dark tunnel. Opacity among regional powers creates confusion. Misunderstanding impedes smart planning. False assumptions could cause costly strategic blunders. But CSIS believes the potential for growth, prosperity, and peace of a united Korea is immense. How can we maximize the social, humanitarian, and economic returns of a unified Korea while avoiding conflict? Beyond Parallel is an unprecedented and comprehensive resource for bringing transparency to the many challenges and opportunities of Korean unification. Beyond Parallel investigates the broader implications of unification, but also the specific issues that Korea and the world face. These critical issues are explored through expert analysis, satellite imagery, and cutting-edge methods of data collection. Welcome to Beyond Parallel.
Hit-to-kill ballistic missile defense is the ultimate precision guidance challenge. Many elements of a defense must come together to achieve a long-range intercept. One of the most important and difficult parts is known as mid-course discrimination. After a ballistic missile launches, its engines burn hot and can be detected by infrared satellites. Outside the Earth's atmosphere, the missile engines burn out and it reaches its peak velocity. At this point, the missile's payload, a warhead, usually separates from the rest of the body. The warhead is also accompanied by the flying junk pile of debris created by launching a missile, as well as by decoys or other countermeasures designed to complicate the missile defense job. All of these objects move together through space as part of a threat cloud. So for a missile defense system to successfully destroy the warhead, its various sensors must first discriminate it from among the various other parts of the cloud. The key to successful discrimination is the sensor architecture. Sea and land-based radars provide one picture of the threat cloud. Lower frequency radars are able to track the threat cloud, but have trouble distinguishing within it. Once cued, higher frequency or X-band radars provide much sharper images of the objects within the cloud. But radars are limited by their vantage point and by their technology. Multiple phenomenologies can provide a more complete rendering and classification. Air or space-based sensors provide still other perspectives with greater persistence, potentially allowing for birth-to-death tracking. And infrared sensors show not just objects but their heat signature, especially low-orbit satellites looking sideways, comparing the objects against the coldness of space. Currently, U.S. homeland missile defense is dependent upon only terrestrial radars. This places a large burden on the sensor network and makes it harder to identify the objects. That in turn means that the defender has to engage more of the objects in the cloud so as not to miss the warhead, either by firing more interceptors or multiple kill vehicles atop a single one. After the interceptors are launched, they receive imagery of the threat cloud, which algorithms compare to a threat database to help pick which objects should be engaged. All this is fused with the kill vehicle's own observations using onboard sensors to make the final determination for intercept. Finally, they maneuver into position to collide with the several targets that could be a warhead. The discrimination challenge is hard, but not insurmountable. An efficient and robust discrimination system should include a mix of sensors with different technologies from different domains on land, sea, air, and space.
Currently, India ranks 54th on the World Bank's Logistics Performance Index, more than 20 spots below manufacturing competitors like China and Malaysia. This is a major challenge for Modi's Make in India initiative. For example, India's truckers report that 15% to 25% of travel time is actually spent waiting at the heavily enforced state border checkpoints. They pay as much as $1.1 billion a year in bribes to state officials. The main problem is that India does not have a single national market. Its 29 states and 7 union territories each have their own system of sales taxes. As a result, internal borders look more like international ones. The version of the goods and services tax sitting before Parliament isn't perfect, but it will cut down on transit time for goods, paperwork for businesses, and could add 0.5% to annual economic growth. A seamless national tax environment will help Indian commerce flow more quickly.
I believe in strong alliances, clarity in dealing with our rivals.
What is the very last
and I take the oil.
Populism, border walls, retrenchment, and protectionism. While foreign policy is often overshadowed by economic concerns, contrasting visions of America's role in the world have played a major part in the recent election cycle. This contentious campaign season saw some of the basic tenets of U.S. foreign policy since the end of World War II called into question. Does this heightened acrimony over key aspects of U.S. international engagement reflect trends toward isolationism? It may seem unprecedented, but it is in fact not new. Today's controversies are continuations of debates that have lasted for decades. While support for the nation playing an active part in global affairs has remained strong since 1947, public opinion on key components of U.S. international engagement, such as defense spending, has waxed and waned over the last 70 years in response to economic trends, military interventions, and domestic priorities. In the first decades of the Cold War, America was committed to international engagement as a part of its strategy of containment against the existential threat presented by the Soviet Union. The U.S. experience in Vietnam, however, created an aversion to overseas military engagements that lasted from the late 1960s through the 70s. During the 1990s, the collapse of the Soviet Union led the U.S. public and policymakers to again question defense spending levels, foreign aid, and forward military presence. Many thought the limited interventions of Desert Storm in Kosovo would serve as models for future military operations. Then came September 11, 2001. Our response to the events of that day have largely defined contemporary American foreign policy since. First came the long wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Their unsatisfactory outcomes left much of the public and policymaking elites disillusioned with large-scale military engagements. The result of that disillusionment has been an increasing reliance on small footprint forces for a variety of contingency operations, including in the global war on terror. At home, the most severe recession since the Great Depression exacerbated America's growing reservations about global engagement. As the economy recovered at an anemic pace, income inequality ballooned. Fewer were able to reap the benefits of our globalized economy. Opposition to free trade and large-scale immigration grew. Now, 8 years after the recession and the more than 15 after 9/11, views on the desirability of America's international engagement strategy are fractured. For the first time ever in 2009 and again in 2013, most Americans responded that the U.S. should mind its own business internationally and let other countries get along the best they can on their own. This comes at the same time that more people are concerned about major domestic terror attacks than in 2002, just months after 9/11. Do these polls reflect temporary reactions to the state of public affairs? Or is there a genuine trend toward retrenchment in the American public? Democrats and Republicans now disagree on the benefits of free trade, alliances, and multilateral approaches. Divergences in threat perceptions and approaches to international engagement have also grown between the American public and policymakers. As history shows, this is not a new debate in American politics. Yet, as distance from World War II and the Cold War grows, the rationale for a U.S. foreign policy of engagement may be growing less clear to younger generations. If the new administration decides that sustaining a strategy premised on deep international engagement is best suited for the advancement of American interests, it will have to do a better job of communicating the rationale for those policies to create a foreign policy the American public can get behind. If, on the other hand, the new administration seeks to chart a new course for American foreign policy, it will have to find avenues of consensus among an increasingly fractured public.
The supercontinent of Eurasia is home to 60% of the global economy and 2/3 of humanity. It's been called the geographic pivot of history. For over 4 centuries, Eurasia's economic focus has been the maritime passages that surround it. But during ancient times, many of the world's most important trading routes ran overland. Today, regional powers are putting forward competing visions for reconnecting Asia. Roads, railways, and other infrastructure projects could revive overland routes. They could forge new maritime connections, and they could reshape the global economic landscape. The stakes are high. Last century's infrastructure projects fueled development, but also competition, and even conflict. Today's efforts could echo well beyond the region.
And the basic reality is that the division of the world into kind of totally separate, autonomous entities and other areas controlled by sometimes foreigners is coming to an end. We are getting one interconnected world.
But critical questions remain about these massive investments. What's driving these projects? Will they connect in an economically meaningful way?
What does that foretell? What does that mean in terms of political ambitions and how people will look at the region differently, and will they behave in a different way?
The Reconnecting Asia project provides new tools for answering these questions, beginning with what's really happening on the ground. Use this interactive website to track the evolution of Asia's infrastructure network at the project level. Explore the who, what, and why behind these megaprojects. See tomorrow's supercontinent through the eyes of regional powers. Make sense of it all with expert analysis that uncovers the trend lines behind today's headlines. This is reconnectingasia.csis.org.
China is rising. Its economy is now the second largest in the world. China is the world's largest trader, having surpassed the United States, and Chinese military capabilities are expanding. In just a few decades, China has moved from the periphery to the center of the international system. But what does that really mean for the world? In some ways, China is a developed country, yet in other ways, it is still developing. China's transformation is often misunderstood, and the future of Chinese power is uncertain. Power itself is a nebulous concept. Power can be relative, it can be absolute, it can be perceived and anticipated. So how can we decipher power? Through China Power, CSIS unpacks the complexity of China's rise by analysing the key components of Chinese power. What are China's strengths? What are its weaknesses? Does China's rise present a threat or an opportunity? Or both? What questions are you asking? Join the conversation at chinapower.csis.org.
The war in Syria represents a new low for the international community. We're seeing a war without law, as well as seemingly a war without end. It's very, very striking that we're living in an age of the bombing of UN convoys, never mind the targeting of hospitals.
So we were so surprised and shocked when we saw our colleagues covered with their blood and giving their last breaths. I don't know how to describe that. It's so hard emotionally. It's like you are losing one of your precious in front of your eyes.
We're witnessing a profound surge of violence against civilians, against health workers, patients, facilities, humanitarian convoys across a full spectrum of countries that is really shredding the accountability and protections that are contained in the Geneva Conventions.
The attack on Kunduz was a sustained attack over an hour, despite the fact that all the parties knew us, had our GPS coordinate. We must say that it was our biggest loss in terms of lives. 42 people died, 14 of our staff.
This was a tragic mistake.
This is a period when there's the danger of vacuum around the world and a danger for the abuse of power by states that are strong enough to do so. The international sense of conscience and consciousness that led to the responsibility to protect in the early 2000s has certainly been eroded.
People are struggling to respond. They're building clinics and hospitals in underground bunkers. They're documenting these attacks and publishing them. They're taking measures to the UN Security Council.
Stop bombing hospital. Stop bombing health workers.
But up to now, these measures have not had much effect in deterring attacks. But many courageous individuals and groups continue the fight. This is a fight that's going to last well into the future.
We believe that war stopped at the door of our hospital, and we want to preserve that. And we want to preserve access to health care in war zones. That's a battle that's worth to fight.
I have huge confidence in other people and a degree of confidence in myself that has sometimes helped me take those crazy risks that I took.
And what accounts for that degree of confidence in yourself?
Love.
Love?
Yeah. Yeah. You have, I mean, I'm sorry, this is outside the economic field by a long way. But yeah, I very strongly believe that you can, love generates confidence. If your parents love you, if your siblings love you, if your spouse, companion, whoever, or your children love you, it gives you that level of confidence that helps you move to the next step or do something else which is harder, bigger, or further. Yeah.
That's very, very smart and very powerful. Wow.
While much of the world focuses on terrorism in the Middle East, violent extremist groups have expanded their ambitions and reach in Africa as well. In the Western Sahel, Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb has produced or inspired a proliferation of extremist groups that continue to destabilize the region. In the areas around Lake Chad, Boko Haram, with its origins in northeast Nigeria, has left tens of thousands of civilians dead and displaced almost 3 million people. The security vacuum in Libya and the presence of Islamic State and Al-Qaeda deepen the risks to the Sahel region.
There has been a lot of turmoil and trouble with these radical elements, which you find in this arc of instability from North Africa to Afghanistan.
Military intervention by regional forces, France, and the UN have weakened these groups and reclaimed territories they once held. But the drivers of militancy and the complex social, economic, and...
Okay, folks, we're going to get started. Thank you all for joining us this morning. My name is John Hamry. I'm the president at CSIS, and I'm here to welcome all of you and to especially say thank you to our friends from the Prague Security Studies Institute that have made it possible for us to partner with them. And Roger, I want to say thank you. It's been a wonderful opportunity. First of all, before we begin public events, we always start with a little security announcement. I'm responsible for your safety. You know, if something happens here, I'm going to take care of you, but that means you have to follow my instructions. Our exits are right back behind us here. This one is the one that's closest to the stairs that'll take us down to the street level. It's right outside there, and we will go take 2 left turns and a right. We're going to go over to the courtyard of National Geographic. We will assemble. I will order ice cream, and we'll sing a song of praise for our salvation. Okay? So we're going to be fine, but just follow me if I have to ask you to do something. And I think we'll be just no problems. Very timely. This was about 9 months ago when Roger Robinson came to me and he said, would you be willing to partner with us? We've been hosting a space summit for 3 years. We want to do the 4th, and we want to do it in Washington. Would you be willing to partner with us on it? I said, yes, absolutely. I think we're at a pivot point in our thinking about space in Washington. Space, as talking with Vice Admiral Richard, that we're at a pivot point. We've not thought about space. We've thought about space as kind of a secure enclave. It was always there. We didn't have to worry about it. We never thought about it as a warfighting domain, and we're having to rethink things. And I think it was Roger who had the prescience to say, let's hold this conference in Washington. Let's do some thinking out loud together. And so we're very glad to have this opportunity. Thank you, Roger, for letting us work on this with you. This is the 4th Space Summit that Roger and his team, by the way, his team is Jana, and she's the driving force here, I think, behind this. But that they've done it twice before in Prague and once in Tokyo, and I hope that we get to be partnering with you in the future, Roger. Let me ask you to come up here and say some real words of welcome to everybody. Thank you. Would you please welcome Roger Robinson?
Well, thank you very much, John. It's a real privilege, as you can imagine, to be partnering with CSIS. If you're looking for a force multiplier, if you're looking for a booster rocket, you can't find a better one than where we are right now. And John has been an important figure in the space security portfolio for many years. Luckily, he has an abiding interest, if not a passion, for this very subject. And so we were able to really come together on the need for a much more expansive and intensified educational opportunity here. We think that, of course, the timetable is shortening. That is to say, we're both, I think, seized by the notion that terrestrial and maritime conflicts are increasingly at risk of spilling into the space domain. And some folks are planning on a 5 to 10 year horizon. I think John and I are more persuaded, and I don't want to speak for you here, that it could be as little as 12 months, so or something much shorter anyway. And the point being that, are we really prepared, not just as a nation, and I think the U.S. is better prepared than arguably anyone else, but are we prepared as an alliance? And that's why we've tried to bring together our European friends, our Japanese friends, and the U.S. in this conference series that really began in 2011, and try to do this on a trilateral basis, in large part to bring the Japanese closer to the transatlantic dialogue. They have been very robust in their space security program. They might have gotten a little bit of a late start, but they've more than made up for it in the pace of activities. So, you know, this reminds me a little bit of cyber 8 years or so ago, when it was barely a blip on the radar screen of the U.S. and allied security communities. Look at cyber today. You can imagine if we had a more visible and important disruption of space services on a purposeful basis and perpetrated by a major spacefaring nation, whether it's our Chinese, Russian, or Iranian, I won't say friends, but I'll say competitors. This all could materialize, even if it wasn't a planned event, because of, particularly on the maritime side, you've got a fast-moving set of circumstances in places like the South China Sea, East China Sea, and we think increasingly some ominous clouds in the Black Sea. So these are the kinds of things that we're in the awareness-raising business about, and this is going to take us, I think, a long way toward achieving a greater allied consensus on the urgency of the space security portfolio. After all, the other pieces of the space domain are simply not workable if the security piece goes wrong. And I think that that's very important to remember. In this connection, we'd like to thank a few folks ourselves, led by Airbus and the Fondation pour la Recherche Stratégique, Harris Corporation, and the European Space Agency for their contributions to helping make this event possible today. And I want to again not only thank them, but thank John personally, as well as CSIS, for this special partnership and privilege. Thank you so much.
Well, you came today for lots of different presentations, but certainly for this first one. We're very honored to welcome Vice Admiral Richard for being here today. I know that John Hyten said he wanted to be here, but he couldn't because of an obligation, so he sent his best, and he sent the Vice. I just met Admiral Richard for the first time this morning, but and I learned to my joy, he was the last commander of the Parche. I don't know how many of you know about Parche, fabulous, fabled ship, and he was the last commanding officer, and his career has been one where he's been back and forth between operations and resource planning, strategy and resource planning. And I don't think anyone will be a better voice for us to listen to this morning than Vice Admiral Richard. And I know the commitment that is coming from STRATCOM to put a real focus on survivable operations for space. And we're looking forward to hearing his words. Would you please welcome him with your warm applause? Vice Admiral Charles Richard.
So good morning, and Dr. Henry, thank you so much, for hosting this event and that very kind introduction, as well as to CSIS more broadly, as well as Mr. Robinson and the Prague Security Studies Institute. And I think it is great that we have all gotten together to collaborate and raise awareness about the critical issue of space security for the new administration. Thank you also to all the panelists and participants here for your contribution to the discussion. We know that in early meetings with senior military leadership, our new president has shown a keen interest in space issues as we work towards a strategy of preparation without provocation in space. So a very relevant topic, privileged to be here. And as Dr. Henry said, I'm here on behalf of my boss, General Hyten, who I think is one of the leading active duty military space experts, certainly in our military and across the board. I'd like to address some issues in space security from a U.S. Strategic Command perspective. But before I start, I'd also like to recognize the soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines who are manning our strategic weapon systems so we can be gathered here today. There's over 184,000 people overall in the STRATCOM enterprise worldwide, and they stand watch, they stand guard, 24/7, 365 from underwater to outer space. Right now as we speak, they're sitting up in Greenland, watching for incoming intercontinental ballistic missiles. They're in North Dakota, sitting in missile silos, and they're under the ocean inside nuclear-capable submarines, right? And the point behind that is that we are all very secure today. I don't think anybody in this room is particularly worried about a strategic attack occurring while we're here, but that's not an accident, right? That is the result of strategic deterrence over a long period of time, and I wouldn't want us to take for granted the effort this nation makes to make sure that that stays that way into the future. So I think y'all know that STRATCOM is a global warfighting command that delivers nuclear deterrent effects every day by sending the message that the risk of an attack on the U.S. will always outweigh the reward. Strategic deterrence is our first priority. General Hyten has made that very clear to us. And this morning I want to discuss the role of space security inside the context of deterrence. So I think we all know that space is seamless, it is invisible, and it is fundamental to every military operation on the planet. In fact, General Hyten has gone so far as to say there's been a revolution in warfare that is created and enabled by space. It has created an environment where information has become the key to the battle space. Look, let's not forget, since we're going to talk about it today, war is a horrible thing, right? But we no longer fight it by attrition. It is fought by information warfare, facilitated by information networks that space enables. Space enables communications, navigation, number of things for our warfighters, from soldiers on foot patrol to airmen flying sorties. So fundamentally, we're in a world that in conflict, it's my network versus your network. But if space has become the key to the battle space, that means we have created a domain that must be secured. It's our first job at STRATCOM to defend this nation against all strategic threats, and right behind that is to defend and protect the space environment so that every generation in the future, no matter which country that you come from, can dream about exploring it one day. And we're concerned about space being degraded such that we're prevented from using it for military operations, commercial applications, and scientific research and exploration. Now, General Hyten has said there is no such thing as war in space. There's just war, right? I thought that was an incredibly insightful comment the first time I heard that. Let's be real clear here. We never want to fight a war that extends into space. It's bad for the U.S., it's bad for our allies, it's bad for the world, and it would be bad for the space environment. However, just the same way we defend our assets in other domains, we must be prepared to defend our assets in the space domain. Just as nuclear assets deter aggression by convincing potential adversaries there's just no benefit to the attack, we have to maintain a space posture that communicates the same strategic message. I submit the best way to prevent war is to be prepared for war. And we're going to make sure that everyone knows we're going to be prepared to fight and win wars in all domains, to include space. Look, while our goal is for space to remain a peaceful commons, we recognize that today, at least, it's not a benign environment, okay? Chairman Dunford has described the dynamic with our four primary competitors as an adversarial competition with a military dimension that is short of armed conflict. So while we're not at war in space, I don't think we could say we're exactly at peace either. The strategic environment in space is complicated by our potential competitors' offensive space capabilities. You don't have to go very far into the press to read reports. For example, Daily Mail here not too long ago, last week, reported that China is developing an arsenal of lasers, electromagnetic rail guns, high-power microwave weapons to neutralize America's intelligence, communications, and navigation satellites. Russia has similar capabilities. I think we could go on to see what other people are thinking about. By the way, China also has a robust space exploration program, and they're very excited about their Moon and Mars exploration programs. I think we all should be. But at the same time, they're also building capabilities to destroy the dream of space exploration for the entire world. With the rapidly growing threats to our space systems, as well as the threat of a degraded space environment, we must prepare for a conflict that extends into space. And by the way, in addition to deterring conflict in space, we must also deter bad behavior in space. Right now, we're tracking over 22,000 objects on orbit floating up in space. For example, in 2007, China's ASAT test created 3,400 of them, and over 80% of those are still on orbit today. Now, some people will come back and say, look, what's the big deal, right? Space is 73 trillion cubic miles, right? What's the problem? Well, as an example, the International Space Station had to maneuver 3 times last year to avoid on-orbit debris. Every time you have to maneuver, and I know many people in this room already understand this, but anytime you're having to maneuver one of your on-orbit assets, it's off mission. It's burning fuel. You may have impacted the lifetime of that asset. I submit that's a problem. And the other thing to remember is that all space is not created equal. Just like there's shipping lanes in the ocean, right? Certain pieces of the ocean are far more valuable than other pieces, same in the air. We are limited by orbital dynamics in space. General Hyten likes to tell a story, you may have heard it before, when he interviewed Arthur C. Clarke, the man who invented, I guess maybe a better word is recognized, right, what a geosynchronous orbit was, and asked him what his biggest regret was. Clarke told him that when he did the math to calculate that at 22,300 miles, a satellite would appear stationary from Earth, he published a science fiction article about it and sold it to a magazine for $100. I was like, ouch. Hey, but what that goes to prove as a point is, in this case, there is a magic altitude in space, very valuable real estate. And it's not at 22,000 miles. It's not at 22,500 miles. It's at 22,300 miles. And if there's debris in that particular space, right, that's a much bigger deal than if it's somewhere else and we wind up having to maneuver our assets. So that being the case, through the Joint Space Operations Center, which I think many of you know is at Vandenberg Air Force Base, we're monitoring space debris and working to prevent potential collisions of valuable space assets. So we're essentially acting as space traffic managers for the entire world, and we do want everyone to know that we're watching. Our adversary's progress in space technology not only threatens the space environment and our space assets, But they also could potentially deny us asymmetric battlefield advantage if we ever lose superiority in the space domain. Now, it's our job, STRATCOM's job, to respond to an increasingly complex geopolitical situation while promoting a peaceful stance among all spacefaring nations. And it compels us to answer the question, how do we deter our adversaries in space while still keeping it safe, stable, and secure? And I'm hoping actually that some of the work that goes on in this conference this week is going to help us answer some of those questions. To start, I'll tell you that we think part of the answer lies in space integration. There can be no more thinking about land, air, sea, cyber, and space as separate domains independent of each other. Whether you're guiding ships, jets, drones, missiles, space is the domain that enables all the others. And if we're going to wage war successfully, we have to respond in all domains all the time. General Hyten has acknowledged this kind of strategic, global, multi-domain integration is our greatest challenge. The way we integrate is the way we fight. And the nations that figure out how to integrate global operations across all domains will have a significant advantage on the battlefield. With wars in multiple theaters, we have to figure out how to integrate space effects in real time while maintaining timing and tempo across multiple domains if we are to maintain an asymmetric advantage. Command and control is the limiting factor when it comes to synchronizing operations in multiple domains. As a part of the solution, the newly integrated Joint Interagency Combined Space Operations Center, sometimes referred to as JICSPOC, I'm sorry, I hate to go sort of all Pentagon on everybody in terms of, we will come up with a better name for that shortly. A very classic way we name stuff, which is based in Colorado, facilitates integrated operations across joint forces by serving as a hub for collaboration and experimentation on new space system tactics, techniques, and procedures. This groundbreaking effort increases the Department of Defense and intelligence community's unity of effort and action to integrate capabilities and enhance space defense. Additionally, the National Military Strategy directs us to integrate on a global scale, and one of the ways we do that is by leveraging the space assets and operating locations of our partners and allies. Look, we share a number of common interests with our partners and allies. That we are not the only people that have assets, and I think there is great opportunity for us to collaborate to mutual benefit in this area. So let me give you some examples. Last November, the U.S. and Australia signed an agreement to cooperate on space situational awareness to include placing U.S. radars in Australia to track satellites and debris in low Earth orbit. We have similar collaboration with the United Kingdom by integrating the Royal Air Force's Flying Dales radar for missile warning and space situational awareness. We have one with Norway where the Globus 2 radar tracks deep space objects. Recognizing that a risk to one user in domain is a risk to all users in domains, and that our dependence on the network infrastructure that enables our operations makes us vulnerable to attack, we are working with our partners and allies in a variety of ways. I would submit that that is one of the fastest ways that we can improve this situation to mutual benefit. I mentioned space situational awareness a moment ago, and through the Space Situational Awareness Sharing Program, we now have information sharing agreements with 12 nations, 58 international companies, and 2 intergovernmental organizations. The intent here, the idea, is to promote exchange of information with like-minded spacefaring nations, to maintain and improve space object databases, and to promote the responsible, peaceful, and safe use of space, and to strengthen cooperation in the global space community, all free of charge, right? Let me give you an example of that. So last summer, a small business loan bank in Indonesia became the world's first bank to own its own satellite in order to deliver reliable communication services to its nearly 11,000 branches to include rural and remote regions throughout Indonesia, Southeast Asia, and Northeast Asia. Because of the United States' commitment to safe space operations, we reached out to the Indonesian operator to provide them their satellite's first orbital element set. That, of course, gave them better accuracy for their command and control on the payload and most importantly, it aided in spaceflight safety. It is but one example of the United States' commitment to international cooperation in developing norms of responsible behavior in space to keep space services viable. Another way we integrate operations in space is through exercising and synchronizing our space capabilities with our partners and allies. Exercises such as Global Sentinel and the Schriever War Games, which I got to observe this past November. These exercises explore what a conflict in space would look like, how we might fight it, and how to guarantee that we would control the environment. By bringing together multinational groups of like-minded, spacefaring nations working to integrate military space activities, all while optimizing resources across participating nations, our militaries share information, data, and resources to leverage and synchronize existing capabilities. One of the things these exercises have highlighted is we have difficulty determining the appropriate response at times due to a lack of rules of engagement in space. We're still sorting out answers to the questions like, what constitutes an attack in space? What is the undisputable evidence required within the international community to assert violation of sovereign territory in space? What constitutes provocation in space in our viewpoint? If we're going to act decisively in real time, we have to address these issues both legally and operationally. And as the U.S. works to establish and maintain international norms of behavior in space, and as we demonstrate a rules-based order with our allies, what that's going to accomplish is the free flow of commerce, information, and ideas in all domains. By building coalitions in space, as in all other domains, with our space-capable allies, I believe we can improve our resiliency tremendously, starting by cultivating and exercising these relationships. In closing, here's what I want to reiterate, right? As we work to deter conflict and bad behavior in space, our goal ultimately is to promote secure access to space so it can be explored for generations to come. While we view space as just another domain, like land, air, sea, and cyber, it is still something special. It is still a domain that people look up to and dream. And it's USSTRATCOM's job to help keep it that way, to keep it safe, stable, and secure for future generations. And so to all of our academic and commercial partners in the room, thank you for your contributions to addressing these strategic challenges. We need your expertise to help us solve the many issues involved in space security. I look forward to the results of your successful dialogue and collaboration during this conference, and I also look forward to your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Admiral Richard. Have a time for a few questions. So I'm Tom Carrico. I'm a senior fellow here at CSIS. And I thought I would kick it off really by responding to a couple things that you said. You highlighted some of the aggressive actions on the part of Russia and China. Let me kind of probe a little bit behind that and say that isn't there kind of a bigger problem that we face and just kind of being out of the habit of identifying in pretty candid language that Russia and China are a threat. In recent years we've seen the phrase, the return of great power conflict. Do you want to kind of speak to that a little bit with respect to space?
Well, I would start off with is I think it shouldn't come as news to anyone that major power competition is back on the table in a way that we have not seen in the world for perhaps 15 or 20 years. That applies in all domains. And as a result of that, there's impacts and consequences to that in the space domain. Space had for the longest time had a bit of a sanctuary status to it, right? That once on orbit, pretty benign, and you didn't have to worry too much about actions being taken against your asset. I'd argue that those days are beginning to come to an end, right? And as a part of this competition, which hopefully stops short of war. I think I want to emphasize that while we're very much going to talk about how to be prepared for war, the idea is to avoid it. because on orbit, the results are just bad, right? And it is bad for everyone that is involved, right? But hopefully it is not news to anyone in this room that a combination of development of capabilities as well as the possibility of intent here, we are facing a radically changed situation in space from the ones that most of us grew up with, and it's time to start thinking hard about what we're going to do about that.
Great. Well, you also, in the course of things, mentioned kind of the challenges of rules of engagement in and through space. And I was a little bit struck by that. Last year, DoD released the long-awaited update to the kind of the law of armed conflict, operational law. Been decades really in the making, and it had a nice big section on space. How is it? Maybe you could speak a little bit. How is it then that the rules of engagement for space are so challenging? It's not like it's a question anymore whether the law of armed conflict applies to space. So what's standing in the way?
I'll tell you that, and I should probably start with, my background, of course, is not space. My background is undersea warfare. And while it's no longer completely true, I sometimes, as little as 6 months ago, my entire qualification to participate in a space conversation basically consisted of having watched every episode of the original series of Star Trek, right? But that gives you a different perspective. And going back to your point, I think sometimes in the novel domains, right, and there may be an overlap into cyber here, we have this tendency or temptation to sort of start from scratch, right, when we start to answer questions like this, when in fact we have a lot of history in the other domains that gives us the beginning points of how we probably ought to think our way through this, right? And so space is very different, right? Physics is different, engineering is different, but some of the questions we're answering have already been answered in the maritime domain and in the air domain, and so we have precedent to at least start from, and I think that is the way to go after exactly what you're talking about in terms of, all right, if you want rules of engagement, norms, and behaviors, if we start from a clean sheet of paper, we will probably argue for a very long time. If we start where we've actually answered these questions in other domains, I think it'll get us a lot further along where we need to go.
Yeah. So shifting a little bit, last night North Korea apparently had another missile test attempt. We were talking about it just a bit ago. It seems to have been a failure based on initial reports from the office back in Nebraska. But as I see the reaction to it, there's a bit of, and I think there was kind of a New York Times article about this, kind of a wink, wink, nudge, nudge. That's us. We got this. Is there kind of the risk, do you think, of a little bit of hubris of our ability to get on that problem left of launch, as it were?
Well, what I would offer, one, and I don't have any particular information in terms of exactly what happened or why that happened, right? But I would be cautious to draw any conclusions coming from that. Look, the bottom line is that launching rockets is hard, right? And there's many experts in here that could go into more detail on that. I don't know why, for example, right? But our own history, right, is somewhat of a guide to us that we weren't terribly successful at it when we first started doing it either. But every time we had a failure, we learned from it, right, and eventually got to the point where we are today. I think the same thing will happen with North Korea, right, that they are learning from every one of those, and it is incumbent upon us to think through where does this end logically in terms of the capabilities that we have, and are we have a plan in terms of what we're going to do with it, right? So I do think it would be a bit of a stretch to say, oh, we got this, we're actually causing all of that to happen. No, hey, we have to think through this in terms of much broader than that.
Good. Well, I think we'll open up to questions. We have a few minutes for that. We have microphones around the room, so if folks want to raise their hand and get the microphone, we'll go from there.
Yes, ma'am.
If you just state your name and keep it short in the interrogative sense.
Hi, thank you. My name's Linda Williams, and my question is STRATCOM by itself or in cooperation with its allies developing plans to mitigate space debris either by deorbiting debris or capturing it? Thanks.
Ma'am, we are not currently developing any plans to sort of deorbit or otherwise mitigate the effects of space debris. We're certainly very familiar with that, but no, ma'am, we don't have any capabilities that are either present or contemplated to vacuum clean, if you will, up in space.
Who else? Actually, Roger.
Roger Robinson. We were just talking about China and Russia a bit, and the way they're going at space now is very reminiscent of their new brand of a hybrid warfare at a terrestrial level. They're very anxious to probe, to disrupt, to see how far they can push the envelope, but just short of the threshold of triggering the necessity of meaningful Western retaliatory responses. If that's a decent explanation of what hybrid warfare is. It's my impression that we have a form of hybrid warfare going on in space right now. I mean, we have jamming, we have radio frequency interference, we have a number of things. We have lasers being directed, at least on our satellites. We've got the bunching of co-orbital satellites from time to time that are suspect, shall we say. The point is, they're coming up right to the point of where we would feel the necessity of responding, but then they pull back. They'll probably engage in cyber as well. They already are, and reversible actions, so that by the time we're having a debate about responses, all service has been returned to normal, and it just seems like yet another incident. But what this is doing, of course, is creating a more permissive environment. They're stretching out how much they can get away with. Look at cyber. I mean, we've seen this very acutely in this country in recent months. I get the same feeling that we're, experiencing this phenomena in space as well. Can you speak to that? Because if we don't start a more robust series of responses and concentrate on intent, not just the notion that they can reverse or pull back, but what were they trying to do and how dangerous is it? And can we continue to permit that kind of provocative behavior without a meaningful response? Thank you.
Hey, so Roger, that's a very rich question, and I think a fabulous insight. And I would submit that behavior that you're talking about is not limited to the space domain alone, right? You just defined the nature of the competition in almost every domain that we face. And so, a couple of thoughts. It does beg the question, well, what do you do about it, okay? And that's where I go back to, in the end, this goes back to some very basic principles of war fighting, right? In these highly technically complex domains, it's sometimes a little easy to sort of get lost on the technologies involved, when actually you are having conversations should be thinking at some very fundamental principles. Step one, for example. So exactly how well do we know what's going on, right? Just how well is our space situational awareness? And not to go into too much detail, but I mean, I came in as an outsider looking at this, and you sort of walk in with, yeah, we got a lot of radars. We actually understand everything that's going on up there. When in fact, y'all would tell me that that's not the case. I heard it described once as trying to figure out what's happening on orbit is sort of like watching a tennis match in a darkened room with a strobe light flashing, and you're trying to figure out what's going on from little observations and the ability to do some math, right? That's step one, and I think one of the things that partnerships, collaboration with allies could rapidly improve so that we at least have a better characterization of this competition just short of war. And the second thing is that it's a multi-domain problem. Just because something happens in one domain, your response may go back in another, right, in terms of the way that we think our way through that. And then I come back to some very fundamental deterrence thinking, right? Fundamentally, the way you deter things is either you deny the other competitor's objective or you impose a cost that is unacceptable, right? That whole stack of things applies here. again, partnerships, right? You might, by having a more distributed both on-orbit and ground segments, right, you make the attractiveness of an action less, right? You make it such as you can deny the aim. And we have a number of national instruments of power that might impose a cost that would attack it from a different side, right? But I do think there is an urgent need to go down these lines and figure out what it is we're going to do or not do, because the clock is running. That's part of why I come to work with a sense of urgency every day. We have to rapidly get past sort of the academic debate and get into the specific actions we're ready, willing, and allowed to take in these domains, particularly space.
Can I follow up with one particular thing you said there is distribution and resilience? Lowering the unit value of any one particular asset, making it harder, having fewer single points of failure. Doesn't that strike you as a particularly good object goal to improve our capabilities?
Oh, that would be, as I look into the future, that's where I think you wind up having to move, right? So when space is benign, right, and I can have a very small number of Death Stars up on orbit, right, that have all these capabilities. There's an economic piece to that. There's a launch cost thing. I don't think that's the right way to go in a contested environment. And again, we have partners and allies that have capabilities that very rapidly can be used to distribute both on-orbit and ground segment pieces. The value, the incentive goes down to take action. The consequence of it goes down. You head to a much more stable world when you go do that.
Good. Victoria. Mic up here. Just 1 second. He's coming. It's a crowded room.
Victoria Sampson, Secure World Foundation. All right, I've been told I need to stand up. So talking about intent, it seems like there's one good way to determine intent, or at least get a better sense of what one country's intent is, and that's to have an established agreement about what responsible space behavior is. And that can be done via various options. You can do treaties, but it seems it might be easier to do norms of behavior. So I'm wondering, from STRATCOM's perspective, how could norms of behavior of responsible space actors agreed upon by the national community make your job easier? Thank you.
In so many ways, ma'am, to go after, just like in any other domain, if we have an agreed to set of norms and behaviors, now you start to minimize the chance of miscommunication, right? You start to minimize misinterpreting something such that I don't wind up doing a inappropriate or disproportionate response to it. And what's going through my mind is the number of agreements we've made over the years in other domains, so it makes it very clear that when you see this, this is what this means, and all of those things drive to stability in our relationships. So we would strongly support efforts to get to that shared awareness. And the other piece I don't want to leave out of this, hey, sometimes you just ask, right? In terms of why did y'all do that, right? That's got to be a starting point for this. You might not always get the answer you want or a thorough answer, but I think a lot of dialogue among all spacefaring nations also goes a long way here.
Right here. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hi, I'm Bruce McDonald. I appreciate your comments, sir, about the importance of resiliency in our space systems. I wanted to ask you, do we see signs, because our adversaries are not stupid, they must see the benefits of resiliency as well. Do we see any signs that they are going in that direction, and how do we deal with their attempts at resiliency, and what are the implications, do you think?
Well, the short answer is yes, right, that we do see lots of other folks going down the same lines, right? So on orbit, ground segment, all of that. And so the answer becomes, again, it goes back to we're in a competition. It's my network versus your network. And so we have to think through what opportunities and vulnerabilities we have relative to what they do. But again, I mean, take something simple as space situational awareness, right? We very early on figured out that we needed a worldwide network of sensors, right, so that we could understand what was happening. There's nothing national about that. That's physics, right? And so you're seeing other nations go down the same lines. Better if we can do it in a cooperative way, but then the reverse is if someone is not cooperative, that presents opportunities to influence their decision calculus.
I think Russ wasn't waiting.
Morning, sir. Russ Matievich with Hawkeye 360. I'm interested in what steps STRATCOM is taking to incentivize the acquisition organizations to actually deliver on resiliency, deliver on disaggregation, and including commercial systems. Because we've discussed this for nearly a decade, and we're really not seeing a lot of motion down the path to implement. And the commercial industry is ready to help, but it's like we got to be pushing on both ends of the acquisition spectrum.
Right, well, so, I mean, there's an acquisition piece to that, right? And we are taking some efforts, right? There's a pretty robust commercial partnership going on, for example, at the JSPOC in Vandenberg, where we're bringing in our commercial partners. Hey, there is a bit of bureaucracy that you have to dynamite through in order to go do this, right? And sometimes that's a bit of an uphill push, but STRATCOM is fully engaged in terms of making sure that our policies, right, allow us to go do things like that. As far as the acquisition side comes, that gets into the role of, it's important, you know, STRATCOM is a combatant command. We operate things and we set requirements. It is a service responsibility to actually acquire them. So we work very hard to be a demanding customer in that role. And again, I see signs of optimism in terms of the way that we're thinking about it. Groups like this actually go a long way, right? The idea that we need to move to distributed architectures, right? I don't know that that's universally held at this point, right? And a strong academic underpinning of the logic as to why we need to do that, I think helps that argument.
Maybe one more, and then over here, one more, and then I think we do need a break to stay on schedule. And while the microphone's coming, I'll just say I wouldn't be burnishing CSIS's hipster credentials if I didn't mention that we can follow the whole conference at hashtag Space Security. So what's going on there as well.
Thank you. John Harper with National Defense Magazine. Admiral, you mentioned that the president is very interested in space issues. Do you get a sense that the new administration supports increasing funding for enhancing U.S. space capabilities? And does STRATCOM need more resources to carry out the mission that you outlined earlier?
Well, one, I don't know that it would be a bit premature to say precisely what areas the new administration is going to change its resourcing profile, right? I think it's pretty obvious defense across the board is receiving a lot of attention from the new administration. Asking a combatant command if it has enough resources is sort of like asking yourself, do you make enough money, right? And the answer is, I can always buy your risk down more, right, if you give us more resources. But the short answer is I think we're working very well with the services in terms of setting the priorities and identifying what we think we need to do our missions with an acceptable level of risk.
Well, sir, thank you very much. Okay. This has been great. We're going to wrap it up there. We're going to have a cup of coffee, and then we'll come back for our first panel. So thank you very much.
Right, perfect. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Jana Robinson. I'm director of the Space Security Program at the Prague Security Studies Institute. We're located both in Prague and Washington, so we always think we are well positioned to try to bridge the transatlantic dialogue. First, I'd like to again thank Dr. Henry and CSIS for hosting the event here. We've had a great experience yesterday and today with Vice Admiral Richard. Thank you for your remarks. I'm pleased to moderate our first panel on space crisis dynamics. We have 4 distinguished panelists that I'd like to introduce first. First, Todd Harrison, Director of Aerospace Security Project here at CSIS. Next to him, we've got Brian Whedon, Director of Planning at the Secure World Foundation. Victoria Sampson, Director of the Washington office of the Secure World Foundation, and Zach Cooper, who is fellow at CSIS focusing on Asian security and in particular Japan. CSIS and the Secure World Foundation organized a most interesting roundtable in November 2016 on the topic of space crisis dynamics that I was pleased to take part in. And speakers will briefly review the event and maybe give us some insights on some of the findings that they had. So let's get underway, Todd. How has the space security environment changed over time? We've heard some of it already this morning. And why is it significant for the United States and its allies?
Yes, thank you, Jana. I'll pick up where Vice Admiral Richard discussed briefly in his earlier talk. The space environment has changed dramatically for the U.S. military, and that's really one of the things that prompted the exercise that we did together in partnership with the Secure World Foundation. So if you think back, the space age started, in 1957 with the launch of Sputnik 1, and throughout virtually the entire Cold War, space was dominated. It was largely dominated by the 2 superpowers, the US and the Soviet Union. And during that time, our military space capabilities really focused on the nuclear mission primarily, for missile warning, for ISR, for comms, and tactical missions were really of secondary importance for space systems. I mean, if you think to Vietnam, what kind of space systems were we using in Vietnam? Was it really that critical to our conventional operations? Not so much. And because our space systems, our military space systems, were really focused on the nuclear mission, both sides, US and the Soviets, regarded an attack on those space systems as a prelude or a part of a full-scale nuclear attack. And so deterrence in space held because it was linked to nuclear deterrence. And so that's why we came to regard space as somewhat of a sanctuary. It's not a complete sanctuary, but if things went bad in space, that meant that things were going really bad here on Earth. Now, I would argue, and I'm going to steal some terminology here from Tom Kremens, Associate Administrator at NASA. He has talked about the second space age. I would argue that the second space age really started around 1990, 1991, with the fall of the Soviet Union and Operation Desert Storm. Operation Desert Storm was really the first large-scale conventional operation that showcased our space capabilities in a tactical environment, not a strategic environment. And so that was kind of a wake-up call to the rest of the world, that things like precision navigation and timing, satellite communications, ISR, even missile warning, had tactical applications as well. They were not just something that supported strategic missions. Also, what has started to change gradually in the 1990s and has accelerated in recent years is that space is not just about the two superpowers. There are dozens of nations that have significant space capabilities, a lot of private companies as well. And now our military space capabilities support the full spectrum of conflict. The military also increasingly relies on commercial space capabilities, so that muddies the waters a bit as well. And many of our military systems, they actually are dual use. They support both tactical and strategic operations. And so we're at a point now where deterrence has weakened and deterrence is more uncertain. So looking at the challenges of the second space age, and that's really what we wanted to explore here in our tabletop exercises, was, space is no longer a sanctuary. You'll hear that a lot today, I think. And that's because counter space capabilities are proliferating. And it's not just kinetic. It's not just ASAT weapons. We like to think of that first because it's cool, things blow up. Kinetic weapons are absolutely a threat, a risk, but I think what's more worrisome are the non-kinetic threats. Jamming, high power microwave weapons, other forms of directed energy, lasing, dazzling of satellites. And in some cases, the barrier to entry to get into those capabilities, like to buy a jammer, is not that high. And so even pretty, low-level countries with pretty low levels of military capabilities can afford these and get into that and pose a threat to us. So I think we are at a point now where we realize we have to expect that a conventional conflict on Earth can include attacks on space systems, including attacks on some of our dual-use space systems. They are not immune. Also, we see the commercial space sector is growing rapidly. That complicates things. There are some potential breakthroughs coming in reductions in the cost of access to space. We see a lot of commercial companies planning massive constellations of satellites. Hasn't happened yet, but it is starting to happen. We see that. It's creating space traffic management issues. Some of these commercial capabilities are treading into areas that used to be dominated by the military, and so the military is figuring out how to operate with those companies. And these more sophisticated commercial space capabilities are becoming ubiquitous. They're going to be available to everyone, even our adversaries, even non-state actors. And the final point I would make is I think our military space architectures have been too slow to adapt to this reality. It's been 10 years since the Chinese ASAT test, and that was really a wake-up. I think for a lot of people in the space community, that this is real, the threats are real, but our architectures are slow to adapt. It takes a generation to change out our military space architectures to make them more resilient, more dispersed, and so that's something that we wanted to explore in this tabletop exercise.
Thank you, Tom. So Brian, given what Todd just said, how did you structure the tabletop exercise and what were the main objectives?
Well, going into it, we had two objectives we really wanted to try and tackle. One of them was raising awareness at the national level, what impact certain architectures, as Todd mentioned, or policies, doctrines, space capabilities, what impact those had on a crisis dynamics involving space. Were there identified gaps that it would have been great if we had this capability here, or would have been, this policy here was really useful or was not useful. And the second is related to that, can we identify gaps in existing, what I'll call mechanisms? And that includes both policies, but also legal structures, communication pathways, capabilities that can help stabilize crises and deter conflict. Are they suitable, or are there gaps in those capabilities that we wish we'd have in place? And that would help inform things that would come in the future. You could say, if we only had capability X, or if we only had architecture construct Y, or a communication mechanism Z, that might help stabilize future conflicts. So those were our two big objectives going into it. So how do we structure this? TTXs and war games are not new, not even for space. The U.S. military, Air Force Space Command, has been doing them for quite a while. There's a long-running series called the Shreveport War Game, started in the early 2000s, that Air Force Space Command has been doing to test some of these same things that we looked at. So in that case, what we did is not exactly new. We did have a couple of, in our minds, rather unique spins on the way the Shriever Games takes the situation. The Shriever War Game, particularly in recent years, has done a focus on the crisis part of the situation, but that is typically not the major focus, because one of the big reasons to hold the Shriever War Game is for the military to exercise what the actual warfighting might look like so they can figure out what capabilities they need in the future to fight and win wars. We felt there was a need to focus more on the crisis dynamic portion, that early initial, there's a crisis situation, it hasn't yet escalated to open conflict, and to watch what those dynamics are and see what drives it towards conflict and what doesn't. So that was one of the big differences we had in ours. And that's why we call it the crisis dynamics game and not necessarily a war game. And the second is that the Shriever War Games take place in a fairly high classified setting, and there's only a certain number of people that can participate, and the information that's published afterwards about what happened and what the lessons were is pretty tightly controlled. And we totally understand that because it's meant to inform U.S. military architecture's capabilities doctrine, and that's stuff that you don't want to broadcast to the world. However, we did feel there was a need to get a broader audience aware of the issues involved with space crisis dynamics and these sorts of exercises than could otherwise participate in a classified military war game. We wanted to bring in other disciplines, wanted to bring international actors, and have a broader discussion about the results. So that's why we decided to hold one that was unclassified and had a broader mix of participants. So as far as structure goes, we had about 20 people that played. We broke them up across 4 teams. The teams were fictional countries that we modeled to resemble, in some ways, real-world countries, but we wanted not to have it mired in, if we played real-world countries, suddenly that brings in real-world geopolitics, and we didn't want that to distract from kind of the ability to play the game. And those 4 teams ran through 3 different scenarios over the course of 2 days. And again, the scenarios were designed to somewhat resemble real-world potential situations and real-world issues, but they were not meant to specifically simulate a real-world situation down to the T, because again, we wanted to kind of abstract it a bit from the current geopolitics. So just briefly on the 3 scenarios. The first one, the issue was basically there was an island chain that was disputed territory between several different countries, and they all kind of wanted it for resources. And in the case of the scenario, one of the countries, Orange, said, you know what, we're going to issue a license to one of our companies to go and drill for oil in that resource chain, in that island chain, and we're going to put our military in there to basically provide them support and cover. Well, that then generated conflict with the other countries who disputed the claims over that island. And there's some of the early space things we saw where the Orange, when they went in to protect their military operations, to protect the commercial, they did some local jamming of the public GPS signals, right? And they were okay because they had military GPS, but that created problems for some of the other teams who were using only the public GPS. And so this was an interesting question kind of around, as I said, resources and disputed territory and the role that space plays in kind of over-the-horizon operations. The second scenario, the focus was on border tensions and terrorism. We had a scenario where there are 2 countries who had a history of tensions between them. There was a rogue element in the intelligence services of one country that helped sponsor a terror attack in the other one. That eventually came to light, that inflamed border tensions, and it was all about kind of around the buildup of tensions and potential hostilities as each side kind of postures to defend itself. And that scenario touched on this issue of at what point do you get into preeminence, right? At what point do you see the other side preparing for an attack or to attack you that might allow you to do something on your end, particularly involving space. And then the third scenario, we focused on a proxy war and insurgency, where there was a country that had a change of governments. A new government came into power, and they were being openly supported by one country. Meanwhile, the deposed government was being covertly supported by another country. And so you had this proxy war or insurgency going on that was using space. There was, jamming of propaganda broadcasts. There was space being used to support the insurgency, and that drove another set of dynamics about how that might pull in some of the outside parties. And also in that one, we threw in a space weather event that created a little bit more confusion and chaos in terms of, did something happen to my satellites because somebody's jamming to it, or did something happen just because it died because of a natural event? So those were the three scenarios we looked at, and it was interesting to kind of see the reactions, and I think Victoria's going to talk a little bit about, where those went.
Thank you, Brian. I must say, from my perspective, one of the hardest thing that was at the tabletop exercise was aggregating all the information that were constantly coming in, and then actually communicating the next steps in real time to the partners and allies, notwithstanding the adversaries, in case there was some kind of effort to de-escalate. So I'm sure a lot of folks have much more experience with that on a day-to-day basis. But Victoria, I think for you, the easy question. So what were the main findings of the exercise?
Easy peasy. Before I get started, I'd also like to say that the scenarios that Brian just described are available on our website, and I believe CSIS is as well, if you got a taste of it, want to read a little bit more. So I just want to be, before I talk about the lessons we learned, I just thought of note of caution. These are my takeaways. These did not mean that every time you would run the scenario, you would get these same takeaways. I've been told repeatedly you can play the same scenario with the same people on the same day and get different results every time. So a grain of salt. Having said that, it was very interesting to see, based on the scenario, that there was a real reluctance to use kinetic force against satellites. It was seen as hugely escalatory. However, radio frequency interference was considered to be completely on the table, which, given, as we heard from the previous speaker, the law of armed conflict for space does not know what to do about radio frequency interference. That's a little bit unsettling. Interestingly enough, oftentimes when theorists talk about war against space objects, they say, well, temporary and reversible means they're considered to be less escalatory because, hey, they're temporary and reversible. You're not going to lose the asset entirely. In our scenarios, it actually was not seen as non-threatening as some might think. They actually said, well, if our satellite has been jammed or dazzled, and we lost that capability this one time, then we could lose it at any point. Therefore, we cannot depend upon the space resource. Therefore, we're considered a loss. So that was interesting for me. As I said, kinetic anti-satellites were considered very escalatory. The threat was considered to be enough. So that was used a couple times, either as a saber rattling or an attempt to prevent going nuclear. Adversaries were very concerned about affecting strategic assets in space because that was seen as being a very escalatory as well. But the distinction between tactical and strategic assets was not as great as you might think. Oftentimes, they thought, well, we can go after a tactical asset, not strategic, but even the players admitted that line would not be as clear in the real world. It's very hard to tell oftentimes where the threshold is between tactical and strategic. In-kind response was not necessary, so if someone's satellite or what have you was jammed or otherwise interfered with, you could attack ground stations. You did not have to immediately go after someone else's satellite as well. As I said before, cyber attacks were considered legitimate tools of conflict, and they were used repeatedly during every scenario. And then, interestingly, we had kind of a hot wash as soon as the scenarios were over after the 2 days. And one of the teams stated they found offensive cyber capabilities to be consistently more useful than space control capabilities. And most of the other teams did agree with that. And they said this is because cyber capabilities were perceived as being usable, whereas space control capabilities were largely not considered usable. Space capabilities in themselves were actively used in attempts to avoid crisis escalation. You saw satellite imagery being released to improve situational awareness, counterclaims about capabilities in the region, assess damages, things like that. Space was used as a soft power outreach. Oftentimes imagery or ISR was shared as a way to kind of build relationships. At one point, there was a discussion of code of conduct, interestingly enough, for electromagnetic interference, but otherwise the concept of norms of responsible behavior was not really brought up at any point during the scenarios. Instead, most of the teams focused on bilateral relationships. As Brian said, space weather or natural effects did play a role in crisis power dynamics and perceptions. And then I will say, that while there's reluctance to use anti-satellite capabilities, after 2 days of doing this, one of the teams got a little antsy, decided they want to take the car out and kick the tires a little bit, and they thought, okay, we're doing it. We have a blinded satellite, someone blinded one of our satellites, we're just going to ram it into someone else's satellite and create large amounts of debris. Interestingly enough, what they're trying to do is prevent the other adversary from doing ISR. That military mission was not stopped, even though they created a tremendous amount of debris in the process of ramming their satellite into someone else's. The other country's satellite the other country's military was still able to do ISR. And so, in my mind, that was one example of resilience. I'm not encouraging that at any case forum, but it was just kind of an interesting side note. And then also afterwards, when we were discussing it with the team members, we said, well, did you guys really think about, the consequences of creating that amount of debris in orbit? They said, no, not really. We didn't really have a chance to process it. Kind of I'm not saying Yana's team did it, but the idea is there was a lot of information, and the policyholders did not have a chance to really process. That came up a lot. And so the question was, how do you figure out national decision makers, how do they really have a decision-making process to fully understand their capabilities? How do you have an appreciation of what the effects are, what you're trying to do? And then the idea of density in terms of at orbital regimes, does that affect decisions in a conflict? So I could talk more, but I'll stop and move on to the next question.
Thank you, Victoria. Zach, we've heard it today already. We shouldn't treat space as a unique environment. It's another domain of warfighting. But are there any specifics in operating in this domain? What can we learn, for example, about deterrence from other domains? How can we utilize it for the space environment? Because I remember General Hyten said that space together with cyber are global domains where we have the least situational awareness. Does that pose challenges, and how can we because we are here talking about space security, so there must be something special about it in a sense that we need to learn about how to advance it.
I think that's exactly right, and thank you, Yana, for having us. I think you've both done a brilliant job of summarizing what happened at the simulation. And the question then for all of us is, what are the big takeaways, right? Victoria walked through some of the specifics that we saw, but how does this change how we think about deterrence going forward? And Todd talked about this being the second space age. And I think that reminds us that there are other domains where we've seen major changes over time. And one of them that for me is very applicable is if you think about the nuclear domain and the kinds of changes that we saw happen in the early 60s, around 1961, 62, as we started moving away from massive retaliation towards a flexible response posture, right? So this recognition that we are now in a much more complex space environment is actually in some ways similar to what we saw in the nuclear domain, where we had to move away from massive retaliation because it wasn't believable. People were worried about its ability to deter conventional conflicts. And so we moved towards a more flexible response. 3 categories, basically a response at the lower level, and then a mid-level conventional response, and then a very high-end nuclear response. And all of those had to be integrated. And so one thing that we've all talked about, which I know will come up more today, is the importance of integrating responses throughout the threat levels. So you can't just focus on space, you can't focus on that domain. You can't focus on very high-end warfare, because when you do, you end up in what we used to call the stability and instability paradox, right? Where you have stability at the nuclear level, and the result is actually instability at the conventional level. And I think we saw some of the same dynamics in our game, where you had a desire to avoid this kinetic interaction at the very high end, but that didn't stop jamming at the lower end. It didn't stop those kinds of escalatory measures. And so we need to think much more carefully about the kinds of measures that we have at the lower levels of escalation. Some of those, I think, are actually relevant to another domain, which we've talked about a little bit the last day or two, which is the maritime domain. So we've been finishing up a big project here looking at gray zone operations and how actors, whether it's the Chinese or the Russians, use gray zone operations to avoid crossing the threshold to a major conflict, but still change the status quo in little ways that advantage them. And one thing we see in those domains is that our adversaries tend to use asymmetry, ambiguity, and incrementalism to change the status quo slowly over time And I think we saw some of the same things in the space domain. And so these are challenges that we're going to have to wrestle with as we try and think about how this evolving deterrence concept applies in the second space age. I would just add one more thing, which Victoria touched on, but I think is absolutely critical, and maybe it'll come up in the questions and answers. I was surprised by the resistance within the space community to use responses in space to escalations. I think it's very consistent, actually, with how most experts view their own domains. So we've run cyber games where what you see is a real reluctance in the cyber community to use cyber capabilities, right? Because the experts know just how dangerous the escalation could be in their domain, and they want to avoid it at all costs. And so you see a real interest among experts in going outside their domain, what you'd usually call horizontal escalation. So a preference for horizontal escalation over vertical escalation. And we certainly saw that in the simulation, where you would have a response in space that was a fairly obvious answer that we were sort of trying to get the players to think about hard. And they would think about it a little bit and then turn towards any other option, right? They really preferred to think about other non-space escalation options. And I think when we ran the game, one thing that for me was quite interesting is if we'd had a room of cyber experts, I don't know that the cyber experts would have been so willing to use offensive cyber instead of space capabilities. And it would have made the challenge much more difficult for some of the players because at some point, when you've got all the experts in the room, you have to figure out what your response options are going to be. And you can't keep walking away from escalation in certain domains. You're going to have to accept some risk in those domains. And so for me, that's one big takeaway. When we have a group of interagency experts where everybody is a little risk averse in their own domains, how do you actually think about escalation dynamics?
Thank you, Zach. So with this, I would like to open the floor for comments, questions. Please, Russ.
Hi, Russ Matievich, Hawkeye 360. Being a retired military guy, and you start talking about war games and tabletops, oftentimes we tend to focus on, in this case, just the space domain or just the cyber domain. Especially with those two particular environments, the role that information operations plays, specifically influence, denial, deception, when you are playing in an area where you can't physically see something. So it's all cognitive. And our leadership, our political leadership, our military leadership are very vulnerable to those types of information operations. Have you guys thought about that and how that impacts the response options available and going forward?
So we actually saw a little bit of that. There was a situation where the yellow team did a cyber attack on some ground infrastructure that failed, but it was attributed to them. The blue team did a cyber attack that succeeded, it was not attributed, and they publicly blamed yellow. And that happened a couple of times. And there was other instances where the teams were actively managing and shaping the information environment to their favor to try and confuse things or to try and hide what they were doing. And that did play a big role in the game. And the other piece was space situational awareness, right? We gave the teams, in some cases, very limited situational awareness about what was going on in space because I think a couple of the teams, we modeled them as they had, like an SSN, but a couple others only had a single telescope, right? And so they had to get their data from other players. And yeah, so that had a huge role in the game.
Yeah. There's an interesting real world when the Chinese shot down their satellite in 2007. When the U.S. shoots down USA 193, China was publicly pilloried for doing that, whereas the U.S. was celebrated as this great protector of humanity. And it's again, it's how do you shape the narrative? And that narrative affects how, what response options are available.
There's some orbital differences in those two things. One was at an altitude where the debris persists even today. Yep. The U.S. shoot down of the satellite was at a much lower altitude. Very little debris persisted.
Interesting or not relevant.
It was a more responsible shoot down, so that makes a difference in our world. Yeah.
Going back to your question, Russ, that was one of my takeaways I cut actually in the interest of time, but we live in a WikiLeaks era, and absolutely there was a lot of disinformation, going to the media, trying to play up stuff. One of the teams said they resorted to lawfare, disinformation, diplomacy in order to offset the weak military position. We absolutely saw that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Over there in the back.
John Klein with Falcon Research. Because deterrence requires the capability, a credible capability of actually acting, do you think a reluctance to go kinetic or do any space control measures is actually interfering with our ability to deter potential adversaries?
You know, this is a really interesting question, and I hate to go back to the 1960s again, but you can ask the same question on the nuclear side, right? You had national security advisors who have openly said that they suggested to presidents that under no circumstances should they use a full-scale nuclear response. In no circumstance, right? So it's kind of similar to this unwillingness to use kinetic responses. But since you're never actually trying, you're never practicing this as a deterrent threat, it still prevails as long as people believe there's some high risk. So I think the chance of kinetic escalation still had a major deterrent effect. But my reading is that each team was very unwilling to use kinetic escalation options, but they wanted the other teams to be aware that they might. And so how to signal that was a real challenge in the game.
So there was actually at least one situation where the team chose to go kinetic against a ground station instead of against a satellite, because they didn't want to escalate it to the space domain because they didn't want to lose their own stuff. And I thought that was interesting, that they were willing to kill people on the ground instead of a robot in space, because they didn't want to have the chance of the adversary then escalating against their own space assets that they could not easily replace. That was an interesting dynamic. Just to follow, I am skeptical of looking at space deterrence, then we could look at nuclear deterrence instead of threat or reprisal. I think there's a world of difference between threatening to kill millions of people with a nuclear weapon and blowing up a robot in space. I am much more in the deterrence through denying benefit camp than I am in the deterrence by threat of reprisal camp when it comes to space. But
I think that, to pick up on that, there is currently, I think there is a taboo to using kinetic weapons in space. And I think that we do see a reluctance in people, especially in the space community, to be the one to break that taboo, because you don't know where it's going to lead. Once you break the taboo, it's kind of like the nuclear taboo. Once someone breaks that, they use a nuclear weapon, then are the gloves off? Are other people in other conflicts and other situations going to feel that, well, it's okay because this other country did? The other thing I think we observed is this out-of-domain escalation, if you can call it that. Is that if you are a status quo space power, if you have something to lose in space, you may be more inclined to escalate out of domain, to bring the fight back down on Earth somehow, rather than escalating in space. If you don't have a lot to lose in space, maybe not so much.
In just one vocab discussion, independent of this, I think oftentimes people tend to say, well, if we're not doing kinetic, then we're not doing space control, and obviously that's incorrect. There's defensive space control, there's offensive space control, there's a whole series of responses you can do to deter attacks on your space capabilities, independent of a kinetic response, and I think oftentimes our go-to tends to think that way.
We'll go back there and we'll follow up front here.
Guy Thomas, retired from the U.S. Navy and from the U.S. Coast Guard, and I was a space ops guy in my career. And is there anybody here besides me that attended the Global War Games in 1980 for 81 to about 87, where we discussed these exact same concepts, and you took it back to the 60s. And I want to tell you, even in the most bellicose Reagan era, exactly the same thing as what you're saying. I just wanted to say that we've been looking at these problems for a long time, and we keep coming up with the same answer. So that's pretty instructive to me.
Hi, Gil Klinger from the Harris Corporation. To be, not intending to be contrarian, I guess I would be careful in my own mind about drawing any conclusions based on the sample size for a number of reasons. Number one is, I'd be really interested to know what was the composition of the people in the exercise.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, I can tell you as a converted nuclear targeting guy in the space business, that the space community in the US government at the first order doesn't understand what warfare is. So their allergic reaction to doing anything that's going to sully the environment is almost embedded in people's DNA. But if you had the Enterprise Battle Group commander as one of your participants, for example, or the 18th Airborne Corps commander as one of your participants, I think he or she would say that they never met a solar panel that wasn't willing to die for its country a lot sooner than an airman or a sailor. I think there, for a variety of good, bad, and otherwise reasons, there is an unreality to exercises, as you know, and simulation. Not that they're not valuable, I think they're profoundly valuable, but it's one of the reasons, for example, why when I was in the nuclear business, we never had decision makers in their real life positions participating in the exercise for sort of reasons that are probably obvious to everybody. So, you know, and I think the other reason is, at the first order, I agree with you. There's discussions of deterrence in space frequently take nuclear deterrence and raise its altitude. And I think at the first order, that doesn't work. That there are certainly similarities, and one of them I think is it's the fear of the unknown, which on the one hand is a huge strengthening factor in nuclear deterrence, but also at the moment, given the status of US Space Forces, is actually a major impediment and a potential self-deterrent to our own freedom of action in space, so for what it's worth.
So to your question about the composition, when we built the teams, we basically we wanted people with a mix of experience. So for the teams, we generally tried to have somebody with a military background, somebody with a diplomatic policy background, and somebody with a commercial background, and somebody with a civil space background. Although that last two we kind of changed, because for example, if there was a country that had strong commercial space capabilities in the scenarios, we wanted them to have commercial people, but maybe not another team that did not have that. So that was how we tried to get that mix in there, but they were almost all space people. To your point, you know, if we'd had more non-space people, I think we would have seen a different outcome.
And you know, to your point, I agree. War games, tabletop exercises, simulations should never be used to answer questions and develop conclusions. What they're really useful for is sharpening the questions. And I think that's what this helped us do. And yeah, you repeat it many, many times and you can start focusing your questions more and more. And you know, to your point on, yeah, we can't just say deterrence in space is just nuclear deterrence, you know, at a higher altitude. Absolutely. You know, there's not deterrence in space, there's deterrence. It just extends into space. How does it apply in space? How does it work relative to the other domains? And really, the challenge we have now in this second space age is that it's really about conventional deterrence. And how do you get conventional deterrence to hold, not just on Earth, but even in space, especially with the proliferation of all these non-kinetic threats and the gray zone type operations that we're seeing already, even in space. So that, I think that's the really hard challenge here that we're trying to dig into.
Right, and definitely, Gil, take your point, the composition does affect it. I will say that one of our participants was inspired by this and took the format of our tabletop exercise back to her organization in India and had a similar yet smaller version of it. She just did one scenario, and I was able to participate in that in February. And that was interesting because that was some space people, but it was more, they don't have as big a space policy community there. So it was more strategic nuclear people there. And again, one scenario, small group, but again, there was a reluctance to use kinetic against space capabilities. again, there's only 2 tabletop exercises, so grain of salt. Secure World actually would like to start to take this on the road to kind of get a sense from other regions what the interests are, and as Todd said, kind of sharpen the discussion a little bit, not saying we're going to take what we get from this and say this is what would definitely happen, but we're hoping to kind of get different viewpoints involved in this discussion.
And just one last point, that's a big part. This just because mentioned is going on in the U.S., but what we see, we travel internationally, is that it's not happening as much in other countries. And so part of what we're trying to do is be able to spark that discussion in the countries so they start having their own national discussions to figure out, okay, what is our national take on this? What is our position on this? How would we react to this? As almost a capacity building sort of a thing.
Hi, Matt Jones with the Boeing Company. Thanks, first of all, to the panel for this very helpful exercise and discussion. I was wondering, did you, in your exercise, in your tabletop, investigate the temporal element of crisis decision making? In other words, did it ever come into the dynamic to, and once again to Russ's point of using even denial and deception, to slow down the pace of what was going on in order to try to affect the crisis that way rather than just by actions?
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw that happen. We saw some of the teams, deliberately using misinformation. We allowed the teams to communicate with one another, and we observed some of the teams were deliberately telling another team something that was false, and that confused. I mean, Jana, you were a participant in one of this. And, I'm not sure how much the teams knew after the fact that they had gotten false information deliberately from other teams. That was definitely part of it. And, I mean, we put time limits on the moves. Yeah. So they, what was it, 30 to 40 minutes?
Yeah.
30 to 45
Each scenario had 3 moves.
Yeah.
And we gave them, I think it started out as like 40, then it went to 35, then it went to 30 or 25 for the successive moves. And the teams definitely felt the time crunch, I think, in trying to figure that out. So there was that temporal aspect in terms of we gave them very limited amount of time, and I think they all kind of struggled with that. I don't think we changed the time at all. We just had a set fixed time where they had to give a response back to us.
Just like to add, I think actually, I think the level when we tried to de-escalate, it had unintended consequences, in fact, and I think that was a lesson on its own. And I would just like to add also, I think most of the people participating were from the same backgrounds and environment and countries, but we have to also take into account in a real conflict we would probably operate or have to deal with people that have a different concepts and deal with different, so that I don't know to what extent you can anticipate then certain reactions and to be prepared for that. But.
Mm-hmm. Just one more thought about this is when you have a real time compression, you start doing the things you have to do, not the things you would like to do. And one thing that I saw go away a little bit was coordination with allies. When you have real time compression, you almost need to coordinate more with allies, but you have less time to do it. And so that's one thing that I think can easily get thrown overboard. And you also end up looking for options that are more reversible, right? So if you're not certain that this is the decision you want to take, then it pushes you to think about things that you can undo if it was perhaps too much. So the reversible options are attractive for that reason, but the way that the reversible options were read by the targets was as a very serious, irreversible move, as Victoria had said. So that is a real challenge from the time constraint perspective.
Hi, Bruce McDonald, and I wanted to compliment you all. This is a great panel to explore a very important issue. Short plug for a book that I wrote with assistance from Victoria, among others, on crisis stability in space. But I wanted to ask, one of the things about space conflict or potential conflict is uncertainty of effects. that you might do something, and the whole, bomb damage assessment, if you will, in space is tough, or can be tough. Did you see any sense of risk aversion because of the uncertainty related to the kind of effects you think you're going to deliver versus the possibility that you might deliver effects either a lot greater or a lot less than what you anticipate? Did you see that playing any kind of a role in the dynamic?
Yeah, and one thing I don't think we mentioned earlier is in the gameplay, when we gave people options of things to do in space, we gave them a probability of success, and then we rolled the dice, so to speak, electronically, to determine whether or not that it actually succeeded. We also gave them a probability of attribution. And in some cases, depending on the type of effects you're trying to have in space, you did not have your own battle damage assessment. So if you're trying to blind someone's satellite, you don't necessarily know if you were successful.
Right.
The other country knows.
Yeah, they'll know.
Right? And so that was part of the game, and that did play into people's decision making about which options to choose. Attribution especially, they were trying to do things where they thought the risk of attribution was low.
Sure. But, for example, though, you may think you're dazzling the other guy's satellite, and you may end up frying the electronics.
Yes.
And they may very well assume that guy meant to do that, whereas that wasn't your intent. And of course, trying to say, well, I didn't mean to do that, that's not going to play very well in a
and we built that into the probabilities, and I think that did happen once. that very example.
Yeah.
They were trying to dazzle, it actually ended up blinding it, but the country that did it didn't even know that they had done it.
Did you see a sort of a self-deterrence phenomenon where, because of the uncertainty, a tendency to hold back?
I wouldn't say self-deterrence. I mean, the team still did stuff, right? Again, we saw there was almost open season in the cyber domain, and what I was surprised at the relatively high willingness to go kinetic attacks on ground, terrestrial, right? So a lot of it was cyber attacks, and then kinetic attacks on C2 facilities, on air bases, on that. That happened quite a bit, and so I wouldn't necessarily say it was deterring any escalation or any kinetic attacks. There was a reluctance to go kinetic in space or attacking space capabilities, but they just went elsewhere.
And this,
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
I was going to say, just one artificiality of the game we had to create just because you had to make things happen. We would say, okay, you want to do a cyber attack, success, attributed, moving on. Whereas in real life, I mean, you can argue for months what the attribution was of a cyber attack and still never come to a conclusion. But we kind of had to do that just to make things happen.
And just one point that builds on what Gil was saying earlier is, so when we were trying to build the simulation, you think hard about what the attribution prospects are, and we're sort of making them up. And the teams, they had some sense of the riskiness of doing this. My sense is that it really did change behavior, that the teams really did think, when we sat in with some of the teams, they thought about the likelihood of things like attribution. And I think that was hugely important. And one thing that we didn't see in, say, the cyber domain was you didn't see a lot of concern about the effect on the rest of the fight, right? Whereas in the space domain, you don't know what the knock-on effects are because space is such a key enabler across the force. And so people really were worried about what you might do in the space domain, whereas in a lot of other domains, and this gets back to the deterrence point, you actually know exactly what you're doing. Often in the nuclear domain, in the conventional domain, you take an action, you know what's probably going to happen. There may be some knock-on effects, but they're pretty clear. In space, so much harder to figure out.
If anyone is interested in the book Johns Hopkins published, I can give you the link for it. Thanks.
We'll go over there, and then we'll take a question here.
Thank you. An interesting issue I thought that came out on the games was the difficulty to build a consensus as to what was a provocative action to various allies, and the limits of the notion of reversibility unless you consider all stakeholders and the impact on all of the stakeholders. So I'm wondering whether during those games anything surfaced that helped you figure what are better ways or things that can be introduced in a process to try and get to that consensus around what is a provocative action, or frankly, you just observe the issue is there and we have to try and find a way to deal with it, but nothing yet out there to point to possible solutions?
So the one element we did not have is we didn't have a lot of lawyers playing, and I think that was actually a bad thing in that in the, like say in the air world, right? If you're going to plan an air campaign, at least in the U.S. and most other countries, there's going to be a legal analysis of the law of armed conflict and the aspects you can and can't do in protection of neutrals and civilians. That was basically devoid from this because we had someone who was kind of observing, but we didn't have anyone embedded in the teams that had that background. But even if we did, I think we would have still not really improved much because there's not a lot of answers as to what the law of armed conflict looks like in the context of space. I'm sure the Admiral can talk about the San Remo manual, which talks about how that applies to maritime warfare, but that doesn't exist for space. So in my mind, that solidified this gap that we don't have in the space world about how the existing international humanitarian law of armed conflict, rules of engagement, how that all applies from terrestrial operations to the space world. That's a huge gap that we need to kind of get a handle on.
And I think we saw the teams during the game, they were trying to figure out in real time what was provocative and what was hostile and how other people would perceive their actions. And so I don't think that there was a clear understanding, and they were trying to figure that out in real time. And it still, I think, is pretty blurry on where you cross that line.
Yeah. And just to finish up, there is a project underway led by the McGill University in Canada and the University of Adelaide in Australia to try and develop a manual on international law and military activities in space called Malamos that's going to try and do what has happened in other domains. That'll be a couple of years in the making, though.
We'll be here.
Thanks very much, Yusuf Butt, State Department. So my question is, again, coming back to the attribution concept, what was the incidence of misattribution? So, for deterrence, it's a prerequisite that you have attribution. And so how many times did country A think that country B did it, whereas it was actually country C or a natural event? And the second part of the question is, was there an asymmetry of the attribution as there is in reality, because our SSA is so much better than everybody else's? So the whole concept of taking nuclear deterrence theory and applying it to space seems a little bit shaky, where Russia could see our plumes and we could see Russia's rocket plumes, and there was this concept of attribution and balance and deterrence. Did you see this asymmetry of space deterrence playing out and the incidence of misattribution?
So, as I said, we developed the capabilities. We gave certain teams much better SSA capabilities than others. So certain teams did have that asymmetry there and had to rely on other teams for that. As far as the misattribution, I'm trying to remember, certainly when it came to an airstrike, I think we gained that as 100% attributable to the people that actually flew that airstrike. I think the only notion we had where it was potentially uncertainty attribution was in the cyber, and I think in some of the jamming as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember one of the teams complaining because they said they kept trying to do a cyber attack and they kept failing, yet it kept getting attributed to them, so they were very frustrated with that. But I mean, just in terms, I couldn't say off the top of my head how many, if it was 3 or 4 times, but there were a couple times. And I remember one time, one team did jam P&T services over their own territory deliberately as a way of kind of throwing off the scent.
Right.
And just one more point on this is that attribution in other domains is also really important, and it can be a huge asymmetric edge. So I've been seeing this in US-China discussions, where when you talk cyber with the Chinese, the real concern they have is that the US attribution capability is so much greater than the Chinese attribution capability. And it does let us do some things that are highly concerning to them. But it gives us an edge in some scenarios. And so I think this is one area where, high quality attribution capabilities, it is an asymmetric advantage, and some teams will eventually use those advantages.
But going back to the real world, I mean, the problem with attribution is that, particularly for radio frequency interference, in theory, if you have radio frequency interference, you can go to the ITU and say, we've tracked down this interference from going back to this particular triangular area. And the ITU can go to the country that's hosting that area and say, okay, there's radio frequency interference coming from your territory, please stop. And that country can be either, yes, of course, we are bad, or they can say, we have no idea what you're talking about. There's no jamming coming from our territory, and the ITUs, and that's deliberate.
Yeah.
But I mean, so attribution helps, but it is not the end-all and be-all solution for this sort of thing.
So that gets something we're trying to get at is gap analysis. So this is a perfect example where it's maybe possible to attribute deliberate jamming, but at the moment, there's not a whole lot you can do about it aside from asking that country to stop or dropping a JDAM on the jammer, right? And there isn't a mechanism in the ITU or other places to actually enforce some of that. And for me, that was one of the gaps that we identified, is that, well, maybe we need to think about a need to have another option beside, please and blowing something up.
So we'll have 2 more questions. I think there was one here on that side, and then one over here, and that will be it. But I will encourage you to address speakers after the panel, but please.
In the back.
My name is Dean Treadwell. Just my question for the panel is, where do you feel that we lack best redundancy in all the systems that we maintain in space as you went through this exercise? And second, just trying to relate this whole discussion to the overall discussion on missile defense and EMP, what would you have the Congressional Commission on EMP look at as a result of your exercise, if any?
Yeah, I mean, so first, I'll offer a caution. We were playing hypothetical countries, not real countries, so they're hypothetical capabilities. I think we saw where teams, where the capabilities we gave them, where they only had a handful of missile warning satellites, for example, and they were reliant on them, then when, the potential of losing one, even through non-kinetic means, just blinding it, temporary or not, countries took that very seriously. And so I think that it almost created a self-deterrence aspect to it. Yeah, and I mean, in terms of electromagnetic interference, that was a popular activity during the exercise, a lot of jamming, but well, I say that countries, a lot of the teams seem to, be willing to go to jamming, but then, the people being jammed regarded that as very serious provocation in many cases. Any other observations?
I mean, just to reiterate again, the one time one country lost the ISR satellite, they just shifted over to ISR air capabilities, which again, in the real world may not be an option, but they had that mission readiness from another option, another method. So that was definitely something, I think, in terms of resiliency, just having the idea is not the asset, the space asset in and of itself is important. It's because what it can deliver. And so if you can get that delivery via another option, there might be a way around doing it.
We'll take our last question over here.
Thank you. John Harper with National Defense Magazine. In your exercises, did you see the same reluctance among the various players to go after the ground components of space architectures, ground control stations, radars, versus kinetically, attacking a satellite?
Well, no. I mean, there was a bit, but there was a couple situations, as I think I mentioned earlier, where instead of going after the satellite, they went after the ground control station or the ground capability, either with a cyber capability or in some cases with an airstrike or something. And so, yeah, there definitely, we did see a couple of cases where they were more willing to do the kinetic on the ground terrestrially than they were to go after the space, the satellite in space.
Thank you. So in the interest of keeping the flow of the conference, I will now conclude the panel. Thank you to all of you here, to the panelists, and I encourage you to, if you have any more questions during the coffee break, you'll have an opportunity. So thank you very much.
And so if you'll bear with us for just a second, we're going to do a quick change here on the stage, and Representative Bridenstine will be out next. It's my pleasure to be able to introduce one of the leading members in Congress when it comes to space issues. We're happy to have Congressman Jim Bridenstine joining us here today from Oklahoma's 1st District. Is that correct? 1st District. Yes. That's right. The number one district. He was elected to Congress in 2012. And he serves on the House Armed Services Committee and the Science, Space, and Technology Committee. And I think in our community, Representative Bridenstine is best known for the legislation he introduced last year, the American Space Renaissance Act, which really was a broad piece of legislation with a lot of really innovative proposals for how to change American space policy in civilian, commercial, and military. Representative Bridenstine began his career as a naval aviator. He flew the E-2C and then later the F-18 Hornet. I was reading in his bio that he is credited with having 333 carrier landings. I assume there are an equal number of takeoffs? No discrepancy there? Okay, might not. Well, then we might ask you about that later. So we're really excited to have him here today to talk about the big space issues that are facing the new Trump administration and what we need to do in the policy community and in Congress and in this new administration. So please join me in welcoming Representative Jim Bridenstine.
Thank you for the introduction. It's good to be here. Thank you for having me. Certainly CSIS and the Prague Security Studies Institute, thank you for putting this together. It is great to be here. I want to especially thank Dr. John Hamre. Is Dr. Hamre in the room by chance? No? Okay. Well, Dr. Hamre has spent a lot of time with me as a member of Congress, getting me smart on a whole host of issues that are especially space-related issues. And he spent a good bit of time. I also want to thank Roger Robinson, of course, chairman of the Prague Security Studies Institute, for having me. I understand General Raymond spoke last night at dinner. I was not able to attend. We've got a few things going on Capitol Hill, if you're not aware. And it's been very busy, but I have spent a good bit of time with General Raymond as well. He's been tremendously helpful to me as a member of Congress. So this is it is a great opportunity to be here. As far as having more takeoffs or more landings, when I was a young lieutenant junior grade in the United States Navy, we always had to walk onto the aircraft carrier and walk off of the aircraft carrier. We were always the last ones on the boat, or the last ones, the first ones on the boat when it was at shore, and then of course when it pulls in, you're the last one off the boat because you're walking on and off. Well, there was a time when I was young in my Navy career when the President of the United States actually flew out to my aircraft carrier, the USS Abraham Lincoln. You guys probably remember the incident. President George W. Bush flew out. And I was thrilled because as a young lieutenant, I think I might have been a lieutenant at this time, but I was still pretty junior in my squadron. The answer was, well, if I'm the last one off the boat, which is always the case, then I'm going to be the guy that gets to see the President of the United States when he comes on the Abraham Lincoln. Well, in this particular case, being the junior guy didn't help. They wanted to get the big wings off the aircraft carrier. I was flying the E-2 Hawkeye at the time, so my assignment was to get the aircraft. Well, we need the junior guys to get the aircraft off the aircraft carrier. So I do have one more takeoff than I have landing. I obviously landed on shore. So I guess as far as takeoffs and landings, I'm even, just not carrier. Okay, so thank you so much for having me. I want to talk about a few things. You mentioned my comprehensive bill called the American Space Renaissance Act. This is a bill we put together last year, and we tried to look at space collectively. When you hear other governments, not the United States government, but other governments talk about space, you hear them use the phrase comprehensive national power. The idea that space is a part of their comprehensive national power. And in the United States, we have a whole host of different federal agencies and commercial entities that utilize space, but they look at it as a tool for their own agency, whether it's the United States Air Force, which of course has the preponderance of the space assets for the Department of Defense. They look at space, how do we use it for the war fight on the ground, or the war fight terrestrial in the atmosphere. It's a tool. Same with the United States Navy. They look at space for how do we navigate and communicate when we're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean and we're completely detached from the rest of the world. How do we communicate and navigate in those circumstances? The United States Army has its own space programs. The intelligence community has its space program. The National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, of course, is very heavily now involved in space activities because they're purchasing commercial data. Well, a lot of that commercial data it has to be licensed by NOAA, which is another federal agency. And of course, to launch those activities into space, you have to get a launch license from FAA, the Office of Commercial Space Transportation, FAA, AST. And so all of these agencies have to work together. And we haven't even talked about NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and NASA, and their responsibilities. And what you find when you look at the American space enterprise, you find that all of these different organizations, in many cases, are duplicating efforts. And in many cases, they are not maximizing the utility of space or even the resources of the American taxpayer. So the question was, how do we make space even better? And the answer was, we need to look at it comprehensively. So the purpose of the American Space Renaissance Act was to do just that. We want space to be a part of our comprehensive national power. And that includes not just military, but diplomatic and soft power, and of course, scientific and engineering feats that uniquely are attributable to the American way of life and our preeminent spacefaring position in the world. So that's what that bill was all about, and we introduced it last year. Now, one thing that I think is especially important today. Yesterday, I was at the White House when the President signed the NASA Transition Authorization Act. It's a one-year authorization for NASA. We haven't done a NASA authorization since 2010, and now we did one. And I went to the White House, and the Vice President of the United States was standing right next to the president and members of Congress that were involved in this process, and he said he is looking forward to the day that the president signs an executive order reestablishing the National Space Council. That is going to be a monumental thing for this country as we think about space collectively. It will enable us to do things that are embedded in the American Space Renaissance Act. And of course, I'm not suggesting that, of course, my bill gets everything that it wants. It absolutely will not. But what we will be able to do is bring the different agencies together in an interagency process and say, where are we duplicating efforts? Where are we maybe not taking advantage of space in a way that maximizes its utility? So I want to talk for a second. I've got 5 concepts that I'm going to address where I believe the National Space Council will be an important organization. The number one thing I think that we have to consider as a country is space situational awareness. Right now, most people in this room are aware that space situational awareness is done by the Joint Space Operations Center operated by the United States Air Force out at Vandenberg Air Force Base. And they have a responsibility to do all of the conjunction analysis and reporting for the entire world. Not just for the Department of Defense, not just for commercial operators that are American, but also for foreign operators and even foreign commercial entities. They do it by default because historically they have been the only ones that have the capability. They've got the sensors, they've got the network, ultimately they've got the software, and they can do the conjunction analysis and the reporting. We have had testimony before my subcommittees. I'm on Strategic Forces Subcommittee on the Armed Services Committee, and I'm on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee. In the last Congress, I chaired the Subcommittee on the Environment, which oversees NOAA. About 40% of their budget is space-related activities, and I'm also on the Subcommittee on Space, which of course overlooks NASA. So I've heard this testimony. 75% of the manpower at the JSPOC is used to do conjunction reporting for the entire world and for commercial for free. And I want to be clear, the Joint Space Operations Center, it's never been their mission. It was never designed to do that. They do it by default because historically they were the only ones with that capability, and I hope everybody in this room is grateful that they have been doing it because it's been critically important for everybody. But it's not an Air Force mission at a time when you see all of the threats proliferating, and I probably would guess that General Raymond might have talked about those last night. But the idea that we've got direct ascent anti-satellite weapons and co-orbital anti-satellite weapons and spoofing and jamming and dazzling and hacking and all of these things that are going on, these challenges that we face, we need our warfighters understanding what the threats are, figuring out when those threats occur, is it a threat or is it an anomaly? And then ultimately being able to attribute that threat to an actor. And if they're running around the entire world trying to determine if a commercial communications satellite in low Earth orbit, which there's a whole host of those that are getting ready to be launched, is going to run into another commercial remote sensing satellite in low Earth orbit, that is problematic. It is taking away from a fundamental mission that is critical to the national security of the United States. And so I think we're moving to an era quickly where space situational awareness needs to move out of the domain of the United States military, and it needs to move to a civil agency. Now, I have said in public speeches that I think that civil agency ought to be the FAA Office of Commercial Space Transportation. I have also said that we need to take that office and move it out of the FAA and make it a direct report to the Secretary of Transportation, elevating its position, if you will, in the Department of Transportation. I have also said that we don't need to be funding it at $19 million. If we do this, it's going to have to be better funded. But it's also true that we're not going to take those funds from the Department of Defense, especially the JSPOC, at a time when we're facing more threats than we've ever faced in the history of the United States of America in space. So, I want to emphasize for a second that we have had testimony from generals, and they tell us, we do not want to be the FAA for space. They've got other challenges. They're not funded for it. It's not their mission, and this is me talking now, and we need to do something about this. So I have been an advocate for moving it out of the DoD. I want to share with you for a second the history here. There was a time in this country when you look at air traffic, and you look all across the United States of America, and all of the radars and all of the controllers were military. The military was not designed to do commercial air traffic control. That's not what their purpose was, but they were doing it by default because they were the only ones who could. And that's kind of where we are in space right now. Although there was a number of collisions in the 1950s that were very high profile, and one in particular was that 2 commercial airliners collided over the Grand Canyon, killing 128 passengers, and that's when President Eisenhower threw down the gauntlet and he said, we're going to have some air traffic control in this country. And there were people out there that said, no, if you do this, it'll hurt the industry, it'll create regulation, it'll do great damage. People said that at the time. And then they created the FAA, and what they saw is that collisions went way down, safety went way up, people felt comfortable flying on commercial airlines in ways they hadn't done before. The airline industry thrived. Everything that some people said was going to happen went absolutely the opposite direction. And I'm not saying we're there right now as far as the space segment goes, but I'm saying we have to look at the history and look at how the markets respond to these kind of activities. So I think that's important. I also know that this is not an American issue. Space, by definition, has to be international because we're not the only ones there, and of course, space covers the whole world, not just the United States, and when you're in orbit, you're going to be flying over other countries. So we have to make sure that we are collaborating with international partners and allies and creating the standards and the norms that ultimately are in the best interest of American national security. And the only way we do that is to lead. We have to lead. And if you look across the entire world, I'm a Navy pilot by trade. I'm now in the Oklahoma Air National Guard, so I wear a blue uniform now, an Air Force uniform. But I will tell you, anywhere I fly in the world, they speak English on the radio. And the rules are the same as the rules in the United States. And it's because the United States of America led. That's why that happens. The whole ICAO standards, the International Civil Aviation Organization, reflect American leadership. And I think we can do the same thing in space. So this is something, when you think about the constellations that are getting ready to be launched, we're talking about thousands of satellites in low Earth orbit for communications. OneWeb, SpaceX, Boeing, and I guess there's now 11 more that have registered with the ITU. Maybe more than that at this point. That was probably 2 weeks ago that I read that, so it's probably more now. But these are challenges that we're going to have to deal with because ultimately, and I've heard somebody from one of those organizations tell me that if we don't do anything, the one thing that's assured is that this is our best way to prevent an asteroid from hitting the Earth because they'll never get through the clutter. And that's not why these systems are being launched. So we ultimately need to, and I'm a conservative Republican, and sometimes I get pushback from my own party on this whole idea of regulation. Friends, sometimes no regulation is regulation. We regulate ourselves right out of the ability to having access to space, and that's my concern for the long term. When you think about next generation, the generation after that, we have to preserve space for the long term. And if we don't do it right, given what's about to launch, not only from these constellations of thousands of satellites in low Earth orbit for communication, but also remote sensing and imagery, with the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency coming out with their commercial space policy. Now you've got NOAA coming out with a commercial space policy. Each of these policies will result in constellations of hundreds, if not thousands, for low Earth orbit. So I believe this should be a priority. I believe there are steps that we need to take. The first would be situational awareness to improve it so that people operating in the free market, making decisions in their own best interest, are making decisions based on good information. One of the challenges we hear, if there's a commercial operator in space and they get a conjunction, analysis from the Department of Defense, the analysis is, well, there's a probability that your satellite's going to collide with this satellite, and the response is, okay, can you give us what that probability is? Is it 1 in 10,000? Is it 1 in 100,000? Is it, what is the problem? Well, we can't share that. That's a challenge because it makes people know that something could happen, but then not make the right decision based on the truth. And of course, the JSPOC doesn't necessarily want to share that data because it's important that we keep classified certain things like our capabilities there. So there are things that need to be done by a civil agency where we can get international support, international partners, and I think this is something where the National Space Council can actually make a difference. Make a difference, and that's starting with space situational awareness so that we can preserve the space environment for next generation, so that we can ultimately maximize the utility of space, enhance the comprehensive national power of the United States of America, and impact lives on Earth. That's ultimately the goal here, and I think it can be done, but it's going to require American leadership. I'll go through some of these others more quickly because I know there's probably questions that need to be asked. Second big thing is the weather gap. So on the Science Committee, last Congress I chaired the subcommittee on the environment. So we oversee NOAA. 40% of NOAA's budget is space-based activities. You saw just about a month ago we launched GOES-R satellite into geostationary orbit. And of course the JPSS program, critically important to the guy who represents the state of Oklahoma. When you think about the numerical weather models that help my constituents know where the next severe storm is going to be, 80% of the data that feeds those numerical weather models comes from the low Earth orbit constellations. The one that NOAA operates that matters most here would be the Suomi NPP satellite, which is at the end of its useful life. And if it's at the end of its useful life and JPSS is delayed, what does that mean? That means there's a gap looming. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. God willing, Suomi NPP will continue to operate for another 10 years. But that's not the history here, right? So what we have to do is figure out if there is a gap, how do we mitigate it? And I have argued that you mitigate it by buying data from commercial operators, and there are capabilities to do that. When you think about GPS radio occultation, this is a technology that's already been matured. We've got private companies now launching satellites into space, one of which already has satellites doing GPS radio occultation. They're not doing it because the government's going to be a customer. They're doing it because their customers are going to be transportation companies and agriculture companies and shipping companies, the insurance companies. That's why they're doing it. So why would the government not say, maybe we ought to be a customer too? We ought to take that data, ingest it into the data assimilation systems, the numerical weather models, and that does two things. Number one, you get more data, number one right off the bat, and the testimony we've had before the Science Committee is that every additional radio occultation data point improves weather forecasting, and they say at this point we are not seeing any diminishing marginal returns from additional radio occultations. In other words, the more data you get, the better the forecasting. Again, critically important for the guy who represents the state of Oklahoma. So if that's the case, and this is already commercially available, if it's already in space, let's go ahead and purchase commercial data and make weather forecasting better. So I support that. I think there are other technologies that are advancing rapidly that also could be commercial data buys, hyperspectral sensing, for example, and other things. I want to be clear, though, because people have misquoted me on this. I am not in any way suggesting that we don't need JPSS. Nobody cares more about that program than the guy who has constituents in Oklahoma. I'm not in any way suggesting that we privatize the National Weather Service, although people have accused me of that. It is false. We need to augment our current data capabilities, and you do that by buying commercial. And ultimately, if we do that, it's not just about augmentation, it's also about mitigating the gap. And when we do that kind of activity, it's better for all Americans, and it has nothing to do with trying to privatize the National Weather Service. So I wanted to be really clear about that. So I think when you think about the National Space Council, here is another area where we can have a lot of success. Another area would be, I believe we need to have an America First launch policy. And I know there's an international audience here, at least some folks. And so here's the reality I think that we need to be concerned with. When we first started partnering with Russia on launches to the International Space Station, we would buy Soyuz rocket launches at $25 million per seat. Now that we don't have a space shuttle anymore, it's $81 million per seat. That's a challenge. That means we've lost leverage in the marketplace. We've lost the ability to negotiate. You have to remember 80% of the International Space Station is American, and our access to it is dependent on a country that sometimes does not have our best interest in mind. But they do have their best interest in mind, and according to the head of Roscosmos, they're using off-balance sheet financing to build their communications networks in space and their remote sensing capabilities in space. That means they're using American tax dollars, and they're off-balance sheet financing, according to the article in Aviation Week in Space Technology. That off-balance sheet financing is from launching foreign satellites and foreign astronauts. So it's not being appropriated by the Russian government. That's off-balance sheet financing by launching foreign satellites and foreign astronauts. I want to be clear. I support partnerships with anybody in the world who wants to partner with us on the International Space Station or other space venturing opportunities. I support that. We need partnerships. What I will also tell you is that we don't need to be dependent as a country. Partnerships are good, dependence is bad, especially when those dependents might not have your best interests at heart. So, but that's just one piece of the whole puzzle. When you think about the fact that we have multiple launch capabilities that are dependent on Russian rocket engines that we also purchase at a high price, and not just Russia, when you think about the fact that China is launching its own taikonauts on its own rockets to its own space station. They've got their own missions to the moon with a lander and an orbiter and a rover, and they're going into deep space beyond that. And the United States has taken off the table any opportunity to go to the moon because it was a policy decision made by the White House. I think that's a problem in the previous administration. And we built 80% of the International Space Station, and at the same time, we're dependent on foreign countries to get there. That's a big problem. So we need to have, and when you think about launching internationally, when you think about launching on not just Russian rockets, but also European rockets and Indian rockets, all of this, we need partnerships. What we don't need is dependency. And when American companies say, we're going to spend millions of dollars in a foreign country because we don't have the capability in the United States, then I think that's a problem. So how do you do that? I think there are ways. We can use tax credits. We can use a policy where if you're going to do a national security launch, you get an added benefit if you're launching American, those kind of things. Number 4, I think we need to reform outdated regulations on the space imagery industry. A lot of companies have been privately capitalized to provide space imagery for the intelligence community, for the Department of Defense, and for NOAA and other agencies. And these privately capitalized companies that are ultimately going to be doing good things for the U.S. government, they have to go get a license. They have to get an approval from NOAA in order to get into space. Well, NOAA, of course, is in the Commerce Department, and they're not always the most responsive to getting a remote sensing or an imagery satellite into space. Well, the question is why? Well, they're not. It's not their highest priority, and they're not properly funded to get these licenses out the door. In the meantime, you've got warfighters that need the imagery. You've got combatant commanders that want to know what's happening in their theater. And the commercial providers that can provide the data are being held up by an agency that is not talking to the combatant commanders. So I think we've got to figure out, and this is where the National Space Council can be critically important. It's the interagency process that matters here. And that's what the National Space Council, I think, can do. Bring all the different agencies together and say, how do we enhance the comprehensive national power of the United States as it relates to space, and really kind of break the log jams and start thinking about space collectively as an enterprise as opposed to a tool for different agencies. Last thing where I think the National Space Council could be very helpful is integrating launch into the national airspace. When you think about all of the different commercial constellations that are going to be launched in the next decade or 2 decades, there's going to be a lot more launch necessary. I hope there's launches happening every day in the United States of America at different places around the country. The challenge with that is it clobbers the airspace. And we're going to need more spaceports, and some of those are under development right now, thanks to private capitalization. And we're going to need to be able, as a Navy pilot, I can tell you I've flown in whiskey areas off the coast of the United States, and those whiskey areas enable us to do all kinds of maneuvers and it creates an airspace where commercial traffic doesn't come through. Critically important, and we do the same thing when we launch off the east coast of Florida. We'll just block out those whiskey areas, but when you block out a whole lot of those, they're called warning areas, we call them whiskey areas. You block out a whole host of those warning areas and you do it for a period of 8 hours, that really disrupts air traffic going in and out of Florida, which is a critical place for American commerce. And we've got to figure out how to better integrate American launch capabilities. And it's not just for the east coast of Florida, it's for a whole host of other places around the world. So I think that's an area where the National Space Council can be important. Again, we created, in my office, in the House of Representatives, we created the American Space Renaissance Act not knowing that we were going to have a president and a vice president that were committed to reconstituting the National Space Council. We figured we were going to have to do this legislatively, pushing a rope uphill. And now it looks like we've got a real opportunity to do what is necessary comprehensively. And I think we're going to be able to get it done. So I just want to say thank you for having me. It's always an honor to be here. And if you have questions, I'm happy to entertain them. All right, I'm going to sit down.
Thank you. Q&A here. Well, thank you. That was a great talk. You hit on a lot of issues and great timing for this conference because we have panel discussions later today on many of these exact topics. I want to start with where you started, your first point on space situational awareness. And of course, it goes without saying that the Air Force and the JICSPOC are going to keep that mission for the military.
Right.
The question is who does it for civil commercial.
Right.
And also, we have to distinguish between space situational awareness and space traffic management.
Right.
Is related but separate activities. One of the discussions we've been having is what is the role of commercial companies in providing some of these space situational awareness services and keeping the databases, if you will,
right,
and providing it as a commercial offering. I won't advertise for any companies, but there are a handful of companies that do this already.
Absolutely.
What are your thoughts on that and the role of those commercial firms doing some of these activities versus a government agency?
So that's a great question, and that's a problem that we're going to have to solve. I would offer to you that I, as a member of Congress, ought not solve the problem. Because if members of Congress are involved in solving that problem, it becomes very parochial very quick. So I do believe there has to be an agency that's at the helm of it with guidance from Congress. But I would also say that commercial can do the vast preponderance of it. And by that, what I mean is if you look at how the Space Data Association came into formation, these were commercial operators concerned about their own assets, saying we need better space situational awareness. That is, and watching the free market develop and work to a point where they're now investing heavily in their own opportunities to increase safety, tremendously valuable. I will also tell you, though, not everybody participates in the Space Data Association. If you look at, for example, the ComSpot, you've got commercial operators in space that are saying, we want better situational awareness because we've invested billions of dollars. We want the information from the ComSpot. Another great example. And there are more. Leo Labs, for example, is creating radars across the world to increase the data for this kind of activity. And if you look at the JSPOC, a lot of their data is coming from sensors around the world. I believe you can take the data out of the JSPOC and share it. I'm talking about unclassified data, share it. And then once that unclassified data goes into whether a civil agency, could be FAA, AST, or some other agency, if it's commercial and it's civil, then you can bring in data from around the world. Our international partners would be willing to say, okay, well, we want access to your data, you want access to our data, let's collaborate. And all of a sudden we're increasing the situational awareness for all players. So when FAA, AST, the key is to have that data shared from the JSPOC, and then have that civil agency that can say to commercial, these are the commercial providers that we're comfortable with, in other words, authorized to do the space situational awareness, but not have necessarily FAA, AST do it. And I'm not saying this is the right model. I'm saying these are ideas, these are concepts. I've talked to maybe a lot of people in this room about how to make it happen. But it can happen where you're not creating a stovepiped, government-funded, really, opportunity. But in other words, satellite operators are participating because it's necessary for their own safety, and of course it's necessary for the safety of even our national security assets.
All right. And before I open it up for questions from the audience, and you get your questions ready, my last question for you is, when it comes to NOAA and their job of licensing commercial remote sensing, how much of an opportunity do you see to deregulate in that, to not just streamline and speed up the licensing process, but maybe switch to a different model that has been suggested before, where it's approval by exception. If you fall within certain parameters, you're allowed to go ahead. You're deemed licensed. If you're outside those parameters that have been established, then they need to go through an interagency review. Do you think there's opportunity for that kind of reform in this administration?
I think there is. And again, this goes back to the National Space Council, because you're going to have to bring the intelligence community and the Department of Defense and the State Department all to the table to figure out what are the national security interests here. And then, of course, and then ultimately get to a point where they're comfortable by setting the baseline and say, look, if your capabilities go up to this point but not beyond, and then you're assumed approved. But I will also say that when I think about it, presumed approved, there's another challenge here that goes beyond just remote sensing, and that goes to the non-traditional space kind of capabilities. It goes to robotic servicing of satellites that are already in orbit. It goes to commercial habitats or launches to the moon to extract resources. Right now, there's nobody in the federal government that can say yes to any of those activities. And according to the Outer Space Treaty, people say, the Outer Space Treaty says you have to have authorization and continuing supervision from your government in order to do those activities. Some people would say that. Others would say, and we've heard testimony on my committees, that Article 6 resolution in the Outer Space Treaty is not self-executing because it doesn't define what authorization is. It doesn't define what continuing supervision is. The only way you can define that is for Congress to pass a bill. Since Congress hasn't passed a bill, that's not self-executing. So by definition, they are presumed approved. And that is an argument that we have heard. I would tell you that if that's true, and I'm not an attorney, and I'm not going to say whether or not that's an accurate argument or not, but I would tell you that if that is true, it's irrelevant. Because we're hearing from commercial operators that want to do these activities in space, that they don't want this presumed approval kind of process to go forward, because ultimately the State Department doesn't agree with that presumed approved kind of capability. And if the State Department says we don't agree, because they're afraid they're going to you start doing robotic servicing, you're talking about rendezvous and proximity operations, and of course some people could deem that as provocative or whatever, even though you're only going to be messing with satellites that are customers. But some people could say, well, that's a provocative activity. So the State Department says we want to have some limit on this, we want to have some say over this, because it has international implications. Well, if the State Department is saying that, and we want that activity to go forward in the United States instead of in foreign countries, then we have to come to the table as Congress and say, okay, State Department wants to have a say in this process. We need to create this process, bring the certainty, bring the permanence so that it goes from one administration to the next. So certainty is one thing. I think we're going to get certainty from the Trump administration. Regulatory-wise, boy, I'll tell you, he's all about certainty. He's like, not everybody's going to get the answer they want, but you're going to get an answer. And so the certainty is going to be there, but it needs to be permanent from one administration to the next. That means Congress has to pass a law, and ultimately the law has to include inputs from the State Department. And once that certainty and permanence is there, then the capital formation comes in that enables all of our private companies to do these activities. So we have these nuanced arguments about the Outer Space Treaty. But what we have to listen to are what is in the best interest of the United States of America. And in this particular case, it looks like what's in the best interest of the United States of America is also arguably in keeping with the Outer Space Treaty. And when those two things line up, well, let's do what's necessary. So I hope I answered that question, probably more than you ever wanted to know.
You answered my follow-up question before I could even ask it.
Okay.
That's great. All right, so I'll turn to the audience now for questions. So we'll start back here in the back corner.
Thank you. Laura Delgado Lopez with Harris Corporation. Building on that theme of regulation, can you talk about opportunities to re-examine some of the trade or export-related regulations that you see could help U.S. companies augment their business internationally? And do you see the National Space Council helping Congress examine some of those questions? Thank you.
Without question. There is and this is where when you have a president like President Trump, he is keen on the fact that we want companies doing activities in the United States of America, and we want our companies taking those great capabilities and selling them around the world so that the money is coming here, not going abroad. And because of a lot of the ITAR regulations, just the opposite is happening. Great American companies are making decisions that we're gonna start doing business abroad. And of course, that's not in the best interest of the United States. Again, I'm not going to suggest to you that the United States Congress needs to be making these determinations because it only creates more problems. But ultimately, that's, to your point exactly, I fully concur with the idea that the National Space Council, with experts in these areas, can say there are certain parts of the ITAR list that are really no longer relevant. These capabilities have already been democratized, they've already been capitalized, privatized on the other side of the planet. Why are we damaging our ability to do exports here in the United States of America? So I agree with your assessment. I'm not going to give you a list, but certainly that's an area where the National Space Council could provide a lot of, I think, really good guidance.
So why don't we go over here?
Thank you. John Harper with National Defense Magazine. Congressman, from your position on the Armed Services Committee and in your talks with the new administration, do you get a sense that there's widespread support on Capitol Hill and in the White House for significantly increasing investment in U.S. military space capabilities?
Without question. I mean, absolutely. And I'll tell you, if you look at the defense budget, even during the Obama administration, they were very aggressive in plussing up the national security space budget. A lot of it, of course, is in classified budgets, but when you're talking about a plus up of $5 billion at a time during the sequester and the Budget Control Act, that's a direct reflection of the security implications for what's happening in space. And the testimony that we've had in our committees have been critical to that. So the previous administration saw what was happening and made adjustments. And I would imagine, and Congress, of course, concurred, and now we're going to, I think, see that continue.
So we had another question right over here. Congressman Bridenstine, good to see you again. Thanks for joining us here at the Space Security thing.
Thank you, General.
I definitely, sort of a follow-on to that question, but I definitely share your optimism on the National Space Council. I applaud your leadership on the civil commercial space things that we're doing, and I agree with removing the space situational awareness, space traffic management from the Air Force, and setting up a civil agency to do that. But now turn back to Space Command. Now that you've done that,
okay,
do you think it's time to create a Space Combatant Command and restructure the DoD so that it's more focused on management of space?
and maybe create a Space Corps so you could get a new color uniform?
So these are big challenges. And if you you think about the subcommittee on strategic forces, of which I'm a member. My chairman is Mike Rogers from Alabama, and he is a very smart and capable chairman that is taking inputs on all these every issue you talked about. We've had private meetings and public hearings on, and he is definitely interested in the organization of military space. We used to have in this country the U.S. Space Command, and of course it got folded into Strategic Command. And so the question is, are we now at a point where we need to have a separate Space Command again? I will tell you that I'm not, the risk of sounding like I'm dodging, I'm not prepared to tell you what my position on it is, because there are as many positions as there are people, right? So if we do something like this, there's going to have to be consensus. And I think when you look at the direction of activities in space, people are seeing it as everybody hears the word congested, contested, competitive. And we want to absolutely do whatever is necessary to reduce the probability of a misconception, some kind of activity that could be perceived as hostile that actually is not intended to be hostile. So I think there's room for it. I think that ultimately we could get there, but I think the process matters. I will also tell you, there was a day when the Army had its own Air Corps, and there was a general that actually went high order, Billy Mitchell, as a brigadier general, shot off every word you can think of in order to convince people that we need a long-range strategic bombing force that is separate from the United States Army. We don't need to be just with the forward line of troops, but we need to be long-range, downrange, strategic bombing capabilities. And he was so vocal about it that he got fired. And of course, there came a day when those strategic bombers were necessary. Hap Arnold actually made that happen. Those strategic bombers became necessary. They were highly leveraged in World War II. One of them was called the Mitchell, the B-25 Mitchell, after him because of his efforts. So he got fired, and then they named an airplane after him because he was so visionary. And when the war was over, we created the United States Air Force as a separate standalone institution. So far, I haven't seen any generals get fired claiming that we need a separate Space Force. I'm not suggesting that you should have done that, by the way. But that's the kind of impetus that results in that kind of massive transformation, plus events that happen, not events that happen. So what I'd say is we're not there yet, but I'm suggesting that we could get there one day, but there are incremental steps to get there. If you look at how the Army did it, it was the Army Air Corps, then the Army Air Services, and then I guess it was Services and then Corps, kind of like the Marine Corps is to the Navy, the Army Air Corps was to the Army, and then it eventually became the Air Force. So there are incremental steps and processes. We haven't even gotten to the first one at this point, but I think there's going to come a day where that's necessary.
Okay, in the interest of time, I'll take one more question and then we'll wrap up. Ma'am, I think you had a question right here.
Thank you. I'm Suma Fishman from Euroconsult. I'm wondering where the U.S. Export-Import Bank fits into the toolkit for promoting space activity in the U.S. and increasing exports.
It's critically important. And if you look at the American Space Renaissance Act, we drafted that bill in the middle of a huge fight for the Export-Import Bank. And in that bill, we flat out put in a provision in there that we're going to have basically a backstop for private banking to support space activities, because when it comes to the national security of this country, the United States of America, we need to have the ability to produce satellites. And what's happening now is a lot of those activities are going overseas. And when that happens, then the Department of Defense says, look, we need another communication satellite, a government-owned operated satellite. We need that. And instead of being able to go to a company that is currently making them for maybe SES or Intelsat or Viasat or some other commercial company where they're making them currently, instead of going to a company like that, if we don't do it right, we're going to end up having to recreate the ability to produce satellites, which is far more expensive than just keeping it alive to begin with. So it's a small cost to the U.S. government. In fact, the Export-Import Bank has been a moneymaker to the U.S. government, but it's a small cost. And the challenge we have now, when you don't have a board of directors approved by the Senate for the Export-Import Bank, they're capped at $10 million for any kind of economic activity. Anybody here build a satellite for $10 million these days, like a communication satellite that's important for national security? It doesn't happen, right? That means people are making decisions. It's already happened, where we've lost hundreds of millions, if not over $1 billion worth of economic activity to foreign countries that are now going to have an industrial base that we don't have anymore. That's how important it is. This is about the national security of the United States of America. Now, I will tell you, I'm a conservative Republican, and my position on this might not always be popular, but I'm happy to defend it because I believe it's right. Ultimately, we need to have an industrial base capable of protecting this country. And if we don't do things, as you just mentioned, we lose that industrial base. And then when a bad day happens and we have to get those satellites airborne, it's going to be a whole lot more expensive, and it could be 10 or 20 years before we can get it done. And then it's not the right time. So that's a great question, and I do believe that the Export-Import Bank is important for national security. If nothing else, it's also important for American economic growth and capabilities and keeping us preeminent in space. So thank you so much for having me. It's always an honor to be here.
Congressman, it was a real pleasure to have you. Please join me in thanking Congressman Bridenstine. Thank you.
The war in Syria represents a new low for the international community. We're seeing a war without law, as well as seemingly a war without end. It's very, very striking that we're living in an age of the bombing of UN convoys, never mind the targeting of hospitals.
So we were so surprised and shocked when we saw our colleagues covered with their blood and giving their last breaths. I don't know how to describe that. It's so hard emotionally. It's like you are losing one of your precious in front of your eyes.
We're witnessing a profound surge of violence against civilians, against health workers, patients, facilities, humanitarian convoys across a full spectrum of countries that is really shredding the accountability and protections that are contained in the Geneva Conventions.
The attack on Kunduz was a sustained attack over an hour, despite the fact that all the parties knew us, had our GPS coordinate. We must say that it was our biggest loss in terms of lives. 42 people died, 14 of our staff.
This was a tragic mistake.
This is a period when there's the danger of vacuum around the world and a danger for the abuse of power by states that are strong enough to do so. The international sense of conscience and consciousness that led to the responsibility to protect in the early 2000s has certainly been eroded.
People are struggling to respond. They're building clinics and hospitals in underground bunkers. They're documenting these attacks and publishing them. They're taking measures to the UN Security Council.
Stop bombing hospital. Stop bombing health workers.
But up to now, these measures have not had much effect in deterring attacks. But many courageous individuals and groups continue the fight. This is a fight that's going to last well into the future.
We believe that war stopped at the door of our hospital, and we want to preserve that. And we want to preserve access to health care in war zones. That's a battle that's worth to fight.
I have huge confidence in other people and a degree of confidence in myself that has sometimes helped me take those crazy risks that I took.
And what accounts for that degree of confidence in yourself?
Love.
Love?
Yeah. Yeah. You have, I mean, I'm sorry, this is outside the economic field by a long way. But yeah, I very strongly believe that you can, love generates confidence. If your parents love you, if your siblings love you, if your spouse, companion, whoever, or your children love you, it gives you that level of confidence that helps you move to the next step or do something else which is harder, bigger, or further. Yeah.
That's very, very smart and very powerful. Wow.
While much of the world focuses on terrorism in the Middle East, violent extremist groups have expanded their ambitions and reach in Africa as well. In the Western Sahel, Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb has produced or inspired a proliferation of extremist groups that continue to destabilize the region. In the areas around Lake Chad, Boko Haram, with its origins in northeast Nigeria, has left tens of thousands of civilians dead and displaced almost 3 million people. The security vacuum in Libya and the presence of Islamic State and Al-Qaeda deepen the risks to the Sahel region.
There has been a lot of turmoil and trouble with these radical elements, which you find in this arc of instability from North Africa to Afghanistan.
Military intervention by regional forces, France, and the UN have weakened these groups and reclaimed territories they once held. But the drivers of militancy and the complex social, economic, and political environment that fuels these groups remain very much intact. Unless this understructure of vulnerability and criminality is addressed, extremist violence will remain an enduring threat to the region.
Air power and military space systems have revolutionized the way the U.S. military operates, and the global economy increasingly depends on reliable and secure access to space systems. The Aerospace Security Project at CSIS examines the technological, budgetary, and policy issues affecting the air and space domains. Our research is focused in 3 areas. Space security examines the evolving military uses of space and how the lack of norms of behavior can affect escalation and deterrence. It explores how alternative architectures and new space capabilities can enhance the resilience of U.S. military space systems. Air dominance and long-range strike looks at the future of air and missile forces in a more contested operating environment. It examines the role of stealth, unmanned systems, and autonomous systems, how these capabilities can be integrated to enable new operational concepts, and options for the air and ground-based legs of the nuclear triad. Commercial and civil space explores international partnerships in space, efforts to reduce the cost of launch, advances in commercial space technologies, and policy issues that affect civil and commercial space programs. The goal of the Aerospace Security Project is to provide innovative, insightful, and timely analysis to help educate and inform decision makers. As new opportunities, threats, and technologies emerge, smart policy decisions can ensure the United States continues to lead in the air and space domains. Welcome to the Aerospace Security Project.
The divided Korean Peninsula remains one of the largest sources of uncertainty and potential conflict in a prosperous and growing Asia. Unification of Korea will be one of the biggest changes to the geopolitical landscape and is seen by the world as a dark tunnel. Opacity among regional powers creates confusion. Misunderstanding impedes smart planning. False assumptions could cause costly strategic blunders. But CSIS believes the potential for growth, prosperity, and peace of a united Korea is immense. How can we maximize the social, humanitarian, and economic returns of a unified Korea while avoiding conflict? Beyond Parallel is an unprecedented and comprehensive resource for bringing transparency to the many challenges and opportunities of Korean unification. Beyond Parallel investigates the broader implications of unification, but also the specific issues that Korea and the world face. These critical issues are explored through expert analysis, satellite imagery, and cutting-edge methods of data collection. Welcome to Beyond Parallel.
Hit-to-kill ballistic missile defense is the ultimate precision guidance challenge. Many elements of a defense must come together to achieve a long-range intercept. One of the most important and difficult parts is known as mid-course discrimination. After a ballistic missile launches, its engines burn hot and can be detected by infrared satellites. Outside the Earth's atmosphere, the missile engines burn out and it reaches its peak velocity. At this point, the missile's payload, a warhead, usually separates from the rest of the body. The warhead is also accompanied by the flying junk pile of debris created by launching a missile, as well as by decoys or other countermeasures designed to complicate the missile defense job. All of these objects move together through space as part of a threat cloud. So for a missile defense system to successfully destroy the warhead, its various sensors must first discriminate it from among the various other parts of the cloud. The key to successful discrimination is the sensor architecture. Sea and land-based radars provide one picture of the threat cloud. Lower frequency radars are able to track the threat cloud, but have trouble distinguishing within it. Once cued, higher frequency or X-band radars provide much sharper images of the objects within the cloud. But radars are limited by their vantage point and by their technology. Multiple phenomenologies can provide a more complete rendering and classification. Air or space-based sensors provide still other perspectives with greater persistence, potentially allowing for birth-to-death tracking. And infrared sensors show not just objects but their heat signature, especially low-orbit satellites looking sideways, comparing the objects against the coldness of space. Currently, U.S. homeland missile defense is dependent upon only terrestrial radars. This places a large burden on the sensor network and makes it harder to identify the objects. That in turn means that the defender has to engage more of the objects in the cloud so as not to miss the warhead, either by firing more interceptors or multiple kill vehicles atop a single one. After the interceptors are launched, they receive imagery of the threat cloud, which algorithms compare to a threat database to help pick which objects should be engaged. All this is fused with the kill vehicle's own observations using onboard sensors to make the final determination for intercept. Finally, they maneuver into position to collide with the several targets that could be a warhead. The discrimination challenge is hard, but not insurmountable. An efficient and robust discrimination system should include a mix of sensors with different technologies from different domains on land, sea, air, and space.
Currently, India ranks 54th on the World Bank's Logistics Performance Index, more than 20 spots below manufacturing competitors like China and Malaysia. This is a major challenge for Modi's Make in India initiative. For example, India's truckers report that 15% to 25% of travel time is actually spent waiting at the heavily enforced state border checkpoints. They pay as much as $1.1 billion a year in bribes to state officials. The main problem is that India does not have a single national market. Its 29 states and 7 union territories each have their own system of sales taxes. As a result, internal borders look more like international ones. The version of the goods and services tax sitting before Parliament isn't perfect, but it will cut down on transit time for goods, paperwork for businesses, and could add 0.5% to annual economic growth. A seamless national tax environment will help Indian commerce flow more quickly.
I believe in strong alliances, clarity in dealing with our rivals.
What is the very last
and I take the oil.
Populism, border walls, retrenchment, and protectionism. While foreign policy is often overshadowed by economic concerns, contrasting visions of America's role in the world have played a major part in the recent election cycle. This contentious campaign season saw some of the basic tenets of U.S. foreign policy since the end of World War II called into question. Does this heightened acrimony over key aspects of U.S. international engagement reflect trends toward isolationism? It may seem unprecedented, but it is in fact not new. Today's controversies are continuations of debates that have lasted for decades. While support for the nation playing an active part in global affairs has remained strong since 1947, public opinion on key components of U.S. international engagement, such as defense spending, has waxed and waned over the last 70 years in response to economic trends, military interventions, and domestic priorities. In the first decades of the Cold War, America was committed to international engagement as a part of its strategy of containment against the existential threat presented by the Soviet Union. The U.S. experience in Vietnam, however, created an aversion to overseas military engagements that lasted from the late 1960s through the 70s. During the 1990s, the collapse of the Soviet Union led the U.S. public and policymakers to again question defense spending levels, foreign aid, and forward military presence. Many thought the limited interventions of Desert Storm in Kosovo would serve as models for future military operations. Then came September 11, 2001. Our response to the events of that day have largely defined contemporary American foreign policy since. First came the long wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Their unsatisfactory outcomes left much of the public and policymaking elites disillusioned with large-scale military engagements. The result of that disillusionment has been an increasing reliance on small footprint forces for a variety of contingency operations, including in the global war on terror. At home, the most severe recession since the Great Depression exacerbated America's growing reservations about global engagement. As the economy recovered at an anemic pace, income inequality ballooned. Fewer were able to reap the benefits of our globalized economy. Opposition to free trade and large-scale immigration grew. Now, 8 years after the recession and the more than 15 after 9/11, views on the desirability of America's international engagement strategy are fractured. For the first time ever in 2009 and again in 2013, most Americans responded that the U.S. should mind its own business internationally and let other countries get along the best they can on their own. This comes at the same time that more people are concerned about major domestic terror attacks than in 2002, just months after 9/11. Do these polls reflect temporary reactions to the state of public affairs? Or is there a genuine trend toward retrenchment in the American public? Democrats and Republicans now disagree on the benefits of free trade, alliances, and multilateral approaches. Divergences in threat perceptions and approaches to international engagement have also grown between the American public and policymakers. As history shows, this is not a new debate in American politics. Yet, as distance from World War II and the Cold War grows, the rationale for U.S. foreign policy of engagement may be growing less clear to younger generations. If the new administration decides that sustaining a strategy premised on deep international engagement is best suited for the advancement of American interests, it will have to do a better job of communicating the rationale for those policies to create a foreign policy the American public can get behind. If, on the other hand, the new administration seeks to chart a new course for American foreign policy, it will have to find avenues of consensus among an increasingly fractured public.
The supercontinent of Eurasia is home to 60% of the global economy and 2/3 of humanity. It's been called the geographic pivot of history. For over 4 centuries, Eurasia's economic focus has been the maritime passages that surround it. But during ancient times, many of the world's most important trading routes ran overland. Today, regional powers are putting forward competing visions for reconnecting Asia. Roads, railways, and other infrastructure projects could revive overland routes. They could forge new maritime connections, and they could reshape the global economic landscape. The stakes are high. Last century's infrastructure projects fueled development, but also competition and even conflict. Today's efforts could echo well beyond the region.
And the basic reality is that the division of the world into kind of totally separate, autonomous entities and other areas controlled by sometimes foreigners is coming to an end. We are getting one interconnected world.
But critical questions remain about these massive investments. What's driving these projects? Will they connect in an economically meaningful way?
What does that foretell? What does that mean in terms of political ambitions and how people will look at the region differently, and will they behave in a different way?
The Reconnecting Asia project provides new tools for answering these questions, beginning with what's really happening on the ground. Use this interactive website to track the evolution of Asia's infrastructure network at the project level. Explore the who, what, and why behind these megaprojects. See tomorrow's supercontinent through the eyes of regional powers. Make sense of it all with expert analysis that uncovers the trend lines behind today's headlines. This is reconnectingasia.csis.org.
China is rising. Its economy is now the second largest in the world. China is the world's largest trader, having surpassed the United States, and Chinese military capabilities are expanding. In just a few decades, China has moved from the periphery to the center of the international system. But what does that really mean for the world? In some ways, China is a developed country, yet in other ways, it is still developing. China's transformation is often misunderstood, and the future of Chinese power is uncertain. Power itself is a nebulous concept. Power can be relative. It can be absolute. It can be perceived and anticipated. So how can we decipher power? Through China Power, CSIS unpacks the complexity of China's rise by analysing the key components of Chinese power. What are China's strengths? What are its weaknesses? Does China's rise present a threat or an opportunity? Or both? What questions are you asking? Join the conversation at chinapower.csis.org.
The war in Syria represents a new low for the international community. We're seeing a war without law, as well as seemingly a war without end. It's very, very striking that we're living in an age of the bombing of UN convoys, never mind the targeting of hospitals.
So we were so surprised and shocked when we saw our colleagues covered with their blood and giving their last breaths. I don't know how to describe that. It's so hard emotionally. It's like you are losing one of your precious in front of your eyes.
We're witnessing a profound surge of violence against civilians, against health workers, patients, facilities, humanitarian convoys across a full spectrum of countries that is really shredding the accountability and protections that are contained in the Geneva Conventions.
The attack on Kunduz was a sustained attack over an hour, despite the fact that all the parties knew us, had our GPS coordinate. We must say that it was our biggest loss in terms of lives. 42 people died, 14 of our staff.
This was a tragic mistake.
This is a period when there's the danger of vacuum around the world and a danger for the abuse of power by states that are strong enough to do so. The international sense of conscience and consciousness that led to the responsibility to protect in the early 2000s has certainly been eroded.
Precision guidance challenge. Many elements of a defense must come together to achieve a long-range intercept. One of the most important and difficult parts is known as mid-course discrimination. After a ballistic missile launches, its engines burn hot and can be detected by infrared satellites. Outside the Earth's atmosphere, the missile engines burn out and it reaches its peak velocity. At this point, the missile's payload, a warhead, usually separates from the rest of the body. The warhead is also accompanied by the flying junk pile of debris created by launching a missile, as well as by decoys or other countermeasures designed to complicate the missile defense job. All of these objects move together through space as part of a threat cloud. So for a missile defense system to successfully destroy the warhead, its various sensors must first discriminate it from among the various other parts of the cloud. The key to successful discrimination is the sensor architecture. Sea and land-based radars provide one picture of the threat cloud. Lower frequency radars are able to track the threat cloud, but have trouble distinguishing within it. Once cued, higher frequency or X-band radars provide much sharper images of the objects within the cloud. But radars are limited by their vantage point and by their technology. Multiple phenomenologies can provide a more complete rendering and classification. Air or space-based sensors provide still other perspectives with greater persistence, potentially allowing for birth-to-death tracking. And infrared sensors show not just objects but their heat signature, especially low-orbit satellites looking sideways, comparing the objects against the coldness of space. Currently, U.S. homeland missile defense is dependent upon only terrestrial radars. This places a large burden on the sensor network and makes it harder to identify the objects. That in turn means that the defender has to engage more of the objects in the cloud so as not to miss the warhead, either by firing more interceptors or multiple kill vehicles atop a single one. After the interceptors are launched, they receive imagery of the threat cloud, which algorithms compare to a threat database to help pick which objects should be engaged. All this is fused with the kill vehicle's own observations using onboard sensors to make the final determination for intercept. Finally, they maneuver into position to collide with the several targets that could be a warhead. The discrimination challenge is hard, but not insurmountable. An efficient and robust discrimination system should include a mix of sensors with different technologies from different domains on land, sea, air, and space. All right, folks, well, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. I'm Tom Carrico. I'm a senior fellow here at CSIS, and I direct the Missile Defense Project here. And I think we've got a great panel discussion here lined up. Here we are in the middle of a conference on space security. Why are we talking about missile defense? Missile defense is a space problem, and 2 of our 4 families of interceptors operate exclusively in space. And so to kind of address this, we're going to have 3 distinguished gentlemen kind of talk to us about what we ought to be thinking about in this space, in this field. And we're going to start with Rear Admiral John Hill, Deputy Director from the Missile Defense Agency. He's the number 2 at MDA. Kind of give us an update on where things are going there. And then we'll have Pete Hayes, Professor from the Space Policy Institute, to get that right, at George Washington University. And finally, Shuji Maeda, Counselor from the Embassy of Japan. So welcome, gentlemen. Admiral Hill, why don't you start us off? I think kind of give us an update on why space and why the Missile Defense Agency is interested in space.
Okay. Good afternoon to everybody. I wasn't sure who would give up lunch to come hear us talk, so it's just great that you can actually eat while we're chit-chatting. I asked if I could bring my lunch up, and the answer was no. So if my stomach growls, that's just because the microphone's on my belly. But it is great to be here. Thanks for the opportunity to join you today. So I was pretty intrigued by the title of the panel, Cooperation between Space and Missile Defense, and the question of why are we interested in space. When I throw a few view graphs up later, I'll talk to you a little bit about what we're doing today in space, which is really kind of walking that ladder to increase our capabilities. But it really kind of traces back to the threat. If you take a look at the ambiguity in launch areas, you look at the types of boosters that are being used or not used, and if you compare that against our intelligence and warning and how that gets compressed, the only real way that we can assure that we've got persistence and full birth to death tracking is to be in space. And so we know we need to move there. There aren't enough islands in the Pacific to plant radars on. Radars are just inherently limited by curvature of the Earth physics, and so being able to look down and see the whole trajectory is pretty critical to what we need to do.
Could you talk to us a little bit about kind of what MDA has been doing there? I like to point out the last 5 presidential administrations have had a space-based sensor layer as a critical part of our national missile defense on paper, but nobody's actually done it. So what kind of are we thinking about now? How, given its inherent utility, what's going on in that area?
Okay, well, since folks are still eating, how about can I throw up the view graphs now?
Please, please.
Just because I want to give you, full entertainment here. So if we can just go, do we do that from up here? I think I was supposed to hit a key. Let's see if I can do that. Oh, look at there.
There we go.
Okay, so let me just start here just to kind of center you a little bit on the Missile Defense Agency. This is probably the simplest slide that I could use to explain, both the homeland and the regional architecture. And what you see in that picture there are the sensors across the top, and you'll see that there's some space sensors that are given a nod here. So if you ask us if we're in space today, the answer is yes. We are leveraging space architectures that exist for lots of good reasons. You already mentioned the terrestrial-based radars. Along the bottom, you see the command and control that ties all these different systems together, the foundation of our warfighters through the combatant commanders, regional and strategic, that really drive us. And then along the center, you see kind of a notional threat trajectory. And many of you know, if you're reading the news and if you're studying intelligence, that those threat trajectories aren't going to stay as simple as that picture implies. So you'll see that we have different ways of intercepting, we have different ways of detecting across the 3 phases that are listed there. So the boost phase, the mid-course that the video is kind of really tying into, and then the terminal phase. So we have the ability to intercept. We primarily look at the mid-course phase, and then if you've got to do terminal, we've got capability to do there, and we're very interested in getting to boost phase for lots of reasons. So that space layer starts to play an even more important role, not just in intelligence and warning, but track custody so that you can engage earlier. The earlier we engage, the better before things become more complex. That's probably the easiest way to put it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And so is the agency taking steps right now in terms of pushing toward, I think it was your boss, Vice Admiral Searing, who said where the threat is going, it's a must to get to space. But there is no program of record to get there right now. So what is the agency doing?
And so let me reach back and flip this line over here for you. I think it's that button. There we go. How about that? All right, so this is just a sampling of what we have out today. The way I would characterize the space program, so to speak, within MDA, they are collaborative. We work very closely with the Air Force, work very closely with industry, work very closely with the commercial industry. And really what we're doing is prototyping and experimenting so that we can learn as we go to an operational space layer. So if you look on the left, if you can see it, this NFIRES, right, the Near Field Infrared Experiment, that was really a bird that we put up so that we could measure the phenomenology of boosting missiles. And so capture that data, analyze it, understand it, determine whether or not the technology we're using for sensing is what we want to mature to get to an operational thing. So that's NFIRES, if you've heard of it. And some of you may know that when we deployed that, it stayed up for a little bit, and then we went ahead and we deorbited that in late 15. So she's no longer up there, but what came down was the data, which is what we're using a lot of today. If I talk a little bit about STSS, the Space Tracking and Surveillance System, that I would say is the prototype for what would be a sensing space layer. If you were to ask Admiral Searing, what is the strategy of the Missile Defense Agency, the first thing he will tell you is, I've got to continue improving my sensing capability. I've got to continue getting to precision track. I have to work on overall reliability of the system. And then I have to build out the capacity of the system. And then as I deal with the threat, I have to go to space. And so STSS taught us a lot, still on orbit today. It's been shared amongst other mission areas because of the data that it can see. And so it's got a multi-mission aspect. And so if we were to walk away with one of the big lessons that we learned from STSS is certainly we need persistence, but we ought to make our investments to where we can support multiple missions, whether it's intelligence and warning, or if it's just detection and moving into a precision track, or if it's moving data to firing units on the ground and around the globe. And so STSS has been very successful in helping us there. Kind of on the back end of the engagement space, if you're worried about what we always call shot doctrine, you hear it all the time about the cost per kill. Right? How do you reduce the cost per kill or allow the combatant commander to have some flexibility with shot doctrine? We're looking at something called space-based kill assessment. So we are now leveraging, and what I like about this one, working closely with industry, closely with the commercial base out there to host our sensors on commercial satellites, and allows us to go up and collect phenomenology of intercepts. And so we'll do that. We'll be able to understand what an intercept looks like, when it's occurred, and we can hold back on that other shot or redirect it to something else. Right? So that's the value in that prototype and experiment phase. Let's see what else I have up there. Oh, and there's a little to the right-hand corner, something called a CubeSat. And this is another way of looking how you would develop an operational space layer by putting up clusters of very small, low Earth orbit satellites that allow you, again, to detect early and maintain a track and get to precision track through the life of that threat. So the E on the end of, if you can even read it, is experiment. So prototyping and experimentation right now. I hear a lot out in the press and even amongst ourselves in the world of missile defense. We spend a lot of time talking about how the adversaries are testing, and they're allowing themselves to fail. And they're learning really fast. This is an example of how the Missile Defense Agency is accelerating their learning because we are experimenting, we're prototyping, we are trying technology in the operational space, we are collecting the data, we're assessing that, and we're building upon that knowledge as we move forward to that operational space layer.
Well, now, I heard you say that sort of STSS, which looks an awful lot like the old Sibber's Low, that is presumably the kind of a template for where we might want to go. We want to produce a constellation of something that looked like that. But on the other hand, you mentioned this CubeSat. Presumably the idea there is a smaller, more distributed constellation. So isn't kind of the path forward, is it a choice between sort of a handful, or not a small handful, but a big handful of STSS-like things, or a much bigger handful of these distributed things?
Yeah, I would say it's, I'm probably the wrong guy to give you a simple answer. Because where my head is today, when you look at the technology that's out there, you look at the existing on-orbit assets, you look at where the Air Force is going, and we're partnered with the Air Force, you look at the commercial launch capability, you look at the ability to partner there, the cost effectiveness of putting something up small and very quickly, the ability to find other launch mechanisms for small clusters of things that can be used very quickly and even brought down very quickly. I think that the space layer it's a new frontier for us, and it does meet what we need, which is full track custody over the long term. For what is becoming a more, I actually heard the term the other day, I love this, we always talk about the evolved threat. Someone used the term mutating threat. And that would be the way I would describe some of the more recent things you've read in the open press. It's a mutating threat, taking technologies and using them a little bit differently. Not necessarily evolving, but surprising us in other areas. The space layer gets us to a point where there's so much flexibility there in that space. And it's a cooperative environment. So we're getting lots of help there. There's lots of interest, and I see it. We were speaking the other day, but before the panel, with my friend from the Japanese embassy about how important it is to collaborate. So not only is there a joint U.S. collaboration, there's certainly an allied collaboration that happens there that really allows us to get what we want, which is to have full persistent sensor coverage. And by doing that across services, across the different nations, it's going to do a lot for our security.
So what's next? What's the options going forward?
Okay, well, people are going to start thinking we rehearsed this because I have a slide on what's next.
Pretty simple outline here.
Yeah. Actually, so the good news is, right, it's the last slide, right, of any slide that I'll show. And I'm not going to really speak to the details here because, again, I think this is a template for where we think we're going from a sensor thing. So I would just kind of like to just almost wrap up kind of the Missile Defense Agency story. You know, number one, we have to be cost effective, right? There's no way in the environment that we live in today, and despite what you're hearing of, you know, truckloads of dollars pulling up to the Pentagon and dumping piles, I just don't see that happening, right? We're going to have to remain very focused in on affordability. And you do that by partnering with other services. You do that by taking advantage of launch capability, either in the commercial world or what DoD is doing or what other agencies might be doing. You do that by leveraging technology across the services, making sure that it's not in some stovepipe in a really great Air Force lab, if you can have access to it and take advantage of what the Navy's doing. So that cooperation in space is really key, and it really helps us to drive affordability on where we're going. And then again, I'll just remind you that the threat is mutating, and we really do believe that the only way to really take that on is to have, rather than a bottom-up view where you're constrained by curvature of the Earth, you got to be up high. It's just kind of basic, and looking down. And our ability to do that is there. The technology is there. It's a matter now of getting it in place, continuing to experiment, to prototype, hone down that technology, and get it into space. So I don't think it's very far away. We've made great strides. We have great capability today, and I think we're ready to take on the threat as it continues to evolve and mutate.
I can't help but notice that this slide has at the bottom, in addition to the usual sort of arc, this depressed trajectory looking thing.
Yeah.
That's sort of the high endo threats.
Right.
And the curvature of the Earth is going to be especially a challenge for a handful of radars if you're trying to go after that.
Right. So I grew up, you know, as an air defender. I'm an old school Aegis guy. I'm the son of an Army air defender. And I spent a lot of time in ballistic missile defense. And we do what most everybody does, is we take our problem and we go after that space, right? So when you take a look at how our systems will focus in on the space battle, and then at the right above the surface battle, and then the overland battle, we tend to build systems that do that. So they're naturally going to be seams, if that's the way you develop, right? So I think our systems do reflect how we're organized. I think where the threat's taking us, it's challenging the battle space. That battle space is converging into one. And if we're not ready to take that on and deal with the fact that that very simple Keplerian trajectory, it's not that anymore. It's going to change. We know it can be extended. We know it can be maneuvered. We know you can shoot lofted, different sorts of trajectories, and maneuverability becomes really important in the future. So all of that, again, space becomes very important because you can really understand it from space. So thanks for letting me come right back around to that, Tom.
Perfect.
I'll stop saying mutating, though.
Well, Pete, maybe we can shift a little bit. You know, notwithstanding the fact that the utility of space has been recognized for a very long time, there's also been a kind of an allergy to talking about missile defense in space in the same sentence. So I wonder if you might kind of give us some perspective on that and what we ought to be thinking about, maybe besides this sensor layer.
Well, first I just wanted to mention that I have a good room number for you, sir, when you want to bring that truckload of money to the Pentagon.
I thought it was a river of money under the Pentagon.
Like I say, it's just a rumor. I don't believe it, but hey, you know, I know how to do this now. I'm going for it.
Thank you.
Aha.
So this is a graphic that's in the independent working group study, which was last completed in 2009. Several of you in the room actually worked on developing this. And the reason I wanted to show it is because, in my opinion, it does a good job of graphically illustrating where we are conceptually with respect to this problem, and how our thinking is really kind of inverted, at least from a conceptual level, with respect to how one might do a global, especially boost phase missile defense mission. So as you know, for decades, our real focus has been on doing that from land, and there are some real great disadvantages in trying to do that. You're defending at the very tail end of the flight of this thing. It's going the fastest it's ever going to go. If you miss, it's going to hit you. I mean, there's lots and lots of problems with respect to that. You can only cover a very limited geographical area. And so it's just a great challenge. It might be the most politically acceptable aspect of missile defense, but from a conceptual or just programmatic or physical perspective, those challenges are just inherent to trying to defend from land. So one of the things that I find very exciting and encouraging is that we've moved to sea largely with a lot of our missile defense missions. And 70% of the Earth is ocean, as you know, and the Admiral can reinforce that fact, I believe.
90% of the people live
90%,
there.
okay. So that's a great way to deploy these things, and the Navy has really moved out in that regard, and I'm very encouraged by how much more capability that gives to any kind of missile defense system. But the real kind of challenge and taboo, and I really give credit to the Prague Security Studies Institute and the CSIS for bringing these things together. We don't normally talk about missile defense and space together. It's kind of a taboo subject, all kinds of allergies to talking about weapons in space, and you know, we came for peaceful purposes, and we've all seen all those movies and those kinds of things. But I'm here to tell you that this is an unavoidable discussion that we're going to get into more and more as we go forward. I'm surprised no one has made the joke about we're going to make cooperation in space, missile and defense great again. I mean, we are going to do that, folks. That's
I've
going
been
to
on that
happen
panel, actually.
in this administration. So why is space so important for missile defense? Well, bottom line is, if you want to do global boost phase missile defense, with current technology, there is one place where you can base those systems, and that is in space. So that's really the bottom line. I mean, the Admiral talked a lot about sensors in space. This is the next logical step. I think it follows in line of what the United States has done with things like a Predator, where we said it's nice to look at these things, but it would be even nicer if we could schwack them while we're looking at them.
Could you, you said if you want to do global boost phase, but why, can you talk us through, why you might want to do that? What is it that that boost phase gets you, but also some of the challenges to that, operational challenges, salvos, et cetera?
And let me emphasize from the outset, I really agree with what many of the speakers said this morning. The greatest value of space, in my judgment, is the way that it inspires the next generation to go out and do great things. And I'm very much enthusiastic about all the visions that folks like Elon Musk and others have. But again, if we don't get the security piece right, we're never going to realize those dreams. And so that's really what I'm most concerned about. I want America to be a large part of that discussion. And again, I think this is just inevitable that we need to come around to it. So with respect to why space is so important, the Admiral talked about all the sensing capabilities that space affords, that positional advantage you get in space. When you start talking about intercepting things, the other great positional advantage is actually the velocity that you get from being in orbit. So the folks that first designed the smart rocks that evolved into brilliant pebbles, which was Lowell Wood and Greg Canavan, they talked about just really bending the orbit of these things to intercept a ballistic missile, which, oh, by the way, is going to come right up by you. To do an intercontinental range ballistic missile, your apogee is probably about 2,500 miles high. So it's well above the low Earth orbit where these things are coming. So they're coming up to see you. You have orbital velocity, and it's really a matter of bending that orbital velocity to intercept with that vehicle. It may not be precisely in the boost phase. It may be in the post-boost phase. Lots of discussion about what those things are, lots of variables, of course, but the earlier you can do that, the more likelihood there is that you hit all the warheads in that vehicle. The more likely it is that it falls down back on the heads of the folks that launched it instead of your allies or yourself. And Some other really great advantages are no one's figured out a way to do a launch into space without this big fiery plume coming out the back. You can't hide that. Okay, so it's very easy to see that with a variety, multispectral type of sensors to see that. You can get great fidelity on that. Even the maneuvering around of a post-boost vehicle, the thrusters on that are very easily seen. Again, this target is coming up to you in low Earth orbit, so the distance to intercept becomes smaller and smaller. You get multiple shots at it, lots of great things. Challenges, you mentioned. That whole space weaponization debate. Many in this room will find this whole discussion anathema to them because they saw different movies than I did, and they understand that we came in peace for all mankind, and how dare us talk about that. Well, again, in my judgment, this is just an inevitable discussion that needs to be made more robust, not just in the United States, but worldwide. The technologies to do this are more than 30 years old now. And I just wanted to highlight that in 1989, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff certified that he wanted to have Brilliant Pebbles be the phase 1 boost defense system for the Department of Defense. That never went forward because the Cold War ended and the need for that went away. But it wasn't because of a technological challenge. And again, I would highlight to you that that was 30-year-old technology. I guarantee that the sensors, the computing power, the network needed to enable this type of capability has all proceeded forward rapidly and would only result in a cheaper, better system today than we would have had in the late 1980s.
Okay, good. Did you want to show something else?
Yeah, I do. Thank you. So this is a graphic depiction of a brilliant pebble. I hope many of you might be familiar with this, but I fear many of you may not. So there's two main components to it. The thing that's splitting in half is usually referred to as a life jacket. So it's a protective shell around that small thing that's a little bit hard to see, that's towards the left bottom corner, which is the actual kill vehicle. And so the life jacket provides the power and communications and just basically protection from the space environment for the kill vehicle itself. When the intercept is to be made, it's going to open up, and the kill vehicle is the thing that actually has the end game sensors as well as thrusters to align itself to collide with the incoming either a booster or post-boost vehicle or maybe an individual warhead.
Good, good. Well, thank you, Pete. Shuji, the United States and Japan have been working together on missile defense very intensely. We're all delighted to see the SM-32A successful intercept this past year. I wonder if you might give us a Japanese perspective on space for missile defense, for all of these missions, for sensing, and what we ought to be thinking about from an allied perspective.
Yes, happy to, and thank you again for inviting me on this such a distinguished panel. Missile defense or missile threat is very big in our mind when we think about our security policy. There's a growing sense of missile threat in the environment, security environment surrounding Japan. So Japan and the United States have been very strong, good partners in the missile defense area. We have been conducting joint studies for SM-3 Block 2A. And recently, in 2015, we have adopted the new defense guidelines. And in that, for the first time, I think, missile defense has its own chapter, and also space, and together with cyber, as an independent chapter. So that shows how strongly both Japan and the United States have been thinking about those issues when we think about the direction of our security strategy together.
And you know, Japan is in a bad neighborhood, but not only is it a bad neighborhood, it's a tightly compressed neighborhood. And so the windows, this is all about time and space. Whether you're talking about the interceptors, whether you're talking about the sensors, it comes down to time and space management as much as anything. And so for the short window of time between North Korea and Japan, these kinds of sensing can buy precious seconds, right?
Yes, that is clearly recognized by the policy-making circle in Japan, and that's why we are stressing the elements of information sharing, interoperability between Japan and the United States. The alliance has been the key pillar of our security policy. I mean, the Japanese alliance with the United States has been the key pillar of our security policy. And even in that guideline that I mentioned, that element of information sharing, interoperability, and the cooperation, exploring the possibility of bilateral cooperation in those areas with the United States has been a clearly shown as the goal that we should be pursuing.
Yeah. Good. Well, actually, I think what I'd like to do is open it up to questions, so we can have folks come around with a microphone, unless you want folks want to interact with one another, which you're welcome to do. So just raise your hand, and we'll get started. We've got one gentleman right here, one in the back, right there.
Gentlemen, Aaron Bateman, is there still an effort to utilize directed energy? If so, what's the status?
Yeah, so from the missile defense side of the house, we are making, I would say, modest investments in directed energy. When I came over from the Navy, modest investments in the Navy as well. I think the struggle has been to get to the kind of power and weights that are required for specific missions. So for the Navy, it was about operating on the sea, on a ship, and dealing with the atmosphere. For the Missile Defense Agency, directed energy was more than likely going to be at altitude, right? So we don't deal with those physics, but now we deal with the packaging problems and the power required in order to, whether you're going to sense or if you're going to try to destroy something. So we do have efforts in place today where we're doing technology demonstrations. We have 3 companies now that we're carrying through a PDR, likely through a CDR, to come through that first level of just maturation of the technology to see if we can in fact get it at altitude to execute a mission. So that's where we are from a missile defense perspective.
And if I could kind of connect that with space, I mean, what we're really talking about for the ConOps here is putting it on UAVs for the longer range mission, but that's at very high altitudes, right?
It is.
Would need to be at very high altitudes. But then also, you mentioned very modest amounts. Correct me if I'm wrong, but very low numbers keep getting cut in the appropriations process, and the CRs don't help with that. Is that correct? Is that holding it back?
CRs never help anything, and I think right now, just where we're at, I can't really comment on specific budget numbers since we don't have those now. But I would tell you, I'd like to move out further. It's funny, I had an interesting discussion with Admiral Searing last night about this, because we're also teaming up with the Office of Naval Research. We're looking at what everyone is doing across the DoD and what you have in industry, and it does come down to the maturation of that technology for its specific mission use, and it's just we're not where we want to be. So the question is, do we keep investing from our perspective, excuse me, or do we let industry and academia continue to mature that technology and then we capture that once it's matured more? So I think we're just kind of caught in that right now. Big investments right now to weaponize what we've got, or let it continue to bake. Does that make sense?
Tom, I'd like to just touch on that as well, maybe from a more conceptual perspective. And I don't think any area better highlights the inherent interrelationship between missile defense and space than directed energy. The amount of energy needed to be deposited on a warhead in particular is a lot, but the amount of energy you need to deposit on a satellite is probably a heck of a lot less. So, it kind of highlights that you can't divorce these kind of technological things. And again, from my judgment, these kind of discussions are really long overdue. So, you know, in that regard, just some specifics. You know, in 1997, the United States tested against the MISTY-3 satellite with our MIRCAL laser in New Mexico. So during that actual test event, the main laser didn't work. And we used the targeting laser, which is a 40-watt laser. So the same 40-watt light bulb in your refrigerator, okay? Not a whole lot. So that fused together some of the pixels on the satellite in low Earth orbit. That should be kind of instructive to us. Let's flash forward to the airborne laser program. So in February of 2010, I can't talk about the details on how much power that could deposit, but it was successful in shooting down 2 representative types of missile threats. Our Secretary of Defense, Bob Gates, decided that you know, it's too expensive, and that plane's now cut in half down at the Boneyard. So I don't know how to put all those things together, but again, in my judgment, those kind of discussions and dialogues need to take place because the technologies are right here now. It's really more political decisions and value decisions about where the best investments are to be made.
Yeah, hey, Pete, can I add on to that a little bit? So I probably should have mentioned airborne laser, and I'm glad you brought it up. And I'll go back to sort of that philosophical view of, you know, you got to get out there, operate in the environment so you can learn and then figure out where you're going to go, right? So big chemical lasers in aircraft, that's a tough concept of operations, right? How do you get that many of them, you know, where they need to be, you know, and I kind of already mentioned the deception that can be used in a launch area, for example, makes that a real challenge from a economist's perspective. So if we can get to the kind of power and weights that we need to be at altitude, whether it's on a UAV or something else, then I think we're in business. So it still comes down to the technology trades, right? A lot of investments going into fiber combined lasers, a lot of, you know, there's sheet lasers, there's lots of different types of technologies out there. But the other point I wanted to make is when you say directed energy, you also have to consider it's not just about lasers. There are other types of energy that can be directed that we are in that prototyping experimentation phase within the Missile Defense Agency.
Can I redirect that back to you about you know, technology development? You were talking about space sensors before. But is that really an area that needs all this, you know, extensive R&D work, or are the EO/IR sensors that you're talking about putting up there, don't we already have that?
We do, and some of the examples I gave you were EO/IR sensors where we collected some data, and I think the technology is there to go there. So it now comes down to that cost trade and launch capability, which I think we've now reached that point to where the synergy we have with the Air Force, synergy we have as the Air Force figures out, you know, like say the ground station you know, architecture, what that should look like, and how can we do multi-mission and have one common way of doing that, how you move data around. So that's a pretty big leap forward. They're doing a analysis of alternatives on that now that ties right back into what we're doing for our analysis of alternatives on sensors. And so I think the answer to, I mean, the short answer is yes, the technology's there. Can it be better? Can it be affordable? And can we get it up quickly? I think there's a lot to be said for what we can do now.
Okay. Who else we got? This gentleman right here in front. Just try to get my attention if you have a question.
Okay, so thank you very much. My name is Vyacheslav Kosarev. I'm from Russian Embassy. Thank you, gentlemen, for being with us. It's a very interesting topic, and it's also in interest of Russia, of course. And this picture reminds me one of the James Bond movies when the space shuttle swallowed others, both Russian and US rockets, or I don't know how it's called, spaceships. So my question, the first one, is about militarization of space. What do you think are the prospects and perspectives of United States of America and their allies joining and sharing the idea of not placing weapons in space first. This idea is widely discussed in international community, especially it is supposed to be discussed in the Conference on Disarmament in Geneva, and from year to year we are having resolution.
Can we let the folks answer that question?
Yeah.
Okay.
On this.
All right.
And the second one is a quite precise one. What we heard from the news 1 or 2 weeks ago, that one of the options that U.S. administration was considering about reacting nuclear threat from DPRK was placing back U.S. nukes to South Korea. As you may know, or you all know, that 25 years ago, U.S. already had their nukes on the territory of the
All right, so that's for deployment of,
Thank you very much.
Okay, that's probably a little far afield from where we are. But the first question, you know, will the United States be first to militarize space? Somebody want to take that?
Well, I'll answer that from my personal theoretical perspective again, is that what I tell my students, I teach a course on space and national security, so in my judgment, the United States should not be first or second to weaponize space. And what do I mean by that? We should not proactively go forward, rushing forward, especially without a dialogue amongst our allies, with respect to such a controversial and fraught issue. But by the same token, if we make no effort towards preparing for that eventuality, as the Space Commission, among others, told us, it's inevitable that space will eventually be weaponized, as all other domains that man has encountered will be weaponized, then the United States will not be prepared for that eventuality. So it's a difficult balancing act that we have to follow, in my judgment. And it doesn't serve us to rush ahead or rush unilaterally, in particular, with that issue.
Yeah, you know, for me, I'll just go look at the program of record and tell you from a Missile Defense Agency perspective, there's nothing in our program of record about putting weapons in space.
Okay. All right, who else we got? We got Bruce and somebody over here. In the back? Actually, right there in the back, right there. Right to your left, sir.
Yes, sir. My name is Cammy Butt. I'm with the Pakistani Spectator, and my question is in the perspective of what's going on in South Asia. And it's a general question. It's not very specific about this field, but these two countries, India and Pakistan, are wasting billions of dollars in this space adventure to just, you know, defeat each other in future. Is there any sense of guilt about this in you gentlemen's mind, that it's US who is leading this research and somehow making those countries paranoid that if they don't you know, invest more money, I mean, majority of those people are living below poverty line in these two countries, if you compare with
the question, 104 satellites?
Make comparison with these states. But so is there any sense of guilt about this? Thanks.
All right. Do you feel guilty about the 104 satellites launched by India?
Is that a question?
Well, let me try to rephrase that a little bit. I think the idea is the United States and perhaps its allies are contributing to some kind of space military activity. I think that's fair to say. Anybody want to respond to that? All right, or not. Let's go to Bruce.
Yeah.
Let's go to
Yeah,
Bruce.
I'm sorry.
All right, we got the statement made. All right. Bruce McDonald.
Bruce McDonald, Johns Hopkins University. Pete, I wanted to follow up with your point about missile defense in space. And conceptually, I agree with you. I think, you know, sooner or later we've got to, you know, grasp that nettle and deal with it from a policy perspective. The problem I have with like Brilliant Pebbles and an approach like that is that, and I'd be interested in your responses to it, is one, the vulnerability problem. You're out there and you're potentially quite vulnerable to somebody with like a ground-based laser just shooting at you, and there's which could be, in terms of a crisis dynamic, could be actually kind of scary. Secondly, the problem of, you know, the technical term is absentee ratio with orbiting. 95% of your weapons won't be in the right place at any given time. And then finally, one of the things that I did like about the airborne laser program was a supporter of it. I thought it didn't work out, but the right thing to do was to test it out and find out what the pluses and minuses are, and kudos for that. But the great thing about a 747 is you can land it and do maintenance. And once you put something up there, kind of tough to do maintenance on that. Not completely impossible, but tough. How do you deal with those issues, let's call them, with something like a modern day version of Brilliant Pebbles?
Well, thanks for your question, Bruce. I mean, you've raised a lot of the real key issues that would need to be overcome if, in fact, we were going to go forward with this kind of deployment. So first, you mentioned directed energy. Well, it's no accident, comrades, that that's white. I'll just leave it at that. The life vest here. The other thing you get out of having a distributed architecture, I mean, we're talking about thousands of these vehicles, maybe 4,000 at a minimum. So the vulnerability of each individual node probably doesn't matter for the overall system operation. Paul Nitze, as you know, had some criteria for deploying any kind of ballistic missile defenses, and he said first it shouldn't be vulnerable. I think the distributed nature of this architecture reduces that vulnerability, certainly gets rid of single point failures. And the second thing is that it needs to be cost effective on the margin. So the amount of money invested in the defense, the next incremental dollar is more valuable than the next incremental dollar on the offense. So I think if you can bring down the cost of this deployed system, and what they were shooting for back in the late 80s was $1 million per pebble on orbit. Again, from my perspective, with the advances in launch technology, sensors, computing power, networking, I believe we could do significantly better than that. You probably disagree. Knowing about how the defense acquisition system works, I would not disagree with your disagreement. But the point is, theoretically, I think NHTSA has some good criteria to use. Absentee ratio. I think one of the logic points in that inverted pyramid is that the people that really have the biggest absentee ratio are ground-based sensors. They're not going anywhere. They can only intercept things that happen to come into a small field of view that they can have purview over. Space at least is engaging multiple areas of the world on every orbit, and yes, many of them won't be available to shoot at any particular launch, but the overall architecture will be available, and again, it's the only place where you can deploy a system today that can do global boost phase intercepts. So to me, that's kind of I want to say it's a specious argument from the perspective of the entire system, because the system is designed to overcome that issue with respect to absentee ratio. And if you want higher probabilities of kill, you simply add more. It's a very scalable type of system, which you don't get that ability in the other architecture designs.
And those challenges of resilience and vulnerability, those would apply to space sensors too, right? I mean, that's going to be something to come up with even a distributed sensor layer.
Right.
Let me say, I'm a fan of boost phase intercepts.
Don't get me wrong on that.
Okay. Who else? Roger.
Yes, Roger Robinson. As a European-based think tank at PSSI, we've certainly taken note of the allergic reaction, as I think described by Pete, to the notion of space-based missile defense among many in Europe, certainly in our country, and needless to say in Russia as well. But I would submit that the scandal here, to the extent that there is one, is not the temerity of folks like Pete and Tom and others who advocate near-term space-based missile defense for the United States, but it's rather the fact that it's not already up and fully operational. That's the scandal. I mean, I go back to the Reagan administration and Lowell Wood days when we already had brilliant pebbles, as it's been stated. This is 30-year-old technology that's vital to defending the United States. And we're still, in effect, dithering, with no offense to Admiral Hill and the team. I was wondering, though, when might we be able to expect, in rough terms, an operational capability? Thank you.
Yeah, so you said a lot there, most of which I can't respond to. I'll kind of go back to what I said earlier, is that we are prototyping, experimenting, learning a lot. We've already done a lot over the last 15 years in space. So I wouldn't say that it's not all there. And if you look at where we are today with our interceptors and what we're doing with the ground systems, there's a lot of heritage that ties back to the times that you just mentioned. So that technology moved forward. And we're continuing to improve that technology, and it has a natural glide slope to take us to that other frontier. But it really does come down to time and investment there. And without it, we just don't have the program of record for me to declare a timeline for weapons in space, right? I'm just going to stay away from that. See, Pete told me the other day, hey, I can say that. I'm the academic guy on the panel, and I said, well, I can't say that. But from the space, the operational space layer perspective, we're moving out in that, and you're going to see that as part of, whenever we can openly talk about the budget, we'll get a good sense on the timeline. But I would say it's a lot closer than what you might think in terms of capability in space. And sensing really is important, right? You can't shoot anything unless you can see it, right? So where you shoot it, that's another debate, and it's an interesting one. But for now, the Missile Defense Agency is really focused in on sensing and precision track globally.
Could I just add, I really appreciate your question, and I think those are raising some fundamental issues. So from my perspective, what I am most concerned about is I believe that these decisions are almost purely political and about our values and those kinds of things. It's not a technical issue. Right. This is pretty old technology now. So I also am concerned about the narrative being that, well, we already look at all this stuff and we decide to reject it because we don't have the technology. And that's just wrong. I mean, the Cold War ended. That's why we didn't go forward with these things. And I'm here to tell you, the Soviet Union was very concerned about this. If you read interviews with Gorbachev or Shevardnadze or any of those kinds of people, this was foremost on their mind. As you're probably aware, the Russians, Soviets tried to launch a 75-ton laser battle station in 1987. That didn't work. It didn't reach orbit, but it's not like they weren't going forward with similar type of technology. So the Cold War ended. That's why these things came apart. There wasn't the political need to do it. I would submit that today there's more of a political need than there has been in the recent decades. And again, it's just, in my mind, it's an inevitable dialogue that needs to be had internationally because the technology is here. So it's really about what we're going to do with it.
All right, who's next? I'll re-engage. One question I've got is, Pete, you just mentioned that maybe it's not high technology that stands in the way, and you mentioned the same in our exchange earlier, but there are kind of the operational problems. Yes. And Bruce, I think, already pointed to that, opening up a hole in any kind of orbital thing. There might be some good operational reasons that you want having effectors on the ground. You might want to have a lot more flexibility about where you send them, whereas in some ways you put them in orbit and they're stuck. You're not able to maneuver them as much, right? Would that be a fair rejoinder?
Absolutely. I mean, I agree with the basic logic that the Hoffman and Fletcher panels did back at the beginning of the SDI program, that you need a layered defense system. And I would not want to rely just on a space-based layer. But I also do believe that the logic in that pyramid is correct, that you get all kinds of positional and velocity advantages in space that are not possible in other domains.
And actually, I think I'm going to re-engage on you, and that is, we were kind of talking about the space sensor layer in terms of long-range discrimination problem. Right. But aren't there tremendous advantages from the space sensor layer for, frankly, the whole BMDS, which you had up there? And so, what is it that a space sensor layer could do for lower tier interceptors? Not merely high altitude OPIR, but what is sort of a low or medium orbit tracking and discrimination layer do for the Patriots and the THAADs and Aegis of the world?
Yeah, that's a great question. If you take a look at some of the advanced threats, and we talked about how those trajectories are changing, and if you look at what they're targeting, they tend to be more of a regional threat. Right, so some of the systems that you mentioned now, we got to deal with it, right? And it turns out if you look at that problem of a very advanced threat, which is it's here right now, right? And really the only way to ensure you've got track custody is to be in space, right? So I think, as I mentioned earlier, that the battle space is converging. It's one space. Right, this is no longer a above the atmosphere battle versus in the atmosphere battle or on the surface battle, right? This is the whole battle space, and it includes space. And so we're going to have to figure out how we're going to sense that whole battle space, how we're going to detect and track there, and how we're going to put weapons on the credible objects. And so that's, I think there's great advantage for both regional and homeland.
And what I was fishing for there was, what it permits in terms of launch on remote or engage on remote. Which is to say, launching your things a lot earlier.
You bet.
Because of that, in other words, what is the hard meaning of that precision? It means you can do more things with what you've got, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the earlier you detect and get a firm track, I mean, that's really the only way you're going to put a weapon on target, right? You've got to have a full detection and precision track on that. So the earliest way to get it, and it's how we operate today, is from space. Right, so the further out you can go, the more engage on remote capability you have, and in fact, that's the use of space objects or space capability today is just the communications. Command and control is at the core, and we tend not to talk about that a lot. We get excited about sensors, get excited about weapons, but the command and control that's either in a ground station or in something aloft or something on an airplane, something on a ship, the command and control that's moving that data and determining what data to move and what latency and what repetition rate becomes really important as we leverage the goodness of space. And I'm with you, Pete. It's not going to ever be about just, hey, now we're in space, we can go get rid of everything else, right? The world that I want to live in, the kind of ship I want my daughter to be on is a ship that's got its own radar and it's connected. I want her on that kind of ship that is connected to that global network. And that global network will include terrestrial-based sensors, ship-based sensors, mobile sensors, all of that tied into networks that are in space and elsewhere. So I think that's really the conversation we're having here is how connected we're getting in that very large battle space now.
If I could add one thing to that point about global network of forward sensing and all that. Japan is hosting 2 X-band radars for the US missile defense system. And in addition to developing our own missile defense capability, we are hosting a lot of the United States missile defense assets in Japan. And we're trying to strengthen the overall alliance capability for the missile defense for both of our countries. So I think that is one aspect of alliance contribution to the global network of missile defense systems.
Great.
And can I take a moment just to congratulate Shuji and the country of Japan for the incredible performance of the SM-3 Block 2A during its first intercept. That's a cooperative program that we jointly came through together. I was a young commander when we came up with the idea, working with Japan, to go off and build an interceptor together. And for me, it's just great to report back to the Missile Defense Agency after all this time and to see the first intercept. Amazing. And so what that means for Japan's security, what it means for the U.S., that's just a perfect example of international cooperation, all about national security.
And it has been a symbol of Japan-U.S. security and defense cooperation. And our colleagues at the Ministry of Defense are very much proud of what they have been working on, and
we all are.
The entire government of Japan has been, admiring that symbolic project that we've been working on.
With effects back to the trilateral side, that'll go into Europe for NATO, and that's the kind of a capability that really and truly blurs the lines between homeland and regional.
Oh, yeah.
All of a sudden, something that is very exo-atmospheric has long-range capabilities too. Russ.
Hi, Russ Matijevich, Hawkeye 360. Maybe this is a good question to end on, but what role do you see or would you like to see the commercial space industry play in shoring up what you guys are trying to do in the space layer and beyond in your missile defense mission?
That's probably a good close for all three panelists.
Yeah, it's, that is the perfect cooperation between space and missile defense question. Certainly, we have, by leveraging the commercial side of the house, we're seeing huge cost advantages, right? So that's important in this world, particularly when you start talking about numbers in space. And just use that as just a very simple example. We have a great relationship with the commercial lift side of the house. And for commercially based satellites, that relationship just has to continue. That's the only way that we can very quickly get the operational space layer to become a reality, is working closely with industry. So there's just the fundamentals of just launch capability. That's
your mic
important.
is just
Did my mic go out?
Yeah.
All right. Well, Russ can hear me, so that's. So launch capability is important, but I would say continue to mature technologies that we're going to need. Right, I tell you, serving at the Missile Defense Agency is just great because I work with some of the finest scientists and engineers on the planet. But we don't know everything, right, in the halls of our little cell there. So we go to industry all the time, right? We do RFIs to industry. We ask about technologies. We're not shy about it, right? What's it going to take to get into space, right? What do we need to do this sort of sensing, to do that sort of algorithm? What do we need for command and control on the ground, and to link all these different disparate pieces together? So I would say continue to mature the technology and come talk to us. We want to talk to industry, big and small. Because I think that's where there's so much innovation there, and I think all of us have kind of said that the technology's there. Now it's a matter of how do you get it in the right application, and it's going to be different across the services. The needs of the Army will be different from the needs of the Navy, different from the Missile Defense Agency, different from the Air Force, and that is okay. But wouldn't it be great, just back to the directed energy question, if we were all investing on the right technology that we can move very quickly across all services and with our allies? That would be fantastic. I think today we're in a lot of different pockets. So I think collaboration, lots of talking, very important.
We'll let each of you briefly respond to that too, and then I think we are out of time. Okay. So.
You need that?
Actually, you may not
I
need
think
that.
I don't.
Yeah, they
but,
shot me off, though.
Okay. I think that's a great question and a great way to end. And the thing that's exciting to me is that there is so much synergy between what the commercial sector is going towards and the types of distributed architectures with greater resilience. So the overlaps between that is fantastic. I mean, there's going to be all kinds of opportunities for more places to host sensors and driving down the cost of doing those kinds of architectures for whatever purpose, and the launch opportunities as well. So I think that's an exciting set of synergistic type of things that are emerging, and I think it's an important part of the discussion going forward.
It is an important topic for the government of Japan too. We have a national security strategy adopted about 4 years ago or so, and it mentions, along with the promotion of the defense industrial base, there is a reference to the space industry as one of the areas that we would look at. So there's a growing sense in Japan about the importance of the cooperation with the commercial sector. And together with the United States, we will explore various ways to pursue that goal.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. We are definitely out of time. Please join me in thanking the panelists.
Started.
I love all the glass doors set up.
Did you tell me what the second report you guys are
Just
releasing was?
Start getting bored. You got a great view of the outside.
Okay, that's right. That's right. We just have finished
With the grand vision.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Pete.
But everything else going okay? Good. Good.
Thank you. And we're going to get started now with our third panel discussion of the day. And the topic of this panel is what's the future of space launch? This has been a hot issue in recent years in Congress. And it's going to be one of the big space issues that the new administration is going to have to tackle. So I want to briefly introduce the panelists here today. We've got to my left is Andrew Hunter, who's a senior fellow here at CSIS. And then we've got Bill LaPlante, who is at the MITRE Corporation, formerly the acquisition chief in the Air Force. We have John Schumacher, who's joining us from Aerojet Rocketdyne, and on the end here is Brett Alexander from Blue Origin. You'll notice that there are a couple of companies here that have something at stake in the future of U.S. space launch. I also am going to take the opportunity to make a shameless plug for two reports that we are releasing here today at CSIS that both Andrew and I worked on. And they both have to do with space launch. One is on what would the implications be for the military if the cost of access to space went down dramatically in the future. And so I'd encourage you, if that's an issue that's of interest to you, to take a look at that report. The second report that we're releasing today is entitled Beyond the RD-180. Of course, the RD-180 is the Russian rocket motor that's currently used on the Atlas V. That has been subject of a lot of controversy in Congress in recent years. Restrictions placed on the engine, how many can be used. The general consensus that's come out of this, of course, is that the U.S. wants to break its dependence on the Russian rocket motor. The question is how quickly and what are the options to transition. So that's what we explore in that paper. So without any more introduction, I want to go to Andrew and go to you first. And I'm going to have you talk a little bit about the reports that we released today. In particular, as the U.S. is trying to transition away from use of the RD-180 engine, how does it need to change the way it acquires space launch, and what are the different acquisition strategies that should be considered?
Well, thanks, Todd. Thanks for the opportunity to talk about our reports. And thanks also for letting me talk about acquisition strategies for space immediately before before the former Air Force Assistant Secretary, and putting him within arm's reach. So
that's right.
He can reach over and strangle me. Well, one of the interesting things that came out of the work that we were able to do on this is just what a interesting and tumultuous, if you will, disruptive time space launch is undergoing right now. And when I'm not talking to a space crowd, when I'm not talking to a crowd of more general interest in defense, I always like to say, if there's one thing that's been proved, if you can disrupt the space launch market, then there truly is no market that cannot be disrupted. And I think that's true. And it, of course, in this audience, the important point is that the space market is being disrupted. And that's an important point. So as you look at the future of space launch from a U.S. government perspective, you have to keep in mind that there's this broader trend that's going on in the world and in industry and globally is very significant. Now, it does present some real opportunities, and we're already starting to realize some of that. You're seeing cheaper launch as kind of a first effect, and you see that with the two launches that have been awarded so far to SpaceX that are at price points that are below with ones in recent history that the U.S. government has obtained. There's the opportunity for much more responsive launch, which is a big potential advantage. And as was discussed by the last panel, you start to see the potential for some new missions from space that would not be possible if launch costs didn't come down. And I think some of those ideas that the last panel talked about could potentially be enabled by what's happening in the launch market. When you talk about how do we get there, what are the acquisition strategy approaches that might get you there? I think there's a lot of things that the government is going to have to consider, has been considering, is going to have to continue to consider as it adopts its plan forward. And the first one is a really basic one that I think tends to get overlooked, and it's, well, what are we actually trying to buy? And I think the temptation when you think about launch, you say, well, we're buying rockets, right? I mean, that's what this is all about, rockets, isn't it? But it isn't, actually. What we're buying, generally speaking, is a service, and that's what the law says we're supposed to do. And in most cases, I think we definitely set out in that direction, but then you get into this question of, well, what kind of engine does my service have? Well, services don't have engines, right? So we constantly get back into talking about the rocket. But going forward in the future, as the market continues to mature and develop, and I think it is maturing and developing very rapidly, we really are, I think, going to be buying a service. And when we talk about reusability, that's definitely going to drive us more in that service perspective. And that's a different kind of an acquisition strategy than the strategy that says I'm trying to build and fly a rocket. It also talks about what market are you in and who else is in that market and affecting what your strategy might need to be. And we've seen this before in space. The space acquisition strategies of the 90s said there's going to be a commercial market, we're going to ride along with that commercial market. When that commercial market didn't fully materialize, it affected the government strategy. To give another example, in a kind of a related field, the government at one point set out and said, we're going to develop software-definable radios for the military. They set out to do that. They set up a very extensive framework for that, and then along came things like the iPhone and commercial communications, which no one, first of all, had on their radar screen would exist when the government designed its program. But secondly, even when they started to see this market develop, they probably didn't think to themselves, well, this is going to completely change the way I need to think about my approach to government radios. And in fact, that is what happened, though. It did in many ways affect the government program. Third consideration is, how much competition is right for the approach that we're going to take, which is really going to be informed by how much competition is possible, how much competition is out there, how much can we rely on non-traditional suppliers or people who may have some interest in the government market, but it's not really their focus. How much competition with that part of the market can you allow into the government system? But also the flip side of that. If you don't give yourself access to the commercial developments that are out there, do you end up with a set of government systems that are just dinosaurs that are completely disconnected from the broader technology space? So that's a careful balance. And then that gets to the question of risk. And what kind of risks, as the government's developing its acquisition strategy, is the government willing to take, and how does it manage them? And then that gets to probably some options. So one of the things we looked at in our report that's entitled Beyond the RD-180 is what options might the government consider as it thinks about where it's going with the next generation of space systems. And there's a strategy in place to do public-private partnerships with some companies to develop some new capabilities and potentially some new competitors in the government launch space. But when and if, and assuming that we get to the point where we have those, again, how much competition do we want to have between them? How many competitors are we willing to entertain and or to help support and sponsor? And so we talk about some different approaches to the acquisition strategy. The first one that we discussed just briefly is the issue of the block buy, and we know that that's possible because we're in it now. We have one, we have a block buy, and then we have some competition along with that. And so that's one possibility. I think in the future, you would not, again, have a block buy that was uncompetitive. You would have a competitive contract that you would do, and then you would consider, is there some competition outside of that we would also engage in? The second approach is to do it more the way, and the classic case to me is the way that the Navy procures destroyers, which is to say they know they want to have two shipyards that build destroyers, and they compete between them, but they compete in a pretty low-key way, because everyone in the system understands that neither one is going to be allowed to go out of business, and so they're kind of competing for market share more than they're competing for existence or competing in a true head-to-head fashion, winner-takes-all fashion. And so if the government's objective in the future is to have two launch providers that can take it anywhere it wants to go, you can envision doing an approach like that. I call that allocated competition. Another approach then is to say, all right, well that may be great, but again, those two government providers could end up looking like Navy shipyards, i.e. they sell only to the Navy. And that may be not what we want in space. And so we may have something that I term in the paper, very inelegant acquisition-y word, IDIQ competition, which is another way of saying competition that is more open, more competitors can get in, but you want to make sure that your competitors are viable, and so you're going to give some minimum awards within launch, but potentially you're going to have more than 2 people in play. And so you have more competitors, small guarantees, small contracts, but you have a more defined playing field. And then the logical end conclusion is something that's just full and open competition, where anyone can come to the party, anyone can play. No one gets any guarantee that their business will be of any magnitude. And my own view is that we're probably not in a space where the market's mature enough yet to allow that, but that could easily be the end objective in an ideal world where we'd be going.
All right. So next, Bill, I want to go to you. And you were, when you were acquisition chief in the Air Force, you were right in the middle of a lot of changes that were happening with the Evolved Expendable Launch Vehicle program. And so I wanted to get your thoughts on the EELV acquisition strategy. And in particular, what do you think is the proper balance between trying to reduce costs and trying to reduce risk, in particular maintaining assured access to space?
Yeah, thanks, Todd, and thanks, Andrew. And I didn't tell either of them, but I'm also announcing an article today that's going to rebut Andrew and what he said.
Thank you.
No, I'm kidding.
We'll put it on our website.
We'll put it on the CSIS website. Thanks for the question. So just remind everybody, not to get acquisition techie here, that we're in the beginning competitive phases of space launch outside the block buy. And I think it was recently announced by the Air Force that they're going to have as many as 15 competitive launches in this phase. And I think the second one was just announced with the GPS-3, which is the Falcon 9. The long-term plan, of course, is to get to what Andrew said. Everybody agrees. The actually interesting thing, everybody agrees on the long term. You don't get a whole lot of difference. Everybody wants something like launch as a service, leverage commercial, 2 independent at least ways to get into space, and do it with domestic U.S. technology. You don't have a whole lot of arguments about it. You can find people in space that will argue with you on that, but that's only because there's a lot of people in space that just like to argue. But generally, that's what you want. What the problem you have is you have the problem like in math or physics where you have a set of constraints and a number of equations, and the number of equations and the number of unknowns have to equal each other, and if you have fewer equations than unknowns, you're not going to solve the problem. And here's the thing. If you say where we are today to get to that nirvana that I just described, you sort of have to say, well, okay, we want competition, we want off the Russian engines, and we want to have an ability to tap into the commercial market. And the thing is in the next 5 years, probably you're not going to get any of those, and that's a very, very hard fact to realize. So to get to the acquisition strategy, the challenge, I'll get right to it, the challenge in the competitive phase that we're in right now, these guys are dealing with on one side, is you've got a situation where you have 2 certified offers, that is SpaceX and ULA, okay? And so far we've done 2 competitive launches, but we're going to have 13 more. And essentially, because they're both certified, the source selection criteria ends up coming down largely to a few risk items that are specific to that launch and something called price. Somebody could argue that's an LPTA way of doing acquisition, and I'm not sure that that's not wrong. Because here's the argument on the other side of it. Are you going to put companies through 2 years of certification, launch at least 3 times, all types of stuff, a lot of it's on their own nickel, and then say, oh, by the way, now in a source selection, we're going to go through another year of looking at the risk in your proposal? That's sort of the dilemma that the government is in, and this gets at, for Andrew's IDIQ contract idea, which is a great idea. Think about how far would you have to go to certify the people to get into that pool to be an IDIQ provider? So again, This is the dilemma that we're in. And I would say that the price points are going to be the discriminator in the next 3 years. And the only other comment I would make on the acquisition strategy, which is something that I struggled with, I'm not sure if we've publicly talked about this, is when you put a source selection together, you try to say, what is the ultimate value that you're going to reward? What is the value you're going to reward? Well, sometimes the value you want is, number one, risk. You want the lowest risk. But keep in mind, the risk here, once you're through the certification process, it's hard to argue one is more risky than the other, right? Because you've gone through this, both have gone through this certification process. So the next thing, which we have not done, is you could say, what is the risk to the schedule? Particularly for the national security launches that are not GPS-3. We just had an NRO launch, NRO 79 is what we called it. It was very critical that happened within 2 years of the award of the RFP. I remember when we awarded, I was still in the job. So one could put source selections together saying, okay, we're going to look at the cost, we're going to look at the technical risk, but since both guys are qualified, maybe that's going to be a wash. But if the schedule's important, we think that the risk is higher on that one than this one, and motivate that. The other comment I'll make, and then I'll stop, is I've convinced that we have to go to what's called, I called it allocation. It's the Navy Yard thing that Andrew said. I think there's no other way. Because again, we have this dilemma. We want to get the Russian engines. We want to at least two companies that are certified and survive that can put into space. And we want competition. I don't think you can't get two of those three, and I'm concerned you can't get one of those three unless you do something like an allocated launch. So those are my thoughts.
All right. And before I go to our industry participants on the panel here, I'd note that current U.S. policy on space launch is that we're supposed to have 2 independent vehicles capable of launching the full range of national security payloads. Now, we haven't really been following that for a while, but we're on the cusp of a situation where we will have that. And in our report, one of the things we presumed is that SpaceX and their family of Falcon vehicles will be one of those. With the Falcon 9 already certified, and the Falcon Heavy should be certified if all goes well within the next couple of years. So assuming that's one family, you need another family that's capable, at least one, of launching all the national security payloads. Right now, it's Atlas 5 and Delta 4, but we're trying to get rid of the RD-180 on the Atlas 5. The Atlas 5 is already not price competitive with the Falcon 9. We've seen that in a competition now. Delta 4 actually costs even more than an Atlas 5. So how do we get that second family that is going to be competitive and be able to launch the full range of payloads? So the question then becomes, what is that launch vehicle? Is it a modified Atlas 5, or is it a new vehicle, and what engine does it have on it? The big question now is that engine. And so, John, I want to go to you. One of the options that's being pursued to replace the RD-180 is Aerojet's AR-1 engine that's in development. So can you give us an update on the status of that engine and your views on whether it would be most effectively used on the Atlas 5 as close to a drop-in replacement, or if it would be better used on a new launch vehicle that's been proposed, the Vulcan?
Sure, again, Todd, thanks a lot. The engine question feeds right into the launch vehicle, into the service. I mean, you all have touched the key points. Certainly, we would offer that we think AR-1 is the lowest risk, fastest path, and the cheapest way to go to end Russian reliance. I think that's the start point. And the prior panel, they were talking a lot about, we have a lot of discussion about what might be, but at the end of the day, there's a bunch of no kid around operational requirements. And as long as you're dependent on Russian engines, that's a vulnerability that we ought to eliminate as quickly as we can. Like Bill touched on, not at the expense of everything else. But so what's the fastest path, most reliable path to do that, and then position for the kind of things we're talking about? That's what we view AR-1 with Atlas, which, when you look at the numbers, lowest cost. Atlas, or a Vulcan variant, also very low cost. Save every dollar you can for what can be. And I think when we get beyond that, and have the right kind of competition, have one that says, this is no kid around operational national security of space assured access. So I want to see a proper down select. I want to see a certified production capability and do that. And then give yourself the time to let the Air Force take this great space enterprise vision they're working on, translate that into not a linear answer, because do we just want 2 launch providers? Maybe for the heavy mission, but for that low intermediate class, let's look at what Blue brings, what SpaceX brings, what ULA brings, what Sierra Nevada brings with Dream Chaser, other folks that are out there. I mean, we talk a lot about AR1 in this context, but we do reusable engines, we do expendables. The other piece is that whole explosion in additive plus the hypersonic and in-space capabilities, advanced solar electric, nuclear. What do you want to do we were talking yesterday, or listening to some panels yesterday about the equation of the outcomes you want and bring them back in and have that robust launch market. The last piece I'd leave you with, General Goldfein has been saying this last couple of Air Force Chief of Staff, which it so applies to what we're doing now. He said, when we're confronted, and the example, someone must have given him a question about an adversary from the East. He said, a global power doesn't have a linear response. They have a response, if it comes to the East, they have a response from the North, South, East, and West. And they do it at a speed with capabilities and multiple dilemmas, and that's deterrence in its own right. So, when I listen to that, and I listen to our launch discussion, can't we get that discussion there? So let's solve the Russian vulnerability problem. Let's do it in the lowest cost way, save those dollars, and use them for the kind of things we're talking about. And there's a lot of capabilities that in the next few years, I think we're talking 3 to 5, probably 5 to 8 to prove out.
So follow up quickly. Yeah. So in terms of the development timeline on AR1, where are you right now? Where are you going to be? FY22, of course, is when we're supposed to totally end RD-180. Are you going to have a fully operational certified engine by then?
Yeah, Todd, thanks for the question. We're on the path we laid out 2 years ago on schedule. We'll have a certified engine coming off, it'll be a production engine coming off a production line, which we have outside of Los Angeles right now, in 2019. And depending on the pace of integration with ULA and the pace they're moving on with Vulcan or an Atlas, it's ready for integration. The work can start ahead of that, but it's a 1920 proposition.
Okay. And so, Brett, I want to go to you. Basically, the same question. The other option that's being pursued right now for RD-180 replacement engine is Blue Origin's BE-4 engine, which was already being developed by Blue Origin for a different launch vehicle, the New Glenn. So could you give us an update on the BE-4? What's its status? And in particular, what are the long-term plans for this engine, not just potentially on the Vulcan, but also on the New Glenn?
Sure. It's funny listening to John, because I think we have exactly the same talking points, fastest path, lowest cost, and lowest risk. So we have the BE-4 engine. We shipped our first engine from our manufacturing and design facility in Kent, Washington. We shipped it a couple weeks ago down to our Texas test site, and it's on the test stand now. We have set up our production line. We have a production line for our BE-3 hydrogen engine, which we've flown 5 times to space and back, executing a landing of our new Shepherd vehicle down in West Texas. So, we've got that capability. We're very excited to be getting into the full engine test phase. We've been doing component tests for the last 3 years on it. We've done over 220 stage combustion tests. We've done a couple hundred power pack tests. We've done all sorts of bearing tests and everything else that goes into the engine itself. And so we're at that point where seeing the first assembly on the test stand is very exciting. So hot fire for that coming up soon. And we have a long qualification plan, development test and qualification plan that we have to go through to prove that engine out. So we're excited about that. As you mentioned, we were developing that engine first for our own purposes. United Launch Alliance came along at just the right time, where we were able to shift the sizing of the engine from a 400,000 pound thrust engine to 550,000 pounds of thrust, which gives them more than enough capability to not only meet the 9 reference orbits that the national security community has, but to do it at a cheaper price point than they were with the RD-180, because not only is the engine cheaper, but they get more capability out of the first stage, and therefore they don't have to have as many solid rockets on the rocket at the same time. So it gives them better performance at a lower cost, and that helps them be competitive in the marketplace, both commercially as well as for the national security launch community. When you step back from that and you look at the state of space launch, particularly around national security right now, it's deja vu all over again, in the sense that every 5 years we go through this existential crisis on space launch, and something fundamentally changes. So we went through it in the early 70s when we got rid of Saturn V and went with the Space Shuttle. We went through it in the middle 80s when the Space Shuttle Challenger accident happened, and we took national security payloads off of a dedicated shuttle. And then it happened again in the early 90s when we went through the EELV program creation. I worked on the Space Launch Modernization Plan with General Moorman back in the 1994 timeframe. And then we had the big commercial run-up at the end of the 90s, created the EELV program, came up with 2 independent systems, which, by the way, was a great deal for the government at the time. It was $5 billion worth of vehicle development, and the government put in $1 billion, which was only 20% of the funds. Flash forward 5 years, and the commercial market disappeared, and the government had to step in and say, we will pay you to maintain both lines, and it shifted from a government leveraging commercial to a government having to pay for it all. And then United Launch Alliance with Atlas and Delta became an only government provider. The commercial market went away as the government requirements became the driver for everything. And that is, ULA is really just a reflection of their government customer and how that process drives them to a certain mission assurance level, capabilities, and frankly, insight, oversight process that the competitor that's coming in doesn't have to deal with. So there isn't a level playing field, there isn't apples to apples. When you talk about the cost of the GPS-3 mission, for example, that SpaceX just won at $95 million or something, they don't have to have a heavy capability. They don't have to have the infrastructure that provides those other capabilities that ULA has provided and has built their cost model around. And so only when those 2 entrants have to compete on a level playing field would you be able to decide based on lowest price technically acceptable. You can't do that today because it's not apples to apples. And yet some of those competitions really do look that way. As you go forward, if ULA is going to be legislated out of using one of their engines and forced to compete, then there's an obligation, I think, from a national security perspective to maintain an environment where that secret sauce is not lost. They could go away easily, and we would lose something. We would be back to a monopoly for the time being, but also we would lose that heritage that we've had for 50 years of Atlas and Delta and the heritage companies that have had that mission assurance success rate. So it is a precipitous time for national security launch, but it always is. And the question is, we went from fully commercial to fully government. Where is that sweet spot? What is the happy medium going forward? And it is a delicate issue that needs to be decided very carefully.
Okay, so I know there are probably a lot of questions in the audience here, so I'll go right to the audience to start answering questions. So we've got microphones around the room, so if anyone wants to raise their hand, we'll bring a microphone your direction. Wow, you're not going to make me ask a question, are you? All right, Russ, right up here.
Hi, Russ Matevich, Hawkeye 360. In your study, did you look at alternative ways that the U.S. government could contract for the delivery of the satellite? So rather than it going to the U.S. Air Force to launch with ULA, the SPO would contract for delivery on orbit of the spacecraft and then basically take mission assurance away from the government, put the prime contractor at risk for mission assurance, so that now you can get to an apples to apples type comparison in cost, because now it's just, you know, you're competing on the merits of your launch technology that the primes are going to be deciding. And it's been done before in the past. The Navy UHF follow-on program used delivery, commercial delivery on orbit as their acquisition structure.
Well, I would say that, I don't know that I could say we looked at exactly as you described that, but there's a couple of elements there that we absolutely looked at in our Beyond RD-180 study. The first is, again, if it's a service, there's a lot of implications that flow from that. In a truly service acquisition model, you don't specify nearly any of the items that have historically been specified by the government when launching government national security, particularly payloads, of which mission assurance is one of the central features. Now, not to say you couldn't have a mission assurance requirement in your service, but you generally, it's more of an insurance model, right, that says if you fail in providing the service, then there's an indemnity of some kind is owed. The second piece of it is we do touch on the fact that if you don't have a common model, the easy way to describe that is a level playing field, then you're not going to have a successful competition. You're going to have to go to some other way to generate a form of competition. In the near term, one of the things we talk about in the near term, because of the path dependence of how we got to where we are today, there is not a clear, easy way to say, okay, I'm going to compete ULA and SpaceX on an equal basis. Totally even playing field, same contract type. In theory, the competitive contracts that are out there are commercial contracts. It's the same contract for both, but there's a lot of legacy cost, a lot of legacy structure built into the business model of the two competitors. You can't just wish that away. It's still there. The third thing that I would say, getting to our other study on the, if you will, the grand vision, low-cost access to space, is that that vision is achieved when you really have a commercial service, fully robust commercial market out there. And so we do talk a little bit about how, if that's the goal, if that's the objective, that's the grand vision as Bill described, most everyone has, you need to think about how do you get there? You have to set up structures that allow you to behave that way. And that definitely means moving towards a more commercial type model for acquiring launch.
I just want to add something Andrew said real quick on a service thing. So again, I think I'm a proponent of buying it as a service, but there's two interesting things I can show that we as government custodians of taxpayers' money still get held accountable for, even though it's a service. One is the Russian engine. So the Russian engine is a subcontractor, I think, to a subcontractor to somebody we're buying, the ULA, we're buying a service for. Do you think that mattered to the Hill? Here's the second part. It's bought as a commercial item. Yet the Hill was saying to the Air Force, why are you allowing buying Russian engines at these prices? And we're like, it's a service, it's a subcontractor, and they're buying it commercial. It's not our business. It didn't matter. Okay, so that tell you, you're still held in a different standard in the government when you're buying service. The other quick one I'll say is that during the time when ULA was debating whether to bid on GPS-1, remember that, I got a call from another industry group that said, well, if they won't bid, we will. Can you give us the spec, give us the data rights for Atlas V, and we'll put our engine on it. So I called up my friend Tori Bruno, who's the head of ULA, and said, Tori, okay, guys, what's the situation of data rights for Atlas V? He goes, don't even think about it, Bill. Because we're, so that's the point. But
Who was that called up, Bill?
So you see what I mean. When you buy as a service, there's implications.
Yeah. And, I want to ask a quick question for our industry folks here. Earlier today, Representative Bridenstine was here and gave a talk. One of the things he mentioned was the idea of an America First launch policy that could include tax credits to companies launching satellites if they use an American-made launch vehicle. Do you have thoughts on that?
Sure. If you go to the service model and you look what other folks do around the world, you can certainly build that in as a price advantage for U.S. companies. It's interesting to pile on the service conversation. You can have a service contract where you don't pay for anything until you get data or the delivered product, right? Sure. That's it. And the risk is on the provider. So there's all those kind of models. You even have folks like in Europe where UK outsourced all its military communications. I mean, there's lots of good examples out there of how far you can go. But when you get back to how do you want to spur investment, the late 90s when I first got to NASA, the discussion just finished within the Bush 1 administration about Chinese and later Soviet and Russian launch, and the point was the golden egg was the satellite, right? It was the satellite contract. The launch was almost a wash. Right. And now you're in a market where maybe 50-50. So to come back to if you're looking at a holistic American strategy that says, I want to encourage all different parts of the sector, why not?
Any thoughts?
You know, I want to go back to the idea, not just of a service, but about making it as commercial as possible. And obviously I'm with a commercial company, and I believe in commercial space, but the government thumb is all over the launch industry, and you can't take that away. And we're talking about national security space here, and you've got 27 payloads in the manifest for from 22 to 27, so 6 years, 4.5 payloads a year. Those are very important payloads, and separating out some for a commercial service just makes the others get more expensive, right? It's not a big marketplace. And so it shouldn't be looked at on pure commercial terms. There's going to have to be government involvement, government management. I'm not sure if allocation is the way to do it or direct direction, but there's plenty of direction from the Congress, there's plenty of direction from the White House. And as I said, the government thumb's been all over it for the 60-year history of launch, and it will be for many decades to come.
Could I just add something?
Sure.
I'm with you on that, Brett, but part of it is what you guys hopefully are going to be gangbusters with is really creating more requirement, right? And so as you get into that, don't you get the government becomes like in other sectors, it becomes a buyer of that service. And maybe it's for example, the heavy, and we haven't even talked about how does SLS get into this whole mix, right? And how does the government drive down cost on that? Because what's clearly uniquely a government buyer, these heavy missions right now, right? And when you get into small, medium, there's more and more opportunity for commercial to come in. That's why, like with engines, if you're buying for a purely commercial provider, great, understand that, we do everyone. When you get the government customer, and that's why, I was talking about earlier, if you want to, when you're talking about Air 1BE4, are you going to go down all the things you expect for national security space or not? And that's what we're looking to when we look to the compete and talking about where we'll finish and this and that. As you get more commercial, and then people are just buying a service, and then maybe that preserve of government gets smaller and smaller in the heavy launch side.
Right. So from a Blue Origin perspective, we're building a New Glenn launch vehicle. We firmly believe that you have to grow the market, and that market is human space flight. We've designed a launch vehicle that is larger than the Delta IV Heavy. It is a heavy launch vehicle, and it's primarily aimed at the human space flight market, which does not exist. We have the luxury of doing that based on our founder and his good fortune, but we're not. At the same time, assuming that that vehicle, won't be usable for other things or for normal commercial satellite launch, which we have signed a couple of contracts for commercial satellite launches on that. When it comes to the BE4 engine, we work with the Air Force and ULA every day on giving them insight into that engine. It's fully paid for by the private sector. We're paying for it. United Launch Alliance is contributing to it. We're not dependent on government money. That's kept us able to stay on schedule and on path to deliver that engine. So we're quite confident in where we stand from an engine standpoint, because not only do we have a customer for it, but we also have a need for it ourselves.
Are you saying government money's unreliable? We can't pass a budget.
A very quick flip comment, but to make a point, so with apologies. Those of us in acquisition, if we wrote Part A of our acquisition strategy, find a billionaire willing to throw his money at going to Mars. Check. Okay, now, you see the issue.
Absolutely.
The United States government, for its most precious national security payloads, is luckily have a couple of very rich people that want to go to Mars. At least as long, hopefully for a while.
Yeah. We're not about Mars, but
wherever you want to go,
right?
Whatever you want to do.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. But the bottom line from a national security perspective is, we're developing an engine that the Air Force has complete insight into. We have a production capability that, should we get out of the business for any reason, ULA has right of first refusal to take over the factory, the design, everything else. So all those protections and mitigations can be done. If you go to a pure commercial market and you say, I'm dependent on a launch vehicle that needs a large, commercial market to survive because of the way the competition is done, then you're vulnerable in a different way, in a much more profound way.
So I'm going to ask the two guys who aren't in the space industry a pointed question. An issue that's come up recently, there's a memo from Representative Rogers recently to the Air Force. I think Chairman Thornberry signed on to it too. That basically said, I'm summarizing here, that they think that the Air Force and the Congress ought to have a say in the down select between these two engines. So I'm not going to ask you guys about this, but for Andrew and Bill, what are your thoughts? What role should the government have in the down select between these two engines?
Okay, great question. So the point being that normally the government would not be making this choice, right? Either the launch vehicle provider would make the choice, or again, if you're in a fully service model, maybe it wouldn't even be the launch vehicle manufacturer. Maybe it'd be some other person in the chain who's managing the service, and it wouldn't be the government's role. Should the government intervene? Well, I'm not going to say you stumped me. I guess I would say no. Just my intellectual predilection is let industry sort these things out. Again, I'm trying to keep in mind that grand vision of where we want to go. And that grand vision of where we want to go, ultimately, and I'm not saying we're going to get there soon, but it's of a robust commercial space launch market that functions with some government involvement. We're never going to get away from that. That's a major point of our second report. But that is not that heavy thumb. Maybe there's a pinky, but it's not that heavy thumb of the government making all of these decisions. If we want to get there, I would argue we're better off moving in that direction, which would mean not having the government make that decision at this stage.
Bill?
Yeah, I think ideally you don't want the government to make that decision, but here's the challenge. The challenge when you're sitting on the government side for national security and industry comes to you and says, you know what, if we don't get a minimum number of these launches in the next 5 years, we're out of business. Now you could say, we used to call it the blazing saddles strategy. Is it you coming in threatening to shoot yourself unless you get what you want? Or do you really, you have to kind of understand it. Is that right? Are they really in that situation or not? And that's what I always tell people about the public-private partnership idea, which is the way, my understanding is the draft RFP that was just released recently on the launch services.
Correct.
Is a public-private partnership. The idea behind it is hopefully each bidder will say, this is how much I need, government, this is how much you need to give me. And I think there's a minimum of 1/3 that the offer has to do. Right. But here's the key, the industry has to have a business case close. And so you find yourself on the government side trying to figure out the business case of these commercial items. You say, well, where's your business going to come from? And so, and then saying, are they doing a blazing saddles thing or not? Yeah. Because at the end of the day, if the government has a choice of one of these two, if we have two launch vehicles, one of them is going to go out of business, we'll do another ULA again.
Right.
We'll say, no, the government's going to intervene, and we'll do an allocation. So I think we want to go commercial, but the government has to make that hard choice.
All right, now I see a lot of hands going up.
Can I add to that real fast?
All right, and then John, I'll give you a chance to be fair.
The idea that the government can step in and help make that decision, if you will, or have a role and tell a company how to do its business or what engine to select or how to do that. That only works in a government-only construct where they understand that they're paying for a full capability and they're going to use that full capability, and it's not dependent on anything else. What the government has said from both Congress and the administration, at least previous administration, has been that national security space launch is going to go to competition and get off the Russian RD-180 engine. And those two prerequisites say you can't have that government-only managed environment.
That's right.
And therefore,
That's right.
the government should not be dictating what a private company does to meet those obligations or to meet that. If they want to have that decision power, then they have to change the whole construct.
That's right. That's exactly right.
John?
I agree with almost everything Brett said. The fact of the matter is, I also think could well be misconstruing the intent of that letter. I don't think it said the government wants to be sitting at the table. I think it's a very valid role of government if it's spending a lot of its own money to say, look at the down select criteria as part of the OTA process. And because what we've heard in the media is, and this is in discussion, but we'll do a down select based on a prototype engine test. Now, with all due respect, there's an engine that's going to be tested, but it's not an engine that will fly. Okay? There's not a factory, I understand, Brett, but I don't know.
It is an engine that'll fly. It's a flight weight engine that will fly.
It's a flight weight?
It's a flight weight engine. It's not a prototype in that sense.
So
government uses the word prototype.
Yeah. Well, we have an engine process like you have, to go through a whole certification process for the government for national security space to say, I want to see that whole process, or I want to see certain steps in that process as part of a down select. I think is a very reasonable thing if you have a lot of money in the game. Okay? So, and the fact of the matter is that should be the test profile, how you're going to produce it, where you're going to, all the things we look for national security space. If that's, again, we're doing an apples to apples comparison. So I don't think that's unreasonable to ask. Now, if the Air Force, if someone else was saying, we're going to make the decision for a company, that's a different ballgame. Making sure the criteria in place for NSS launch, I don't think that's unreasonable.
As a general rule, having people outside the acquisition chain weigh in on source selection criteria is generally a bad idea. There's usually not a good outcome there.
All right.
Well, are they source selection criteria, or is it a...
Yeah.
So let's go to a question up front here. Use the microphone.
Hi, Gil Klinger.
Hey, Gil.
Hi, Bill. How are you? I guess just a couple of thoughts. I'd be interested in your views about what has to happen to the launch infrastructure in the United States to realize John Hyten's space enterprise vision. While most of the attention is going on the satellite side, on the command and control side for very good reason, depending on how one thinks about the concept of resilience, I would argue that there are massive implications for the launch infrastructure, and that our launch infrastructure is completely mismatched to handle that load. The other thought I'd just offer is, notwithstanding SpaceX's catastrophic failure, for the United States government, it's been the better part of 25 years since we had a catastrophic launch failure, at which point we had 3 Titan IVs blow up, and I think a Delta as well, just for good measure. And the reason I raise that is because there are very few people left in the United States government who lived through any of that. And it's going to happen again. It's just the nature of the beast. And because this is a political process at the end of the day, whether it should or it shouldn't be, I think it's an interesting thing to think about this discussion that you've been having in the context of a catastrophic failure, whether it's a ULA failure, whether it's a SpaceX, Blue Origin. Sooner or later, we are going to have a US government payload on one of these rockets. It's going to blow up. And at that point, you all know better than I do what's going to happen at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue. And the less involvement the executive branch, the federal government at that point, will have had in parts of the launch business, the more the volume of the outcry will be, because the Congress will act as though, what do you mean you were uninvolved? You should have known all along. So, and I don't know that there's an answer for that, or that necessarily we shouldn't necessarily make policy on the basis of the probability of a catastrophe, but launch is a little bit of a different business. So I'd just be interested in your views on those.
All right, Andrew.
Well, just a couple of thoughts on that, and I definitely don't have the answer, Gil, but I have lots of opinions. Let me, on the second point first, I do think, and this is, I think, an important point in this broader discussion, that risk in the future may not look exactly the way the risk calculus looked in the past. So in the late 1990s, early 2000s, with very large government satellite payloads that are very sensitive, both in terms of what they are and in terms of the time that they need to be on orbit, yes, every failure was catastrophic, right? I mean, there's catastrophic in terms of a catastrophic failure of a rocket on launch, and then there's catastrophic in terms of catastrophic implications for the US government. So we may have catastrophic rocket launch failures in the future that aren't actually catastrophic from a government perspective, because it may be 10 satellites, which we can go 3 months later and launch 10 more. And so I do think that for that kind of a launch, right, I've got a higher risk threshold if I'm an intelligent government customer. And I think we're moving more towards that model. I would argue the market is moving pretty quickly in that direction. Now, there's still going to be those really, truly ultra-sensitive payloads, and that gets to what Bill touched on, is that there are risk calculuses within the space launch portfolio that are not the same across all satellites. And in an allocated competition model, or in what I tried to call IDIQ competition model, which I'll confess is a little confusing, you can take those into account, right? And you can say, I'm going to award some of my launches on this basis, other launches more on a price basis. Your first point about infrastructure, I think, is a really good one, in that, again, if we get to the grand vision of a robust commercial space launch market, we don't have the infrastructure to support that right now. So how do you get there? And I do think that there is a lot. The government, by necessity, will have a very big role to play, perhaps on the investment side, but certainly on the, on the permitting side, and maybe even on the design side, because the history of launch infrastructure has been relatively low launch rates. Saw an article last week, I think, that Cape Canaveral is looking to do 48 launches this year, which I think would be a record. And so we're already moving towards a much higher launch rate, and that's probably going to require some changes to launch infrastructure.
So, 2 quick points also at the same point. And Gil, you know this. First is a flip comment, like I always have to make, and then the second is a serious one. The flip comment is when I used to get told that space launch was too expensive, and we had how many successful launches in a row, I'd say, okay, let's start lowering the price each launch. Once we get the failure, we know the exact price. And we got it scientifically determined. The second, more serious point is when I look at the manifest as I remember it, and I look at how much each of those satellites cost. I'm not talking about in the far future. I'm talking the next 4 years. It's in the hundreds of millions, at least dollars, sometimes more. And you have to think about it for a second, is we're having competition that the winner's winning by tens of million or maybe even less. So I do want to, that interesting conversation is going to say, you awarded a contract because this was $10 million less than that and we lost a $700 million satellite, if that happens. So it's your point.
And Gil, you know this too, but I'll say it anyway. It's that, is it this service model we have now where you're looking for a provider that can do everything? Is that the right model too? Do you break off those very expensive satellites at one end and free up the other part of the market? And then look at other capabilities, which we're having a circular conversation about the same kind of launches and not what could come from all kinds of things.
When you talk about the space enterprise vision and General Hyten's vision on that, I think the problem is we don't have diversity of providers, we don't have diversity of capabilities, we don't have diversity of geographic locations for launch. So we're incredibly vulnerable in that future world. One hopes that in that future world, the launch market is substantially different because of other activities like greater human space flight, greater numbers of other activities, and that diversity multiplies. But looking at it today, we're vulnerable from those perspectives.
Yeah, the air launch, all kinds of things. You can do
So we are almost out of time here. I'm going to go to one last question. Is there a question up here? Oh, okay. I see one back in the corner back there on the back wall. Yeah.
Hi, Courtney Albin with Inside the Air Force. I just had a couple cleanup questions for Brett on BE4. You said the hot fire testing is supposed to happen soon. Can you give us a better estimate on when that's happening? And I thought that was slated for late last year. So is that behind, or is that on track with what you guys were planning? And then just one other quick question: what is your cost estimate right now for the engine?
Okay, let's see. No comment, and no comment. Just kidding. So the engine is on the test stand, and hot fire testing will be coming up. I can't give you a date on that. It depends on a lot of things, but there'll be more to announce when we have something to announce. In terms of price on the engine, we've negotiated prices with United Launch Alliance. They're very pleased with the price that we've put out there. They claim that it saves them significantly over what they pay now for RD-180s, or what they were paying at the time for RD-180s, and that it makes them much more competitive. So beyond that, I don't have anything additional for you. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Well, we are a little bit past our time, and so I want you to join me in thanking the panelists for a great discussion here. Thank you. All right. And everybody, you can keep your seats. We're going to do a quick transition here. One panel off, and the next panel is going to come up. And while we're resetting the stage, we're going to play a quick video.
Great comments. Great comments.
Your comment.
Space is a critical enabler for military operations and an increasingly important domain of modern warfare. But operating in space is expensive. What would it mean for the U.S. military if costs were reduced significantly?
Start 1-0.
Disruptive breakthroughs that could significantly reduce the cost of access to space may come in many forms. One of the most pursued methods for reducing the cost of access to space is making launch vehicles less expensive. Building launch vehicles in much greater quantities can enable efficiencies in the manufacturing process. But quantity alone is unlikely to yield order of magnitude reductions in costs. Novel forms of propulsion could also one day reduce costs.
But perhaps the most promising disruption is reusability. If a launch vehicle can be reused 10 times with minimal maintenance between flights, it could, in theory, reduce the effective vehicle cost by roughly an order of magnitude. Repairing or reusing satellites in space through on-orbit servicing could also reduce the cost of access to space. Instead of launching a 5,000-kilogram satellite to field a new space capability, one could launch a 500-kilogram payload to upgrade an existing satellite.
A significant reduction in the cost of access to space could enable new military space missions that are not feasible at current costs. Placing conventional weapons in orbit to strike targets on Earth has been explored in the past. One limitation has been the cost of launching the large number of satellites that would be needed to have a similar capability as a fleet of ground-based long-range missiles. An even larger constellation of satellites would be needed for a boost-phase kinetic missile interceptor system. Because the kill vehicle required for a missile intercept is more technologically complex, launch costs are a smaller share of the total cost. A space-based missile interceptor system could also be adapted to strike an adversary's satellites or to defend against anti-satellite missiles launched at friendly satellites.
Lower launch costs could also enable space transportation and logistics for critical military operations. A crewed vehicle system similar to what commercial firms are developing for space tourism could be adapted by the military to deliver small numbers of special operations forces or critical supplies to virtually any location on Earth within 30 to 45 minutes. Many of the disruptions that could reduce the cost of access to space and enable new missions, architectures, and operations for the U.S. military could also provide the same advantages to potential adversaries. Other nations could be incentivized to field space-based systems for ground attack, missile defense, and anti-satellite missions, whether or not the United States pursues such systems. A significant reduction in the cost of launch vehicles in particular could mean a reduction in the cost of long-range missiles, potentially leading to a rapid and uncontrolled proliferation.
Significant cost reductions are not likely until space launch becomes more of a commercial rather than a government activity. But the government has a big role to play. The government can seed key market areas by paying for and sharing risky early R&D on disruptive technologies, and helping commercial companies develop common standards so that a competitive commercial ecosystem emerges. The government can help commercial space grow by purchasing more services rather than using only its own version of these capabilities. Government can be the anchor customer for many of the emerging disruptive commercial technologies on the horizon. Also, the government can make getting to space easier by simplifying government approvals and striking a careful balance to maintain the United States' lead in commercial space while protecting national security.
The emergence of a robust commercial space market and the promise and peril it offers will take time to fully develop, but the nation that shapes this future is likely to benefit the most.
One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
And then I'll be back tonight. Not really. I mean, it's just tiring. You know, moving one place to another.
Good afternoon. We'll be getting ready to start panel 4 on space situational awareness and space traffic management. This is the traditional process where, since I have the microphone, I have enough technology to overpower anyone in the room. So just begin talking. So first of all, thank you everyone for hanging in. This has been a great day. A lot of really interesting topics have been going on, and really we're just only really touching the surface of several of them. And I know conversations are continuing outside, which is one of the most valuable parts, I think, of these conferences. The panel we have here today, a great group of people on, representing a mixture of both commercial and government, as well as U.S. and international perspectives, which is reflective of the nature of space situational awareness now today anyway. To my left, Travis Langster, the Vice President for Analytical Graphics. Beyond that, Professor Kazuto Suzuki, a longtime friend. He's a professor up at Hokkaido University in Japan, and we've worked on Japan issues for a long time together. Bhavya Lal is a research staff member of Institute for Defense Analysis, Science and Technology Policy Institute, and I'm proud to say a PhD graduate of the Trachtenberg School of Public Policy and Public Administration, so we're go Colonials. Next to her, Colonel Gerard Leboué, the Air Attaché from the Embassy of France. We're particularly honored to have him here with us today. And at the end is Klaus Hansen from the European Space Agency, who has a long involvement in legal matters. I think we overlapped a little bit in the Galileo discussions. Sort of look familiar? We all did. We all spent time in those discussions. But with that, I'd like to have each of our panelists do about 5 minutes or so, introducing to their perspective, where they're coming from, what they see as the most important issues that should be discussed and thought about in space traffic management and space situational awareness. And then we will shift over into more of a Q&A and discussion session. And I have a series of embarrassing and difficult questions to ask if I think the audience is lagging. So. With that, I will turn to Travis.
Thank you very much. Just to reintroduce myself in AGI's perspective in space situation awareness and space traffic management. We come at it from a commercial industry perspective, though we are partners with government, military, international, commercial, and civil as well. At our core, we're a commercial software company, but we've seen a significant growth in the market demand for commercial SSA services. And about 4 years ago, we stood up what we call the Commercial Space Operations Center, or ComSPOC. And we stood that up. Actually, a predecessor to that was supporting the Space Data Center, which is a commercial consortium stood up by the Space Data Association, which was stood up in the absence of exquisite information such that commercial owner-operators could make timely and actionable decisions about safety of flight. So pursuant to that, we stood up the ComSPOC. Because of the growth, the continued market demand for services and capabilities that grew beyond the free service that the Air Force provides through spacetrack.org, which has been an incredibly valuable service throughout the years and a really needed service. However, today's space environment is much more dynamic. Things that are maneuvering are sometimes by design, sometimes potentially provocative or other descriptors that have been used for those. And the timeliness and the accuracy needed to understand the space environment, not to mention the growth of debris and the number of objects just in space. We had the launch providers up. The number of satellites that they will be launching over the next 10 years dwarfs the number of launches in the previous 30 plus years. So our perspective is not to take over or take on anyone's particular mission, but to augment and enhance any services that exist today where there is a need to provide commercial SSA services that are not being provided today for those operators or other areas where those services are needed, to take those on. And we have been doing that over the last 4 years. We have The customers that we have serviced in this domain include international, U.S. government, military, commercial, and so the service we provide is an operational capability today. So from a viability perspective, in terms of the marketplace, the viability is there. We see the growth only continuing, not only in the commercial realm, but also the government, military, and international. We also see it is very connected between the government, military, and commercial marketplaces. As I said, government has been providing that free service as of today, and in some cases a much more exquisite capability is needed. And there's lots of conversation on how to potentially offload that international free service that is inherently non-military in terms of what's now known as space traffic management. So that's the perspective that we come at this, and I'll be prepared to address any questions, any further details.
Thank you.
All right. I think my role here is to discuss about the perspective, Japanese perspective, and how we see the SSA and the space traffic management. First of all, when the issue of the SSA was brought up in the context of the Japan-US space cooperation, there's been a big debate about, in Japan, who's going to be responsible for doing what. And there has been a problem in Japan that the Ministry of Defense was for a long time being excluded from the space policy, not just for the development of technology or the ownership and operation of the space capabilities, but also the use of the space assets. So there were, to make a long story short, the Ministry of Defense doesn't have the capabilities to get involved in SSA. So there were questions about whether to involve the JAXA, the civilian agency, in the SSA, which is basically operated by the US military. So there has been a sort of a gap in between the civil military issue between Japan and the United States, and fantastically enough, this was a sort of a harbinger to include the SSA network, the civilian agency, in the SSA network. So the JAXA is taking a part of the responsibility of the SSA, upgrading the radar and optical telescope in the Okayama prefecture, and this is the sort of one step beyond the improvement of the SSA international network. And I think that was the sort of a thing that Japan has played a certain role in the sort of reconfiguration of the SSA international network. I think the role of Japan, as geographically speaking, is very important because Japan is strategically located in a very rough neighborhood. And this is where there is no SSN radars or optical monitoring capabilities, and Japan provide perfectly well to cover the Western Pacific and the eastern side of the Eurasian continent, which of course includes the China and North Korea. So I think the Japanese installations of the radar and optical capability in Okayama Prefecture will provide a very important information about what's going on in the areas above the Chinese continent and the Korean Peninsula. I think this would provide more higher quality attribution of anything happening in the low Earth orbit as well as middle MEO. And I think this attribution issue is the key element of improving the quality of SSA. And I think the Japanese telescope and radar has not yet disclosed its technical capability, but as a member of the National Space Policy Committee on the space security side, I cannot disclose the details, but I think the Japanese SSA capability will provide enough information for the to understand what is going on about the area of Western Pacific and the eastern side of the Eurasian continent. In terms of the space traffic management, Japan has not been coming yet to discuss about the space traffic management, but there are increasing number of the commercial venture is appearing in Japan, and these venture involves the smallsat constellation, and they are also they need the they recognize the importance of the space traffic management. So I think we are yet to begin the discussion, but I think Japan is now being, well, I think Japan is, the ground is getting fertile to discuss about the space traffic management.
Okay, thank you.
So I'd like to touch on 3 points briefly. The first one is, and I think this is something that we've discussed throughout the day, so I don't need to belabor it, that DoD really needs to and would prefer to focus on its core goal of space defense protection, and is overwhelmed and likely to be even more overwhelmed by civil and commercial needs. Just to put a little bit of number on that, of the 300 or so organizations that the 18th Space Squadron provides space safety services to, only about 10% are DoD or non-US military related. Almost 90% of the organizations they support are academics, commercial, and others. So I think that's something to remember. Another point on that front is that while operators are happy to receive the information they get for free, some of it is just publicly available on a website, and some of it, you sign, special agreements with DoD, and you get, special accesses. But on the whole, they need to have a level of service that DoD cannot and potentially should not be given. So there really is a need to have a civil-oriented SSA service provision. The second point I want to emphasize is that in addition to the challenges DoD would have in the future, the number of entities that will be operating in space, I mean, it's a staggering number. Where CMA, I saw, the Euroconsult report talked about 3,600 small satellites being launched in the next decade or so, and that doesn't even include the SpaceX constellation, whose numbers just keep growing, by thousands each time they do an FCC filing, or Boeing. So the number of entities that any organization would need to track is just extraordinary. Already today, I think DoD sends about 200 conjunction warning messages, emails a week, and there's this challenge that when all these operators get these notices, they start to ignore them because they don't know which ones are more important versus less. And with a single constellation, and I think this was an ESA study, a single LEO constellation would increase the number of warnings by a factor of 70. And with CubeSats going up, again, the studies differ by how much. There could be millions of conjunction warnings, and everybody starts to ignore them, and then you start to get into different sorts of problems. So that's sort of the trend on the demand side. On the supply side, consistent with what Travis said, in a study that we recently did, there's 12 companies that we know of, and this study is already a few months old, that are able to provide a lot of the services on the sensor side, on the software side, on the dissemination side. 3 of them can do the entire gamut of operations. So the commercial supply side is starting to provide something that was only in the province of governments. Third and last, and I think I'm running out of time, again in the study that we did, we looked at what a future SSA system could look like, and turns out there isn't really one option. There's lots of different ways you can go forward. DoD could continue to do things, and the strength there is that continuity of operation, not maybe it won't cost a whole lot. The downside is DoD can't add sensors, non-standardized sensors. Their sensors have a very high bar for reliability. And again, so the alternative would be, could a civil entity like, Office of Commercial Space Transportation at FAA or Department of Transportation provide the service? And of course, another advantage of that would be, in the context of this conference, it provides redundancy, a second system in case there are issues with the DoD system. The downside of that is obviously there's some amount of replication and there's a cost to it. Third option is industry does it themselves. I mean, we heard this morning about SDA, companies banding together and providing, sharing information. Upside is, self-provision, no cost to government. Although, if something goes wrong, taxpayers will be required to come step in and clean up the mess like we did with the auto industry, right? So there is no free lunch. And there's a downside that, there are going to be some companies that won't be able to afford the services that, AGI and others offer. And then last but not least, there's the international option, although I think that's putting the cart before the horse because you need to have the national policies kind of resolved and settled, even as you're having international discussions before you can move to an international regime. And I can get into any of the details.
Okay, very good. Colonel?
Okay. I'd like to give you a military perspective, or more exactly a French Ministry of Defense perspective on SSA. So for a country like France, SSA is a necessity. It's not a nice to have, it's a need to have. There are several reasons for that. First one is we have national security space assets, like some other countries, not as many as the US, obviously, but we do have some, so we need to understand what's going on around them and how to safely launch them. We also have agreements with other allies and partners on using their space capabilities, whether it's MILSATCOM or imagery. So we are concerned about the protection of our allies' space assets. And we are also an active participant in the European space policy, so that's a part of it. And as we know, we host the European spaceport in French Guiana, so obviously everything that goes to space, ways to deconflict, access to orbits are interest for us. So SSA is key to make informed decisions about space and space policy and space military policy in general. So that's why we feel compelled as a Ministry of Defense to have SSA assets and to contribute to what we call a recognized space picture. That's the military term for a product of what SSA delivers. So an RSP, when we use SSA in France, awareness means knowledge in French. It's closer to knowledge than to awareness, meaning in English, I would say. So the RSP, the recognized space picture, captures the meaning better from a military standpoint. It's a representation of what is going on in space, what is coming from space, and what is going to space. It's the fusion of all the sensors that we have to monitor space objects in low Earth orbit or geo orbits. And it also fuses all the intelligence information on space, through space and on Earth, focusing on our space capabilities. So to do that, 6 years ago, that was the main driver behind the creation of a French MOD Joint Space Command. SSA and building a RSP was the primary driver. So it's 6 years old, it's fairly new, and we have been able to build an effective RSP only for 1 year now. So it's still under a work in progress. So that RSP building drives to set up procedures and synchronizations of our space surveillance assets. We have a center dedicated to that. It's called the Cosmos. It's located in Lyon. And it runs basically our space surveillance assets, our radars, surveillance radars called the GRAV, and our trajectory radars called SATAM, that monitor traffic in low Earth orbits. And we are also acquiring a new capability to monitor geo traffic, a geosensor capability. So we hope we'll be able to fuse all that in an RSP by the end of the year. And we work, so our Cosmos unit and our Joint Space Center work also very closely with the equivalent of Defense Intelligence Agency. Because building an RSP using these radars is not enough to build an assessment. It basically is just like watching small white little dots moving around. If you don't know what those little dots are, what their connections, what their capabilities, what are they are designed to do, how they relate to each other when you talk about the constellations of satellites, you really cannot understand what's going on in space. So that's why we also work with our intelligence agencies to build a threat space picture. So understanding what are the threats to our assets and to our allies' assets. And on top of that, the picture would not be complete if you didn't have also a way to monitor. I'm a pilot by trade, so it's exactly like when you fly as a pilot, you need weather and you need deconfliction with our traffic. So you need to build a picture of debris and space weather. That's what we call the SERP, the Space Environmental Risks picture. So when you have these RSPs, TSP, and SERP, then you have good space situational awareness, and then you can make informed decisions regarding policy and strategy for the military. So the Joint Space Command, especially the Space Center that we just built, have an overarching task to build and analyze and assess the space situation by fusing all these elements. It's also the key node where we plug the information we get from partners. We cannot do it on our own. We have limited space surveillance assets. So building agreements with partners that have similar capabilities is key. And this Space Operations Center that we have is where we get feeds from JSPOC. Talking about our US allies, or cooperation bilateral agreements that we have on space surveillance awareness with the US. And I cannot emphasize enough the importance of building these data sharing agreements. They are instrumental in building an effective RSP, but also on making sure that we have a common understanding among allies and partners about how to protect our respective data and how to protect maybe classified assets that we have in space and I want everybody to know about. So this data protection is as important as the space surveillance awareness piece of the only space surveillance awareness piece of it. And in that domain, I would say that last Friday, I read an op-ed in Washington Post about space policy, and it said that the US is even wary of sharing space secrets than its communication intelligence. And I would tend to disagree. I mean, to some extent, we have found in the US, I'm focusing in the US in particular because of the audience, obviously, but we have found in our US partner a very willing partner. Perhaps because also we put things on the table. We think that to be able to build these agreements, you have to share the burden and have your own capabilities and bring data that you're willing to share. It shows that you're serious about it. And so we have mutually benefited from these agreements, and hopefully we hope that this cooperation will continue under the new US administration and obviously under also the soon to come new French administration. Thank you.
Very good. And Klaus?
Right, thank you. I'll try to then add some European points to what has already been said. Well, if I start where we are today, European Space Agency, and also since we have a joint space policy with the European Union, although we are two separate organizations, today we are, I would say, grateful and relying very much on US data as well, and a bilateral agreement with the US Department of Defense to do collision avoidance maneuvers and get data for the safety of our systems. If I look at SSA and space traffic management, There was a joint statement, as I said, between ESA and the European Union in October last year. And we decided on 3 strategic goals for European space policy. One of them, of interest to this discussion, is that one of the goals is European autonomy in accessing space. It's been there forever, but now also with the addition, using space in a safe and secure environment. And using space in a safe and secure environment then translates down to concrete actions from ESA member states and from the European Union. And one of them is to build up a robust SSA program with the 3 elements, normal space, surveillance and tracking, space weather, and also observance on NEO objects. Interesting enough, one concrete task from member states is to ensure the resilience of our space systems in Europe. So I've heard lots of talk about resilience here today in the American debate, and this is a task from member states on the European Space Agency to improve the resilience. And I believe the simplest way to do that in many cases is maybe then to find reciprocal agreements with allies and partners. So that there is a willingness to discuss this in Europe as well. When it comes to the SSA program, I won't go too much into the technical details. I was a deck officer in the Navy. I always avoided technical issues, so I'll try to avoid being too technical today. But it's clear, if you look at the European Space Agency and call it civilian SSA in Europe, we are relying on the armed forces in our member states and access to data from our member states, from Germany, from France, from Spain. Spain also has a nascent SSA program. We have put in place agreements to be able to exchange classified data, but obviously we're talking about the most sensitive military systems in our member states. So obviously there's a question always of need to know, or a lack of need to know. And there's a need to filter data and to put in place concrete dissemination policies. This is still work which is ongoing, because everything which has to do with coordination of national security assets in Europe takes time. The time has to be mature, and it has to be the right political climate. And this affects SSA very much, I would say, at the very basis. So things are not always moving as fast as one would like in building up our own assets in the SSA area. If I jump to another concrete task from the member states, space traffic management, or rather the task is that they put a supporting role on ESA to help member states or assist member states in legislating on space issues, to create space legislation. If you look at the map of Europe, you have a couple of member states that have their national space legislation. Others don't. Others have come to realize they need one. So we now actually have a concrete task to support member states that ask for help to enact space legislation to do that. And it's interesting that the word international space traffic management is mentioned in that task. So it's clear that there is a view, consensus view in the member states of the European Space Agency, that we should develop rules of the road for space traffic management. Finally, I note that we also have a task to improve the understanding of space security risks and dependencies. And I suppose that's why I'm here today. That's one of the reasons.
Very good. So I think one of the things that occurs in early discussions of space traffic management and even of SSA, there is often maybe a simplistic picture of that there would be some master control station, that everything would be, one single organization that could be the definitive. And we occasionally see proposals like this from our Russian colleagues, for a single international system. Yet the reality is the commercial community and different countries are each bringing different data to bear at different purposes. So this leads to the proliferation of multiple catalogs. And so in that environment of multiple different data sources, not one single authoritative source, maybe there should there be a single authoritative source? Is that a hopeless goal? Are we going to simply deal with multiple catalogs? What do you see happening as more and more different sources of SSA data are out there? I'm looking at the commercial guy.
Okay. Take first a bat at that. It may not be well known today, even within the U.S. government, U.S. Air Force. There's more than one catalog today, and it's being managed to date very well. It is not a technical challenge to manage multiple catalogs. There are capabilities, technologies that allow multiple data sources to be brought into a single catalog as well. Certainly our capability allows and supports that, but there may be also parallels in other domains, like the aviation domain. We have the FAA. There are other organizations in other parts of the world that fly and operate using their own databases, but they're able to talk and communicate and share information. So I would suggest that that capability, the technology exists today to allow that to happen in the event that there are multiple catalogs.
Just to reinforce what Travis said, yes, I think it's a difficult goal to pursue, to have one perfect catalog. And already, as again Travis said, there are many. But the idea that there would be potentially a government-managed catalog that is as good as can be because it is able to deal with a lot more sources and able to resolve conflicts, and then potentially is available for free for the community to use. I mean, it's not the only way forward, but that's certainly one option we heard as we did our research, and it could help the research community to better understand the space environment. I think one of the things we learned in our study was we really don't know how good these government or private sensors are. I mean, we heard constantly, private capabilities are exceeding government ones. That sounds really good, but I haven't seen a paper, even in a classified domain, that kind of demonstrates that. So I think having something that is available for, to the extent, they are classified things, obviously some things would have to be removed from the catalog, but to the extent that's possible, it would be good to have. And then, if there are multiple catalogs, they coordinate, they learn from each other, and it's like having, we can't destroy all clocks. We all have different clocks, and we kind of say, well, what time do you got?
So is there for our international panelists, is there a requirement for national sovereignty to have a national catalog that's separate and distinct from what might exist in the international community?
Well, I think what we need, the national sovereignty issue always associated with the national secrecies that you want to operate the satellite which don't want to be disclosed. And I think we need to make this certain compromise between the transparency and the efficiency of the catalog and the national sovereignty, or the necessity to be to not to disclose the information that is important for the national sovereignty. So I think what is important is to make sure that each catalog exists and in a way that people can talk and try to understand each other, that whether these non-listed objects may not be create any sort of harms, and I think this is the basis of the space traffic management in the future.
I would say it's hard to envision a single unique catalog for everybody. I mean, as long as you have national security space assets that you would like to protect, you may want to retain some level of secrecy about where your space assets are. So, yeah, being able to share data among willing partners is a good thing, whether they come from different catalogs. As long as we have agreements to share them, that's fine. But also being able to retain some secrecy, and also making sure that other allies understand that we have to maybe protect each other's national security assets and not disclose their existence through our respective catalogs. That's probably more the debate that we need to have now.
Right, and it's not just national security assets that need to be protected. I mean, private companies want their maneuver capabilities protected. I mean, it's proprietary information for them, so it's part.
Well, and I use the term catalog as somewhat itself maybe a prejudicial term, because SSA is certainly more than a catalog. It's about, as you were saying, understanding what those little white dots actually are and what they do. And that's probably even the more for their own sovereignty. Do other countries have that same standard? Do they aspire to that? Could they afford that? Are they willing to rely on others? So that issue of how much you need to know for SSA to meet your national interests.
Well, I think there has to be some sort of a layer of or degrees of the a disclosure of the information. If that is only shared with multiple layers of the way to handle the information about so the catalog is not just a simple one, but there are catalogs for alliance, catalog for general public, or catalog for some friendlies and not fours, or something like that. I mean, there should be a sort of a multi-catalog, although it is a sort of a simple same database, but you can have a different degree of disclosure. And also, I think about the interpretation of intent is more important than just sharing a catalog. So I think the dialogue among the allies is an extremely important exercise to make sure that we are on the same page to understand the behavior of the other white flips.
I think, again, if you look at Europe, national sovereignty is sometimes a complicated subject, especially if you look today when we have developed at the European Union level at least one, arguably two, satellite systems, which are sort of a joint property between the European Union member states. So for the time being, we would like to believe that Galileo is a civilian system under civilian control. I'm not sure everybody else around the world will look at a global satellite navigation system the same way. It is a strategic asset. And I think we need to understand what are the potential security threats to such an asset in certain situations. And how does one respond to those threats that might exist? And then you're no longer at the national level, but you're at EU level. François Rivasseau is not here today, but he is, of course, head of space policy in the European External Action Service. So he would probably be better placed to ponder a bit more on that. But there is an aspect which goes a bit beyond also the sovereignty of member states sometimes.
Yeah, I like this idea of several layers or levels of details in the catalogs that we have. And if you're a private company launching satellites, maybe just knowing the position of the white dots is enough for you. I mean, what you want is basically deconfliction with debris and other satellites. That fits your need. If you're a Ministry of Defense and you have space assets, you're more concerned about what's going around your space assets and what exactly these white dots around your assets are doing. Are they capable of moving? And if you see one popping up, suddenly launched from Earth and moving close to satellites, what is it exactly? So you need to understand more about the details and the capabilities and the intent also of the one that sent it. So there's a space surveillance aspect to it, but there's also more classic intelligence going on about the intent of your potential adversaries. So having several catalogs, that differentiate depending on the level of details that we provide, and also how you can share them is something that can work.
So the requirements for security probably being more demanding of information than the requirements for safety and collision avoidance, which probably can find more common ground with. Let me take an opportunity to open it up for questions from the audience. And I see Victoria over here has her hands up first.
Thanks. Victoria Stamsky, World Foundation. One thing I'd be curious to hear from the panel is how SSA is going to change in the face of the coming mega constellations. As we know, the FTC filings recently, there were 16,000 satellites that in theory could come online. Obviously, not all of them will, but even if a small percentage of that comes on, it's going to majorly change how SSA needs to function. How do we face this challenge?
I would maybe offer that automation is going to be a significant part of having systems that can automate what is being done today. I know our operations center last year, some of the nominal numbers that we've seen, over 1,500 maneuvers detected over a 30-day time span, over 1 million observations on a monthly basis. With the number of satellites that will be in space, the accuracies that are needed to assess when a satellite needs to maneuver and not maneuver, and the ability to track much smaller objects. It's been determined objects or debris greater than 2 centimeters in size could cause catastrophic damage to these smaller satellites. And so being able to automate the types of analysis and assessments that are done today to where an operator is alerted to something versus an operator performing analysis, in many cases manual analysis. So I'd really highlight automation as a big one.
Scott, can I add something to
Please.
that? So I think that is one of the strongest cases one could make to have more of a civil-led SSA system. So you can actually address some of those issues. And I think one important issue with the constellation isn't congestion. It's not that there's that many satellites, as somebody said this morning, space is pretty big, but it's an issue of accuracy. We really need to get better with respect to how well we do our conjunction analyses. One of the things we learned in our operator survey, which we talked to a lot of the satellite operators, both the LEO ones as well as the GEO ones, and they would like to have sensor tasking. Right now, they cannot, ask a DoD SO sensor, hey, go look at my satellite and where the secondary is. And that would be another case for, maybe a civil agency working with a private entity like LEO Labs or Exo Analytics or AGI or others to be able to do some of that secondary tasking.
Okay. So a question, Teresa?
Hi, I'm Teresa Hitchens with the Center for International Security Studies at the University of Maryland, and I want to thank the panel for a very interesting set of presentations. I have a question about the improvement in technology for actually observing objects in space, and whether or not that actually makes it easier to share information, since so much information is actually available to the public if they know what they're doing and they have a really good telescope. And it seems to me that that mitigates against such a high need for secrecy, so doesn't that make sharing easier?
I'd say it may not be the technology that makes sharing easier. In most cases, it's the source of the information that may make sharing easier. National security systems or military systems, it's challenged to share that information, though the alliances help make that happen. I know General Kaler's time at USSTRATCOM started the combined space operations concept and has matured quite a bit, including nations like France, Germany, and Japan. So alliances can share information because they have those sharing agreements. The one advantage that commercial SSA providers lend to being able to share information is the ability to attribute and provide that information because the sources and methods are not classified or national sovereignty. It's another parallel would be the commercial imagery providers. They're able to share information to just about anyone, but they also service the national security space systems. So I would suggest that commercial systems and providers really provide the ability to really share information across the board.
Just let me add, I think the improvement of technology may provide more accuracy, and the accuracy would certainly support and help the operation and operators of the satellites. But the question is about how to interpret the intent, and that is something that you cannot do only by improving the monitoring technology. So it also needs to associate with other kinds of intelligence, and I think this is where the issues of the military secrecies and all the other things that we discussed comes into. So I think, improvement of technology would provide more safety, but not security, to put it in that way. There's a question there?
Hi, Scott, thanks for a good panel. I'm Meade Treadwell, a former lieutenant governor in Alaska, but I also have headed several technology firms over the years. We started campaigning for AIS for ships in the 1990s after the Brer incident, which was an oil spill off Norway and off the Shetland Islands. And it really took us until 9/11 until we adopted AIS for most of the world's ships. But today, we know where all the ships are off our coast that have positive intent. Negative intent, we're not sure. We developed ADS-B, the Next Generation Air Traffic Control. First operational place was in Alaska. And we are now taking that live on the Iridium satellites going up with Aeron. I chair the Iridium Polar Advisory Board. And I guess the question is, can we do the same kind of agreement on every new satellite going up, that we have either something in the timing signal, because they all have some radio signal, that gives us a location capability that's more exact, that would be a simple enough international agreement to make these cataloging issues go away for all of the positive satellites with intent. And if you have a satellite that's negative intent, you've probably told the world about it one way or the other anyway. And it might solve a lot of these problems.
I guess I'll take a moderator privilege and maybe grab some of it first. There's a lot of different ways that these owner-operators could make life easier for the SSA folks. I mean, things to, deorbit sooner, put corner reflectors on them, transmit a signal. When Planet Labs did the 98 satellites out of 104 coming off, they provided information cooperatively to the U.S. government to say, here's where our objects are, so it wasn't an attempt to hide anything. So there's a lot of things that it would be good practice. And the question I would have for industry is, where do these things make sense, and when can they emerge as common best practices, the way we had best practices emerge for orbital debris mitigation that were later codified into international guidelines and were later codified into regulation and licensing requirements that flowed from voluntary guidelines. I'd be very nervous about trying to do a top-down approach. There is no ICAO for space, and I would argue there probably shouldn't be, but that's another issue. But I'm interested, I would hate to have a one-size-fits-all, so you point out very possible solutions. The question then is, what's the process by which those solutions should come forward, and how do we make sure we're not too early but not too late in putting them in? Because once we start talking about licensing and requirements, and all kinds of other bells will go off. But
I think in addition to that, in case of AIS, there is no obligation for the smaller vessels to carry the AIS, and then you still need to do the monitoring. I think that's the same thing for the space situational awareness. You need to monitor the debris which doesn't emit any signals, or which doesn't associate with the operator's responsibility. So yes, for the best practice of the operator is one thing, but the monitoring of the space situation is another. So we still need to avoid the hazardous material. Hazardous debris. And then in order to avoid, we need to have a catalog of those objects in orbit.
Also to add, it's not just industry launching. Just take CubeSats and small sats. You have high schools and universities, not just in the United States, but globally being launched. It's just a difficult thing to require, sort of to raise the cost of a university in Singapore or somewhere doing, launching for research reasons. So it's a nice vision to have, but it's difficult, at least in the short term.
But ESA is going to do something on its own?
We'll see. We had a discussion yesterday a bit on space traffic management. It's not exactly the same topic, but I believe if one aims for perfection, you will never arrive. But if you aim for something which is reasonably fit, you're more likely to succeed. I think one previous question was, what will happen with the mega constellations? And we spoke about technical solutions, but I believe it's inevitable that one looks also at the rules of the road, at the space traffic management rules. And if one focuses on just rules of the road, if one is not trying to solve non-proliferation issues and national security threats, there's a greater likelihood to succeed.
And so you mentioned ADS-B, and I started using it as a private pilot around DC here, and it changed my life, so I'm a big fan of it. And why not thinking about ADS-B like for space? But at the same time, as you said, what about the standards to build that capability? We need some kind of overarching organization to set standards for that. Because if everybody uses different frequencies, even for small beacons, if we use an AIS kind of capability, so we'll need some kind of standards, and who's going to set them? Do we need an ICAO-like space agency, worldwide space agency, to do that? Can we work it bottom up? I'm not so sure. And also, as you said, it raises the cost for small operators and very small sats. So I like to think it's a good idea, but how to implement it in space seems that's where the analogy with the air breathing environment stops, I would say.
Yusuf Butt, State Department. I have a question directed, I think, to Bhavya or Travis regarding the future of space situational awareness and space traffic management. Basically, Victoria raised the issue of the larger constellations that are going to come online, and you mentioned there might be up to 10 times as many conjunction alerts as there are right now because of the larger number. There's a separate issue of the higher sensitivity detectors that will be available, like space fans. So that will, it can, again, I think the numbers are uncertain, but hundreds of thousands of extra things to track. And the resultant conjunctions, potential conjunction alerts for those extra tracked objects. So my question is the extra accuracy from the future detectors going to be able to partly or fully offset the larger numbers of potential conjunctions so that you're not overwhelmed with tons of conjunction alerts per day? Or is there a plan to handle this? And related to that, if we are in such a situation, you can envision that you might be checkmated where you might say move in the Z direction, and then you're in a new conjunction with a small piece of debris that you're tracking due to your higher sensitivity. So is there thinking on that, or what's the thought to address that issue?
Travis, do you want to take it?
Yes, from our vantage point, it goes back to the accuracy of the processing. You know, from the ComSpoc perspective, more data is great. The technology that we implement is able to filter out bad data. So, and we've also simulated, and there are models out there from NASA and ESA of 200, 300 objects in space. Again, not a technical challenge whatsoever. We've been using those models and preparing our systems to handle those large catalog sizes and performing the appropriate conjunctions, including the ones, if you maneuver in this direction, making sure you don't put yourself into another conjunction. So from my vantage point, it's not a technical challenge.
I think I would add in here that, you know, space is still really big. And as we have these objects are still really small, so the cross sections are still small. The problem is the uncertainty, and going to the accuracy point. So we have these error bubbles, you know, around these objects, and the error bubbles collide with each other, and depending on the rules you have, you generate very large amounts of false positives, which make people start to ignore the noise. They turn the alarm off. So the data processing, the accuracy is absolutely part of it. This may be too Pollyannish, but if I look at the mega constellations, which on one hand I think are a very serious issue, on the other hand, it's also sparking the introduction of counters. So somebody like Leo Labs putting up potentially a commercial but a radar-based system. I never would have thought that would even, you know, be a feasible thing. But we're seeing people coming forward with solutions because if they can avoid maneuvers, they provide an economic benefit that, you know, might justify a certain amount of spending on the commercial side. So new solutions start to come to the market. The problem that's not dealt with is that states are ultimately still responsible. States still have liability for these things going on. So we have all these wonderful international commercial things going on, and they're bringing these new solutions. But at the end of the day, states are still responsible for these entities. And so what liability are states willing to absorb? To what extent are they willing to rely on other systems? How much can they rely on that without basically putting their sovereignty basically in trust to these other systems? Those aren't questions that I think the commercial guys can answer. Those are questions that the policymakers need to decide what responsibilities they're willing to take, what they're willing to outsource, and what risks they're willing to absorb. Sorry, long answer.
And also, if I could just add one sort of a tangential element to it. So I think a collision isn't a question of if, but when. I mean, eventually there will be collisions, but I think, remember, this industry is growing. I mean, now there are companies that are wanting to do debris mitigation and debris removal. I mean, there's US companies like Tethers Unlimited developing new technologies. There's a Japanese company, Astroscale. There's an Israeli company, Effective Space Solutions. So, you know, so obviously nobody wants a collision, and the quality of our accuracy is going up and will continue to go up, especially as we bring new innovative approaches. But I think we will find ways to, you know, get rid of the debris. It's not an unsolvable problem.
It wasn't a question about the actual debris, it's about the sensitivity to the existing debris, so that you're
Sure.
sensitive to a lot more things that you just that are there right now, but we're just blissfully ignorant.
Understood. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, if I could add on that, there are some of the studies we've been doing looking at the future. If we start looking at catalogs, objects in the catalog or objects in space that are smaller than 2 centimeters, the current public catalog, at least in GEO, is only actively tracking an estimated about 4% of what's actually in space. And it's roughly maybe 5 to 7% in LEO if you get down to 2 centimeter size.
So we have time for one more question. Joseph?
Thank you. Thank you for putting this interesting panel together. I have a question. It's rare to actually have this opportunity for commercial and international, get a perspective on that. So my question to the panel is should the advisory role of providing space traffic messaging services, should that always remain a government role with a providing some services free for some who can't afford it? Or is there room for eventually a purely private model where it's a fee for service? And the analogy that I'd like to use here is the air traffic control, US versus European model, where US it's pure government role versus the European model is a more fee-for-service role. So I'd like to hear the commercial and the international view of, should it remain a government function or should it become a private function?
I'll start. At least here in the US, there's, again, with the dynamic situation in space from a national security perspective, it's been stated by the senior leadership in the Air Force that the space traffic management is inherently non-military, and the resources that are being used for space traffic management could be better utilized for the inherently military purposes. So given that there is a need to better leverage those national security resources, and that there is a growing demand for commercial or at least space traffic management services that are not military, I would offer that the commercial services, fee-for-service, provides an opportunity to deliver those services with the needed accuracy, with the needed capabilities that commercial can provide. Should there be any government oversight or regulation, there probably is a role for some type of light oversight. What happens if there's an adjudication situation that needs to take place? So perhaps there's some role there. There's also could be a role in certifying the providers of commercial space traffic management services. Bhavya mentioned there's a list of, I think you said 30 or so in your survey, but how many of those could be certified to provide these types of services? In the military world, it's called technology readiness. How many of them are at the operational state that could actually satisfy that service, and going through the validations like on the international commercial resupply commercial services. So I would say that there is potentially a role for certifying providers, adjudicating situations that may not be able to be adjudicated between commercial providers and users of the service. But I would offer that it should be very light, small on the oversight.
Well, I may have a different point of view, but let's think about a very practical example. Arianespace is launching commercial satellites from spaceports in Guyana, in French Guyana. So it's a private company launching private or commercial satellites. Why my government should be involved? Well, even if Arianespace relies solely on a commercial provider for SSA, as long as we have, as a French MOD, capabilities and access to catalogs, I'm pretty sure we will run our models to make sure that the rocket trajectory will not interfere, and the orbits will not interfere to known debris or objects. So, and if we don't, and if something happens, our government will be in big trouble, I would guess, for not having provided that kind of alert. So I'm not saying it should be only government. If it's a service that can be provided by private companies, fine, but I'm sure that there will be some monitoring in the back by our government to make sure that the launch happens and is safe.
If you take the analogy of the air traffic management, in Japan, there are, even though the airports are privatized, the air traffic management is still the government responsibility. And we do have a very funny airspace control, because on the one hand, you have the civilian airspace control, and then you have the Japanese military's airspace control, and then you have the American airspace control over Japan, because there are a number of American Air Force bases. So if it's involved in the international coordination and the civil military coordination, it is getting extremely complicated if you are trying to let the private industry to handle this sort of a situation. And I think at the end of the day, the government is ultimately responsible for the protection of the assets, and I think as long as the government recognizes that importance of the role of government in space, I think it is reasonable for the government to maintain its to involve certain role. Although there are possibilities that there are some value-added services can be provided by the commercial entities, but the core basic issues needs to be handled by the government.
I'll reiterate something I said earlier. What if I'm a 3U CubeSat operator and I have no interest in purchasing the service because my satellite's only going to be up there 3 months? I'll get what I need out of it, and I don't really care to pay money to see where my assets are. So.
And so these questions of information are not just unique to SSA, but questions about what should be an inherently governmental function, what can be outsourced, how does the government follow its stewardship for the public safety and security, yet at the same time do it by minimizing the amount of taxpayer resources and leverage that. So it's kind of a common theme we've heard, not just here, but of course in launch and commercial remote sensing and other areas of space that don't fit neatly into particular silos. The characteristic that we keep seeing is that these issues blend across the civil, commercial, and international sides in ways that make it fun for discussions like this. But with that, I think we're out of time. And I'd like to thank the panel for their interventions.
We're going to go ahead and get started. We have our final treat for the day. If we want to move our conversations to the table or perhaps outside, we can stay on schedule. I'm going to ask everybody to help me out here, folks. All right. So we're going to close out the day. I think we've had a very productive series of panels and discussions. Our final speaker today really needs no introduction to this crowd. General C. Robert Kaler, former commander of STRATCOM, and also for this crowd, former commander of Air Force Space Command. He's going to close us out with some closing thoughts, and I'll invite General Kaler to come up now.
Thanks, Tom, and congratulations for sticking it out. It's good to see all of you. I asked Tom when he asked if I could give some closing remarks. I said, "Yep, I'd be happy to do that, but I do need to be leaving the building here by about 5 o'clock because I have an appointment with my tax accountant this evening." And so, I'm a little suspicious of my tax accountant. Last time I went in, he asked to take a picture of me, and he asked for front and side view. So I thought, gee, I wonder why, what that's for, as I was turning to the side. And I think I don't know exactly, but it can't be good. Thank you for inviting me to come and talk, and thank you for inviting me again. I was at the conference in Prague last year, and I must say I found that to be very, very worthwhile and certainly an enjoyable experience. So thank you to the Prague Security Institute for the invitation, and once again for inviting me to come back and speak again this year. I thought about, I live in the DC area, I thought about simulating a trip here just to empathize with all of you, and so I thought how I would do that is I would go outside the door at my house, I would take off my glasses, my belt, my shoes, my jacket. I would go in and out of the door about 4 times. I would go to the pantry and get a small bag of pretzels and a Diet Coke. I would turn on the dryer. I would sit on the clothes dryer for about 9 hours. And every now and then I would ask Marge to come by and remind me that she was there only for my safety and to tell me to sit down and be quiet. So anyway, I didn't do that because I thought if you take that to its logical conclusion, I would have simulated lost luggage and shown up in a pair of sweats. So I didn't do that. I'm not representing the Department of Defense any longer, or the Air Force, or STRATCOM. I'm here to give you my own personal views about what I have been hearing this afternoon. I've been here for most of the afternoon. I was sitting in the back for a while, and I thought the last 2 panels were especially interesting. I couldn't be here all day yesterday. I was here last evening. Some of us were at dinner. General J. Raymond was here and gave a good talk last night. And so you will hear me say things that sound like, I would hope anyway, sound like things that you've probably heard from U.S. government representatives. But again, I'm here representing my own personal views. When I attended this conference in Prague, I spent a little time up front talking about why space is so important. I'm not going to go over all of that ground again because I know that all of you recognize that, and you've heard that from a number of speakers throughout today. I wish I had been here actually for Chaz this morning, and I wish I'd been here for the congressman. I've heard both of them talk separately, and I know that they both talked about how important this is. I will say, though, just a couple of things as a playing field leveler here. First, everybody in this room understands that for national security purposes, we cannot lose, either in a crisis or a conflict, the use of the ultimate high ground. Cannot allow that to happen. Space capabilities are embedded in our intelligence operations, in our combat operations. It's true of the United States. It's true of our allies and partners as well. And so it goes without saying that we must act in order to preserve the advantages that we've gotten over the years by doing national security-related business in space. General Raymond last night talked about 3 eras or 3 epochs of the U.S. national security space business. I like the structure that he talked about last night, and I think it bears some repeating. I think that era number 1 was about the Cold War. Era number 2 was really about providing space services to make terrestrial warfighting better. And era number 3, I would argue, is about how do you prevail in a contested domain. So let me say a little bit about those 3 things. There is no question that space was important to us during the Cold War. But we really used space for strategic purposes during the Cold War. We used it primarily for strategic intelligence collection and indications and warning. We used it to help us target our nuclear forces. Yes, in fact, we did use space for tactical warning of missile attack, but again, the overriding use of space during the Cold War was for strategic purposes. Now, I hear people talk about this benign environment that we used to have, and I don't believe that, by the way. I don't think we ever had a benign space environment. Certainly, it's not naturally benign. But even from a contested domain environment, we fully expected, and we watched the Soviets during the Cold War develop a threat to our space capabilities. We took that seriously. But again, we relied on strategic deterrence for space mission protection. The loss of space assets during the Cold War, in a Cold War that would have gone hot, in my view, would not have had a decisive tactical impact on our operations. That's because we didn't use those assets that way in those days. But by the time we got to Desert Shield and Desert Storm, the story was different. Because by that time, we began to see what the Russians now call the reconnaissance strike complex, the linking of space assets, both from a surveillance standpoint, a reconnaissance standpoint, a navigation standpoint, and a communication standpoint, being integral to tactical operations, to enabling tactical operations. And while we weren't very good at it, to tell you the truth, during Desert Storm, you saw the inkling of what eventually, by the time we got into the early part of this century, had become full-blown, I believe, enablement of terrestrial warfighting, enabling what has become the American way of warfare. So space capabilities, I believe, have revolutionized warfare in the 21st century, just like air power revolutionized it in the 20th century. Space power is crucial to providing access to remote or denied areas. Space power is inherently global, and it's often the first on the scene for events that can occur at any point on the Earth's surface and with little or no warning. Now, there's a famous saying that goes around the U.S. Department of Defense that the first question that the president asks in a crisis is, where are the carriers? And with all respect and admiration for my Navy colleagues, my take is that's not the first question that's asked. The first question that's asked is, when's the next satellite pass? When can I see what's happening? And I think that's a significant change in how we use space today compared to how we may have used it in the past. But space mission protection, I believe, even after Desert Storm, was typically traded off for improved mission performance and cost savings. More than once, I was involved in conversations with my colleagues around the government who would say if I had another dollar to spend on space things, I would spend it on capability and not protection. I would spend it that way every single day. And so, my take is that that is no longer an acceptable strategy. That today, we've got to think very differently about space, just like we did when aircraft became threatened with fighters, with AAA and flak, and with surface-to-air missiles. It's imperative that we act to preserve the advantages we get from space. Sometimes when my aviation colleagues would say, well, let's just go find a different way to do the things that we do from space because it's too expensive, it's too difficult, it's too hard, I would say to them, those were not the answers we gave when SAMs were invented. Why? Because there are certain things that we do from the air that we must be able to do in a contested environment. The Navy has a great saying, give me a fast ship for I intend to go in harm's way. Remember who said that? John Paul Jones. That's 200 plus years ago. Okay, it's the same thing for space. We can't turn our back on it, we can't walk away from it, and we can't pretend that we can do everything that we do from space in some other way. So I think it's no longer a debatable point to say that we will see a future crisis or a conflict extend to space. I believe if we get into a future crisis or conflict, we will see that conflict extend to space unless we can deter it. And I think that's a subject for extended study and discussion. I believe that a future conflict will open in cyberspace and most likely extend to space before traditional land, sea, and air forces are engaged kinetically. I think future military action against space capabilities will be shaped by many factors, but I think we would typically see the action unfold like this. First, I think we would see action against our space assets from the ground. And I think we would see that against our ground assets and against the links, and then against the space assets themselves. Reversible actions that would be taken to disrupt. Then I think we would see disruption extend into space from other space platforms. And I think that as we watched a conflict unfold, we would see the initial actions in the form of non-destructive things like jamming and dazzling and probably cyber attacks as well, followed by destructive attacks that don't create space debris. And ultimately, I think we could face the kinetic destruction of some of our satellites. When I was at Air Force Space Command, I used to tell people that when our kids were little, we would take them to go have their shots. And I realize that's a controversial subject today, which seems inconceivable to me, but okay, I get it. So, but we took our kids to get shots. And the doctor had a blue bear. And first couple of times I went to the pediatrician's office, I wondered, what's the blue bear for? Well, here's what it was for. Take the kid in, plop the kid down in your lap, the doctor would hold up the blue bear like this, the kid would go like that, and zap, they'd get the shot. So, are direct ascent kinetic ASATs the blue bear? I don't know. Maybe. But I don't think that's the first action we would see against our space assets. I do think there is some deterrence value about the prospect of creating debris. That's not a bad thing, by the way. Now, can you discount it? Of course not. Do you have to be prepared for it? Of course you do, but I think there are plenty of other threats that are even perhaps more likely that we need to be concerned about. And we're watching China and Russia develop most of them, and field them too, by the way. They're able to threaten our space capabilities in a variety of ways, from jamming to dazzling, all the way to kinetic kill. And they're doing so in a way that meets their strategic needs. As a complement to what the Chinese are now calling integrated strategic deterrence. So a way to prove to us that the price of intervention in what they see as regional affairs will go up. And the risks will go up as well. And so, I understand that strategy. We have to come up with a comparable strategy that allows us to continue to operate and do the things that we need to do, both as a nation and in conjunction with our allies and our partners. So others have deployed jammers as well against navigation and communication satellites. Excuse me, it was interesting. Excuse me, I said something about the tax guy earlier, now I'm joking. the interesting thing when I was the commander of Air Force Space Command, when we talked about jammers, somebody said to me, General, you ought to go home and I used to say, go Google something. I don't say that anymore because I was picking apparently a choice. And so go home and use the browser of your choice and look up GPS jammers. And it amazed me. It just amazed me to the size that you can plug into your car, into the cigarette lighter, or not, we don't call it that anymore, with the plug-in thing, the 12-volt plug-in thing in your car that allows you to jam in the local area GPS related to your vehicle. So look, this stuff is out there. It's cheap, it's easy. It's not a question of whether or not these are going to be used against us. The question is when. In some cases, we've already seen attempts at jamming. Saddam Hussein tried to jam GPS. Others in the Middle East have jammed communications. They've done it on purpose. And so this isn't a question of whether or not this is going to happen. It's a question of when and how, and then how we're going to deal with it. And by the way, the environment itself is naturally hostile, and it's increasingly congested, as we heard just a few minutes ago, with operational satellites, inactive satellites, and debris. So there are significant challenges here, but as you've heard for the last 48 hours, we have to meet them. First and foremost, I believe this is really about deterrence. We don't want to get into a crisis or a conflict where these issues become operative. And I believe a credible deterrence and extended deterrence demands that we address the vulnerabilities that we have while demonstrating our own capabilities. You've got to create risk and uncertainty in the mind of the adversary. That's classic deterrence theory. We understand the recipe, I believe. We just need to improve the ingredients, because it isn't just about clarity and policy, although I think more clarity is required. It isn't just about technical solutions, although I think technical improvements are required. It isn't about more resilient architectures, although more resilient architectures are needed. It isn't about better plans. It's not about more international rules. It's about advancing all of these things as we go forward. So given the long lead times typically associated with space, how do we make significant improvements, and how do we do so now? Well, I think this is first about strategy. What's the appropriate strategy for us to follow as we go forward here? And then it's about commitment. We have to put a solid vision and a strategy in place. We have to get visible commitment from military leaders, especially the warfighting commanders, from the Secretary of Defense, from Congress, and from the White House. Next, I think we have to establish priorities. We can't do, nor can we afford, everything at once. So let's lay out the priorities. What do we need to protect? And by the way, resilience, in my view, is about mission resilience, not about platform resilience. What do we need to protect? Against what threat? To what level? For how long? Those are the key questions that we need to be asking. We also need to lay out better operating concepts. You heard some of that last night. Better architectures for mission resilience and situational awareness. And by the way, my opinion about situational awareness is we're not going nearly fast enough. I listened to the panel at the last conversation that we were having, and I don't think we have the luxury of the kind of time that we've thought we had in the past. Not when almost every day someone is offering that they're going to deploy 3,000 or 4,000 satellites here in the not too distant future. Yeah, I get it, big space, little satellites, but big space, little satellites, 17,000 plus miles an hour, and they all pass pretty close to the same places. So I was describing this one time. I'm not a physicist, but here's what I remember from physics. F equals ma. You don't have to have a lot of m, but if you have a lot of a, you get big F. And we've seen this. It didn't happen in somebody's simulation. It happened for real. And now, as a result of that, people are maneuvering and doing other things, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think we have the luxury of very much time on some of these things like situational awareness. We need better battle management and command and control. We need to think very carefully about how you integrate with other domains and commercial assets and allied capabilities. We need to struggle with where disaggregation, if that's even a word, we use it, but where disaggregation, and everybody in here would understand it, which is really scary, where does disaggregation have the greatest effect? How about responsive space concepts? How do they fit into all this? Do they help us? And if so, how? Then I think, after we've laid all these things out in a strategic way, I think we have to establish requirements that guide acquisition. Industry needs direction. Now, here's something that I've discovered in the 3 years since I've taken off my uniform. I've discovered that had I known then what I now know about industry, I would have been a better commander. Had I known, I think, had industry known more from my perspective, they would have been a better industry. There is a real lack of good, hard, valuable crossflow between government and industry, and it goes to requirements. I say to my industry partners these days, hey, listen, the thing that you ought to do, I mean, go look at company X, Y, or Z. I'm not pushing anybody's company up here. Go look at company X, Y, or Z, and if they are in the aerospace business, the likelihood is that they are in the air business too. And they're probably in the computer business, and they're maybe in, 4 or 5 other, the munitions business, the command and control business, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They are in a unique position to integrate these things together, and I say to them, why don't you do it? And the answer they give is because we don't have a requirement to do it. We're answering requirements from the government that are essentially program-level requirements. They're not giving us a big integrated requirement. The Air Force Chief of Staff has been on the speaking circuit here recently, and I commend him for it, talking about wanting to pull all the pieces together and better integrate sensors, shooters, and command and control. So I was giving a talk not so long ago, and I said, gosh, we need to be able to do that. And somebody said, like they often do, sit down here for a minute, and we're going to tell you a story. And so I sat down, and they said, this is the story of something called SAGE. SAGE was a Cold War era program that was continental air defense. It linked sensors, shooters, and command and control. By the way, it's a large reason for why there are digital computers today. That and NASA. Large reason for why that all happened. And it was actually built. There was a requirement out there that said, I need to link sensors, shooters, and command and control on a continental scale, include our allies, the Canadians, and I need to be able to detect an air attack, because that's how we thought the attack would come in the 50s. A nuclear attack would come via aircraft. And I need to be able to deal with it. And we deployed such a system. Can we do it? Of course we can, but you have to ask industry to do it the right way. You've got to ask the right questions, and you've got to lay out the right requirements. And I would have been a better commander, I'm sure of it. I'm sure, in hindsight, I would have been a better commander at a lot of things, but I'm sure I would have been better at that. We also need to accelerate what I usually call the grunt work of joint warfighting. By the way, here's something else about requirements. There's a difference between platforms that support warfighting and warfighting platforms. Platforms that support warfighting do things like our intelligence collectors do today. Warfighting platforms, that's SBIRS. That was designed from the get-go to survive a certain kind of conflict. Now, my view is that the requirements for that were too narrow. It was about a nuclear war. And yes, they need to be able to operate into those kinds of high-end contingencies. Deterrence demands it, for example. But also, we've got the concept here for how you include warfighting requirements in our requirement set. It's different. It's different than it is to say, I have a platform that supports warfighting, that may not survive deep into a conflict, or maybe even short distance into a conflict. So what do we need to do, I think, the grunt work of joint warfighting? I think we need better plans and response options across all of our domains. We need new rules of engagement. We need new command and control arrangements. We need more effective alignment of authorities and responsibilities. Sometimes people recommend organizational changes to deal with problems that I think are best dealt with by aligning authority and responsibility. Sometimes that alignment solves a lot of problems. And sometimes we misalign those things. And when we do, I think we find that we find ourselves in some difficulty. We need realistic exercises. We need challenging war games. We need to include our senior military and civilian leaders in them, because I think this is still a domain that doesn't have very great understanding. And by the way, you could probably substitute the word cyber for space, everything in this speech I'm giving here, and it's the same thing. We need expanded intelligence collection, better analysis, more effective intelligence assessment. You heard that last time. It's one thing to see a dot. It's another thing to know what the dot does. Whose dot is it? How big is it? How long does it last? You know, what's its mission? By the way, somebody reminded me one time, this is another smart person who has mentored me over the years, who said, remember this, every satellite is first a communications satellite. I said, wait a minute, I'm not sure I get that, but it's right. Every satellite is first a communications satellite. Then it's a mission satellite second. Sometimes the mission's communications. Sometimes it's something else. But first, it's a communications satellite. I thought, isn't that an interesting way to think about it? We need better tactics, techniques, and procedures. These systems that we have on orbit today, we've been building them for a long time. They are just now being deployed. We are just now deploying the full constellation of SBIRS satellites. Same for advanced EHF. GPS-3, or GPS-2F, followed by GPS-3. These are now coming along. We are going to have, the architecture that we're going to have in 2030 is going to orbit now. And there's not a lot we're going to be able to do with that architecture in terms of fundamental technical changes to it. So the question is, how do we develop better tactics, techniques, and procedures? This is no different than taking an air platform that's been around for a while and saying, I need you to fly into a new threat. I can't give you a new airplane today. I need you to come up with the TTPs to figure out how you can make that airplane more effective in the face of that threat. That is something the U.S. Air Force does every day. We need to do that for space. And now the mechanisms are in place to do it, by the way. The people who are trained on how to do it, the Warfighting Center at Nellis Air Force Base, former home of the fighter pilot. Now the current home, if you talk to fighter pilots, they would tell you that. But we know how to do this. We need to get after it. Robust partnerships with allies, coalition partners, and other government agencies. And all of these, by the way, are familiar issues that are common to other domains. But most of them remain immature for space, and that can't continue. Deterrence has served us well for well over 70 years now, but it's unlikely that strategic deterrence, i.e. nuclear deterrence, is going to be sufficiently credible to deter action against U.S. space assets. So how do we think differently about deterrence, and what will it mean? This isn't the Cold War anymore, and I was testifying in front of the SASC a couple of weeks ago in the Strat Forces subcommittee, and I happened to comment that I don't bristle, but I cringe, I guess, every time someone describes the situation that we are in today as the new Cold War. The situation we are in today is nothing like the Cold War. And I think the thinking that went along with the Cold War is dangerous to apply to the situation we find ourselves in today. So we need to be secure in this vital operational area called space. And here's the good news. I believe all the steps that I've just outlined are in fact underway. The key issue is whether or not they're adequately supported and resourced and prioritized. A friend of mine recently said that a lot of space seedlings have been planted over the last several years. It will be interesting to see how many survive the first good storm. And I think that's exactly right. We've spent additional money on space things over the last couple of years. A lot of seedlings have been planted. but what survives the first storm, because the storm will come. A budgetary storm always comes. Not everything will get supported, and so what survives the first storm? So the subject of this conference has been what issues should the new U.S. administration address? And I think all of these things are going to be important issues for the administration to address. But I believe that the number one issue that they have to address is the most important one. The national security space enterprise in the United States exists inside a national space effort. I think the fundamental issue for the new administration is, what is that national space effort? What does it do? What's its purpose? Who leads it? The first mission that leaves planet Earth to go to Mars, will that say Acme Moving Company on the side of it? Will it say NASA on the side of it? Will it say NASA, ESA, JAXA, et cetera, on the side of it? What will it say? Because I think the answer to that question will determine what inspires the third graders and the fourth graders and the fifth graders, like it inspired many of you when we were talking about going to the moon. What inspires our youngsters to become STEM-related people and to develop the kind of talents that we're going to need for the future? So with that, thank you again for inviting me. I'm always delighted to help address these issues, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, General Kaler. I know we do just have a couple minutes, but we do want to get a couple questions to you. And we have some microphones running around. Thank you again for coming back to CSIS. Always a friend. Glad to welcome you back. Let me just ask real quick. I think one thing you said, that we don't necessarily have the luxury of time. I think that has actually come up several times over the course of the last day. I wonder if you might just elaborate a little bit more on that in light of your comments, A, that this is not the Cold War, but that B, Russia and China are doing a lot of stuff here.
Yeah, it isn't just about threat in as far as I'm concerned. I just think that the pace of events, whether those are technical advancements, whether those are commercial changes, whether it's the threat, all of those things are advancing so fast that for us to be comfortable with addressing these issues in a way that we might have addressed them 5 years ago even, I think is going to be woefully inadequate. The commercial panel, when they were talking about launch earlier today, didn't say it quite that way, but that's what they said. These things are happening so fast that I think time is not on our side here. If we believe that international rules of the road are required at some level, and I personally believe that they are, then do we wait for someone to deploy 1,000 low Earth orbit satellites and then decide that we have an enormous problem that we don't know how to deal with, or do we try to get ahead of that? And this is a fundamental difference between the pace of government and the pace of entrepreneurs and the pace of commercial industry and all the other things that go with it. I mean, one of your panelists this afternoon talked about being able to go from I need to do something to something on orbit in whatever he said, 6 months. Great, I love it. But what does that mean for the rest of the enterprise? And I just think we don't have the luxury of a lot of time to think through these issues anymore. I think that, and by the way, I think there is a way ahead on most of these issues if we just go do some of these things. I think we agonize over a lot of things, and in some cases rightfully so, but in some cases it does not benefit us to continue the endless debate.
Great. Well, let's take at least one question, and then I know we are at time, and I don't want to keep you from your tax attorney. You'll send me a bill for your extension.
I don't either. Well, actually, I do.
General Carroll, good to see you again. Josh Hartman. With each new administration, there's an opportunity to revisit how the DoD, and particularly the Air Force, is organized to deal with space. During your time in uniform, you had some strong views on that. Since you've been out now for 3 years, can you discuss your views and how those might have changed since then?
Yeah, I'll get back to what I said a moment ago. I think sometimes we look to organizational solutions to solve other problems. And part of the problem that I believe we have had is a misalignment of authority and responsibility. So, and I think that continues today. I also think we have to be very precise about what problem we are trying to solve with an organizational change. Because organizational changes don't solve some of the problems that are out there. The other thing is there's a Washington perspective about space problems. And the Washington perspective tends to be a perspective about acquisition, being unhappy with the cost of programs and the length of time it takes to deploy new programs, et cetera, et cetera. I happen to believe that if you separate space operations and space acquisition, that a lot of the problems that we want to solve organizationally are acquisition problems. I think we have an operational organization that works pretty well, and it's understandable. There's a combatant commander who is responsible for those things that the Department of Defense brings to the table. Those are assigned forces, which means that the commander of STRATCOM has combatant command authority over those forces. That's significant authority. Got the responsibility to plan, have authority to go with that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There is an issue operationally between coordinating and collaborating for unity of effort across the government, and that needs to get solved. But I don't necessarily believe that's solved with an organizational adjustment. So the question in my mind becomes, then what problem are you trying to solve organizationally? I thought that the Space Commission in 2001 came up with a reasonable way to go forward organizationally. I thought that that particular solution was never given enough time to determine whether it was going to be successful or not. It lasted for about 3 years, 3.5 years, and then people decided that we wanted to go do something else, or they argued about where the authorities should be as opposed to responsibilities. And excuse me. So I'm always reluctant to begin with an organizational proposal. I'm not saying that an organizational change isn't required. I just think we need to be very precise about the problem we think we're trying to solve. And I would be very reluctant to make organizational changes that disrupted the operational structures that are in place, because those parallel the rest of our warfighting structures. And if we get those wrong, then I think we will have set ourselves back.
Well, I think actually, that was a great setup. We're not going to solve all these problems today, but I think we've had insights into a lot of them. Thank you, General. I also want to thank again the teams of PSSI and CSIS who put this thing on all day. And we hope we'll have all these panels online, and we'll have some more stuff in the coming months. So thank you.
Thank you all.